Chapter 701 Terumi Maze Crisis. Boom. 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 The huge waves bombarded from the sky, bringing with them a terrifying power addition. Hundreds of tons of water collapsed with terrifying strong winds, and the ground centered on Sanwei Iso was suddenly cracked like a snake. Followed by a violent earthquake that shook the earth, as if even the earth could not withstand such an impact. However, when the waves gradually receded, revealing the huge monster underneath, the ninjas who attacked were stunned. It actually has no effect. How could this be? Yes, it has no effect, reality is so cruel. Originally, in this place with abundant water vapor, the power of water escape was greatly improved. The power that could even destroy a village before did not leave any scars on Sanwei Iso. However, not being injured does not mean not being in pain. Sanwei Iso's one eye turned and his mouth opened. Ayo! The terrifying sonic boom sounded, turning into circles of air waves visible to the naked eye, spreading in a fan-shaped pattern, raising huge dust, breaking nearby trees, and piercing people's eardrums. The wind is rising. A huge hurricane was raised. In front of this hurricane, a person seemed so small, like an ant, and was easily blown into the air. The three-tailed Isabu looked cold, and the three tails behind him flicked lightly, making a snapping sound in the air, as if shattering the air, rippling the scene of broken glass, turning into an unmatched weapon, and blasting towards the ninja falling from the sky. Each tail of the three-tailed Isabu was as thick as a pillar, and it took several people to hug it. It was as if it had the power of the sky, and the crazy power was vented out, stirring up a piercing wind. But before it hit, the large army led by Mizukage Terumi Mei had arrived. Water escape. Water curtain. Water escape. Water curtain. Water escape. Water curtain. Water escape. Water curtain. Water escape. Hundreds of ninjas of all levels, whether Chunin or Jonin, used the same ninjutsu under the command of Mei Terumi to save their companions. They formed hand seals in unison and completed them almost at the same time. The water vapor that had originally dispersed in the surrounding area was attracted by the chakra here and gathered again, and this time the scale was even more amazing. The water vapor within 1,000 meters was swept away, and even part of the nearby sea water was diverted out. Under the control of many ninjas, a sky curtain composed of sky blue sea water came from behind and arrived first, blocking the attack of the three-tailed Isabu. Boom! The three Optimus Prime-like tails blew up a noisy air wave and suddenly fell into the sky curtain, causing a huge roar. The whole earth was shaken, and there was a blast-like sound in the air, and a splash. The water curtain carefully prepared by hundreds of ninjas, like a gate hit by a battering ram, shattered and turned into splashing water droplets, shooting in all directions. After being blocked like this, the three tails no longer had the momentum they had before, and were reluctantly taken back by Sanwei Iso. Success! The many ninjas present were ecstatic, and the feeling of defeating nature with human power was so refreshing. But they didn't feel happy for long, and the expressions on their faces suddenly froze. I saw that Sanwei Iso's eyes flashed with anger, both because he couldn't hit anyone and because he was disturbed. Facing the gazes of hundreds of people, Sanwei Iso has always been lawless. For such things, its first reaction is not to be timid, but to fight back directly. The three-tailed Isabu suddenly opened its mouth, and the suffocating chakra, under its control, all gathered in its mouth, turning into a jet black-tailed beast jade, emitting a breath of destruction. Oops! Seeing this, Terumi Mei also felt a headache for the madness of the three-tailed Isabu, and quickly ordered, "Hurry up and disperse." In fact, there was no need for Terumi Mei to say that all the ninjas present were experienced and had already dodged away. Whoosh! It took a while to concentrate the chakra, and the three-tailed Isabu finally sprayed out the tailed beast jade. But it was like a cannon hitting a mosquito, and the nimble ninja dodged it. The tailed beast ball spiraled forward, carrying an indomitable momentum. In front of it, no matter what trees or rocks, they were not obstacles. Just a slight touch would crush them into pieces with a terrifying destructive force. Finally, the tailed beast ball landed on a small island not far away in one go, and suddenly there was an earth-shaking roar, and a mushroom cloud rose up into the sky. In a short moment, the original landforms on the island with a radius of 100 meters disappeared and were crushed into a flat ground. The mud on the ground was like magma, bubbling with hot bubbles and emitting thick smoke. Seeing this scene, many ninjas present broke out in cold sweats and secretly said that they were lucky. In the face of such a natural disaster, let alone them, even if the Mizu Cage Terumi Mei came in person, I am afraid that they would not get any benefits. But before they could calm down, the three-tailed Isabu was like a madman who would not give up until he achieved his goal, and another tailed beast ball came out of his mouth. Seeing this, Terumi Mei frowned and shouted to her subordinates. We must not let it fire again. All team members listened to the order, everyone attack freely. All the ninjas present knew that if they defended for too long, they would lose. Instead of running around in a panic, it would be better to attack head-on. For a moment, accompanied by the violent flow of chakra here, water vapor rippled wildly, gathering from all around, and even made people feel that the air was sticky and humid. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. Water escape. Break the rush. Water escape. Water dragon whip. Water escape. As the voices of the crowd fell, Terumi Mei was also unwilling to lag behind. Her mouth suddenly bulged like a frog. With a wow, her red lips opened slightly, and a force carrying the power of melting everything gushed out. Dissolving escape. Monster dissolving technique. Among the many different ninjutsu, Terumi Mei's dissolving escape stands out. With its terrifying corrosiveness, it first corroded a piece of the tortoise shell of the three-tailed Isabu. The ninjutsu, like thousands of arrows, carried an overwhelming terrifying power, following the defense broken by Terumi Mei, and directly hit the weak point of the three-tailed Isabu, which was immediately in pain and extinguished the unfinished tailed beast ball, and let out a deafening wail from its mouth. In a short while, the three-tailed Isabu, who was originally intact, had a variety of injuries. But among them, the injuries caused by Terumi Mei alone were the most obvious. The three-tailed Isabu was intelligent, and naturally understood who was the culprit who caused it such injuries, and immediately locked his eyes on Terumi Mei. Chapter 702 The Terrifying Three-Tailed Isabu. The ninjutsu, like 1,000 arrows, carried an overwhelming and terrifying power, following the defense broken by Terumi Mei, and directly hit the weak point of the three-tailed Isabu, causing it to extinguish the unfinished tailed beast ball in pain, and let out a deafening wail from its mouth. In a short while, the originally intact body of the three-tailed Isabu had a variety of injuries. But among them, the injuries caused by Terumi Mei alone were the most obvious. The three-tailed Isabu was intelligent, and naturally understood who was the culprit who caused such injuries to it, and immediately locked his eyes on Terumi Mei. It was this tiny and hateful human in front of him. A trace of red light appeared in the eyes of the three-tailed Isabu, exuding a sun-devouring aura. Even though he was crawling on the ground, he made people feel a biting cold. The temperature around suddenly dropped, as if winter had arrived. The water vapor in the sky condensed, and even formed pieces of crystal ice flowers that fell from the sky. Die! Water escape! Heavy water bomb! With a low roar, the three-tailed Isako suddenly opened its gluttonous mouth, and the surging chakra surged, gathering into a spiral roaring water ball, which was shot out like a cannonball. There was a bang in the air, and it came along the cold straight line. Water is very soft, and there is a saying that the best is like water. But water has infinite possibilities. After continuous contraction and condensation, it can accommodate more water and more power. When seeing the heavy water bomb of the three-tailed Isako coming, a strong gale came first, and even the water pool on the ground was lifted up and moved to both sides. Can't fight hard. Seeing this, Mei Terumi's heart was alarmed, knowing that this was not a monster that could be fought by human power, and she immediately moved her feet and dodged quickly at a speed that was too fast for her to handle. Boom! 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 As soon as Mei Terumi left, several heavy water bombs as high as 2 stories fell on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently in the forest. There were many heavy water bombs and they were fast. Several ninjas were unable to dodge them. They were only slightly touched, accompanied by a series of extremely shrill wails that penetrated the world. These ninjas were instantly turned into meat paste by a spiral force inside, and blood fell like raindrops. Seeing this, Mei Terumi frowned, and before she could pity her ninjas, she felt that the three-tailed Isabu gathered a huge amount of chakra again. No. If this is the case, if we go down, the three-tailed Isabu will bring great losses to the village. Damn it, I didn't bring the sealing squad before, this time it's troublesome. Knowing that the situation was urgent, Mei Terumi threw the item that symbolized the identity of the Mizu cage to Kojuro, who had been following her, and said hurriedly. Quick! Go back to the village and call the sealing squad. What about you? Although Kojuro knew that this matter was very important, he couldn't help but say, as the right-hand man of the Mizu cage, How can I let you be in danger? You're so long-winded. Mei Terumi was as brave as a man, her eyes were full of spirits. Hurry up and do what I say. Just a tailed beast. Mei Terumi's chakra was churning, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. The Mizukage, will take it. Boiling escape. Misty technique. Like a volcanic eruption, the mist like fire and electricity, with the strange power that can corrode steel and melt granite, gradually spread in the air, turning into an invisible hand, covering Sanwei Iso. Sanwei Iso's eyes showed a trace of obvious surprise. This power can already threaten its existence. It even felt that if the mist was bigger and thicker, it might be able to directly penetrate its tortoise shell and melt it into a pool of mud. It must not be allowed to get close. Sanwei Iso showed a trace of vigilance on his face, but there was no fear. He just stopped the ninjutsu he had just prepared, and then suddenly opened his mouth. Ah! The sound that surpassed the speed of sound turned into an unparalleled sound wave. The space in front of the three-tailed Isabu suddenly fluctuated, forming visible rippling waves, and bursts of sonic booms sounded one after another. The trees were immediately affected by the terrifying sound waves, broken in half, and crushed into ashes. The nearby sea trembled, raising huge waves, rolling blue waves, more than 10 stories high, extremely noisy and fierce. Even Mei Terumi couldn't help but bend her knees and sink her feet into the ground to resist this fierce sound wave. In front of this sound wave, Mei Terumi had previously used the skillful mist technique, like a group of ants in a strong wind, with no resistance at all. It was broken up and separated in an instant, and even the body of the three-tailed Isabu couldn't be touched. This is the tailed beast. A terrifying war beast comparable to an atomic bomb. Their existence is a kind of nuclear strategic weapon, full of incomparable power. Just a little effort can easily move mountains and fill the sea. To deal with this war beast, unless you have the strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it is a bit difficult for even ordinary cage-level masters to deal with them. Of course, if there is a sealing class that specializes in sealing-tailed beasts, it can easily deal with the three-tailed Isabu. Just when everyone present was thinking about it, they suddenly found that the three-tailed Isabu did not pursue the victory, but raised its huge and tall head and looked towards the distant sky. What is there? Whether it is an ordinary ninja or Mei Terumi, they all look in the direction of the three-tailed Isabu. Something must have happened to alarm this war beast to stop attacking. Rumble! Rumble! A burst of sonic booms and thunder came from far away, leaping over from afar with an arrogant and supreme attitude. Facing the dazzling sunlight, Mei Terumi narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and opened her mouth involuntarily. What did she see? She actually saw a person flying in the sky, like the 10 Directions God King, the supreme of all worlds. The white clouds in the sky were swept by the terrifying air waves, separated to the left and right, and made way for a road to the sky, as if welcoming the supreme existence. Closer. Closer. The person in sight was getting closer and closer, and his face appeared in Mei Terumi's sight. Mei Terumi frowned. This person was very unfamiliar. As a Mizukage, she naturally knew most of the famous strongmen in the ninja world, but almost no one could compare with this person. If there was only one person, only the mysterious Yang Ming could be compared with him. With the arrival of this mysterious strong man, Mei Terumi was surprised to find that the originally arrogant three-tailed Isabu was like a mouse seeing a cat. His whole body stiffened, and then turned around and ran towards the ocean. The powerful tailed beast is actually going to escape? Who is this person? Chapter 703, The Emperor of the World, Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Mei Terumi frowned. This person was very unfamiliar. With her identity as the Mizukage, she naturally knew most of the famous strongmen in the ninja world, but almost no one could be compared with this person. If there is only one person, only the mysterious Yang Ming can be compared with him. With the arrival of this mysterious strong man, Mei Terumi was surprised to find that the originally arrogant three-tailed Isabu was like a mouse seeing a cat. His whole body stiffened, and then turned around and ran towards the ocean. The powerful tailed beast is actually going to escape. Who on earth is this person? Just when Mei Terumi was wondering, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was as dazzling as a meteor, leaving a brilliant and dazzling light streak in the air. Even the atmosphere could not withstand such intense friction, and made a sound similar to the pain of breaking wind. The atmosphere rubbed, sparks flew, and the blazing flames enveloped Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, but it could not bring him even a little harm. Instead, it made him look like a god descended to the world, supreme and dominating the world. Humph! Otsutsuki Momoshiki rolled his eyes and looked at the three-tailed Isabu, who turned around and ran away. He snorted coldly from his nostrils, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile. Except for the one-tailed, seven-tailed, eight-tailed, and nine-tailed, this is the last-tailed beast outside. Note, the seven-tailed is with the six-path pain. It seems that the rest of the tailed beasts have gone to the food capital. After dealing with this guy, we can just deal with them all at once. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's tone was extremely arrogant, as if in his opinion, the extremely powerful tailed beasts were just wild beasts that could be dealt with at will. But he did have the capital to be arrogant. As a strong man that even Otsutsuki Kagaya was afraid of, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was not only stronger, but also could do whatever it took to achieve his goals. He was a person who only cared about the results and not the process. Then, in the horrified eyes of Mei Terumi and other ninjas, Otsutsuki Momoshiki just stretched out his palm and gave a godlike command to the three-tailed Isabu from a distance. Come here. It was like the thunder of a summer rainstorm, roaring and piercing the sky and earth, as if there was only this sound left in the world, which made people feel afraid. Then, something happened that made everyone's jaws drop. It was seen that the three-tailed Isabu was like a frightened turtle, completely out of its own control. Its heavy body actually broke away from the ground and floated in the air. Under the influence of an invisible mysterious force, its whole body actually rolled up and flew towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. How is this possible? Is my eyes blurry? How could such a thing happen in the world? That's the three-tailed Isabu, and he really rolled over when he said he would. For a moment, there was an uproar among the ninjas, filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. They all thought, if this man was their enemy, what should they do? Irresistible. Destroying with all your might. As if feeling the threat of death coming, the red light in the eyes of the three-tailed Isabu became stronger, and he used all his strength to stop the rolling posture. Although its body still flew towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki involuntarily, at least it had the ability to fight back. The three-tailed Isochi opened his mouth, and gathered a huge amount of chakra that made people desperate. It kept condensing and compressing, turning into a black-tailed beast jade, which contained enough power to destroy a village. Carrying the three-tailed Isochi's anger, he blasted towards the stranger in front of him. The howling wind came with a hot and fierce wind. The ninjas held their arms horizontally in front of them and resisted. The earth was scratched with graffiti-like marks, and even the white clouds in the sky were blown into a mess. But facing all this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki seemed to be looking at a clown, trying to make the last performance in his life to please the guests. Who gave you the courage? The playful light in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes became stronger, and he grinned, treat me like this. With this supreme speech, the whole world was quiet. The wind stopped. The whole time seemed to be stagnant. From the extreme movement just now to the extreme silence now, it was so uncomfortable that people vomited blood. The other ninjas looked around and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, someone in the crowd pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look there!" There was a tremor in the voice, which was very rare in the high-risk profession of ninjas, and it was filled with the fear of the speaker. What was it that even the elite ninjas present were afraid of? When the others looked in the direction of the ninja's finger, they were all stunned, with a look of confusion on their faces. I saw that the tailed beast jade that could easily destroy a village and flatten a mountain in an instant, like a well-behaved child, came to the fingers of Otsutsuki Momoshiki docilely, and then shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappeared completely. What did he do? No one knows. Everyone only knew that what happened today would be forever imprinted in their minds and would never be forgotten. Perhaps it was the noise of the ninjas here, buzzing like flies, that made Otsutsuki Momoshiki feel very unhappy. He looked down at the ninjas below, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. It's really an eyesore. There are so many bugs. Then I'll just kill you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki held the power of destruction in his hand, and gently swiped forward with one hand like wiping glass. Suddenly, something terrible happened. The hundreds of ninjas on the scene disappeared in the blink of an eye, just like dust wiped away, and there was no breath of life anymore. Ah, as expected, without these annoying bugs, I feel much more comfortable. The next step is those guys in the food capital. As if he had done something unworthy of mentioning, and didn't care about the lives of those people at all, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was busy with the work here, and then flew towards Yangming's food city. There were still tailed beasts that he wanted to harvest there. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki's figure gradually faded away, a little water stain suddenly emerged on the ground that he had smoothed, and then gathered into a human shape with difficulty. Huff! 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 Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable horror, and she was sweating all over. This guy is so strong. Amazingly strong. If I hadn't used water escape to merge into the ground in advance, I'm afraid I would be dead now. I heard him say that he was going to the food city. Could it be that he was looking for trouble with Yang Ming? No, I have to inform him quickly. Chapter 704 Mixed Dishes. Konoha Village, Yang Ming's shop. At this moment, Yang Ming didn't know that a major crisis was approaching, and he was still cooking in the kitchen. Reikage and Killer Bee were in the buffet restaurant on the second floor. Realizing that they didn't have the ability to grill meat, they simply left the second floor and went down to the first floor to order several dishes. As for Gaara and his group, they still stayed on the second floor. The Shikaku in Gaara's body, because he had picked up soap, caused him to lose control of his lower body when he saw Naruto, so Gaara had to avoid him. In the restaurant, Killer Bee looked at the menu in his hand. The dazzling array of dishes dazzled him, and he said with longing, "I wonder how delicious these dishes are." Reikage took a sip of coke, feeling cool and refreshing, smacked his lips and said, "Why ask? It must be delicious." Kirabi looked at Jiraiya's hot table not far away, and saw people fighting for the food, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Is it so delicious? Is it necessary to fight for it like this?" Just as the two were waiting bored, Bai came out of the kitchen pushing a small cart. On the small cart pushed by Bai, Reikage and Kirabi actually saw unimaginable delicacies. What a ghost! On this small cart, there were peacocks spreading their tails, fish leaping over the dragon gate, sleeping dragons chanting drunkenly, and various other animals with strange shapes and chaotic eyes. Damn! What are you doing? Reikage and Kirabi were confused. Looking at these animals, Reikage and Kirabi would not believe from the bottom of their hearts that these were really animals. After all, what they ordered on the menu of the Manhan banquet was actually mixed vegetables. Isn't this a vegetarian dish? How did it become like this? My brother is awesome. Bai was dressed as a waiter, riding the wind under his feet, stepping on lotus steps, bringing waves of sultry fragrance, accompanied by the sound of wheels rolling on the ground, and came to the table of Reikage and Kirabi. Along the way, the strange shape of the car attracted the attention of the guests on both sides. They looked over with inquiring eyes, causing exclamations and surprises. When the car came closer, the eyes of Reikage and Kirabi lit up. Take the dish of peacock spreading its tail for example. The whole peacock is actually carved from several white radishes. The texture is clear and delicate, the eyebrows and eyes are bright, and it looks lifelike. The most noteworthy thing is the tail behind it. I don't know what material it is made of, but it really looks like a peacock's tail. Oh! Looking at these dazzling array of delicacies, the eyes of Reikage and Kirabi lit up immediately. Interesting. The two of them raised their lips, their faces full of shock. They never thought that the assorted dishes they ordered could be made into various dishes. What are these made of? Reikage and Kirabi looked at Bai with eager curiosity, and couldn't help asking the questions that everyone present had been holding in their hearts for a long time. After all, such lifelike dishes are really rare. Everyone's eyes are focused on Bai. At this moment, he is the focus of everyone's attention. Bai smiled slightly, revealing cute dimples on both sides of his mouth, and pointed to the dishes one by one with his hands, like a spring breeze, and said slowly. This is white radish and seaweed, this is broccoli, this is corn, this is bean sprouts, this is... As soon as the words came out, the whole audience was shocked. This is really, but they are all vegetarian dishes? Are you kidding us? Reikage and Kirabi were also confused. They didn't expect that the mixed dishes they ordered were really made of ordinary ingredients. It seemed that nothing was impossible in Yang Ming's hands. With his unpredictable means, he turned all this into a masterpiece that was amazing. No, it should be said that this was a masterpiece. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Reikage and Kirabi, and their appetites moved immediately. The rumbling sound of thunder came from their stomachs again. They were hungry. Faced with such a strange mixed dish, not to mention the two of them, even the other guests couldn't help drooling. Even some people have started to take action, calling the waiters one after another, and they didn't care about the price, and ordered all these dishes. Faced with such wonderful dishes, Reikage and Kirabi did not treat them rudely, nor did they eat them all in one bite. Instead, they were like patient artists, quietly tasting the deliciousness. They chose the peacock that they paid attention to first. This peacock stood upright, half a meter tall, about as long as an arm, with two slender legs supporting the upper body in an H-shaped shape, and the head held high. Its vividness is simply refreshing. The peacock's lifelike shape is also carved with delicate details that look like feathers. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is beautiful. When the Reikage and Kirabi took chopsticks to pinch the feathers on the peacock, they were surprised to find that they could easily pick up a small feather with just a little force. When the feather carved from white radish was put into the mouth, a shudder from the depths of the soul arose spontaneously, and the excitement was incomparable. In an instant, Reikage and Kirabi all got goosebumps. Delicious! The white radish fell into the mouth, the taste was sweet, bright, and refreshing, the juice splashed, and the icy taste was very good. It was like eating a bite of cold ice cream in the hot summer. If the white radish was cooked as ordinary as by ordinary chefs, it would not bring such a unique feeling at all. This white radish passed through Yang Ming's hands, and with his superb knife skills, he preserved the most original and delicious moment of the white radish. When Reikage and Kirabi ate it, they were immediately fascinated and lingered. When eating Yang Ming's peacock, Reikage and Kirabi would sincerely feel the state of no heaven, no earth, and no self, as if the entire universe was empty, leaving only the two of them and the dish in front of them. The appearance of the peacock and the inner nature of the white radish are no longer independent individuals, but are organically combined to form a unique state, as if bringing people into a world with vitality. After eating this peacock spread, Reikage and Kirabi did not feel that they were eating dessert at all, but felt that they were eating a real peacock, as if they had transformed into a real peacock, looked up to the sky and made a cry, proudly showing off the tail behind them to everyone. Yang Ming's culinary realm is no longer limited to technology, but has become an art. Only Yang Ming can create art that has risen to a height that his predecessors cannot match. Chapter 705 The Prologue. The appearance of the peacock and the inside of the white radish are no longer independent individuals, but are organically combined to form a unique realm, as if taking people into a world with vitality. After eating this peacock spread, Reikage and Kirabi did not feel that they were eating dessert at all, but felt that they were eating a real peacock, as if they had transformed into a real peacock, looked up to the sky and made a cry, proudly showing off the tail behind them to everyone. Yang Ming's cooking skills are no longer limited to technology, but have become an art. Only Yang Ming can create art that has risen to a height that no one before him can match. Since the peacock-shaped white radish is so delicious, what about its tail, which is the seaweed, and other assorted vegetables? When they thought of this, the breathing of the Reikage and Kirabi suddenly became rapid, and a gleam of light flashed in their eyes. How long have they been so eager to sit down quietly, cut off all the disturbances from the outside world, just to taste the delicious food? If the light fishy smell of the sea water, the food made with seaweed, no matter what kind of food, the light taste and the fresh seaweed fragrance are all refreshing. What was presented to the Reikage and Kirabi was such a seemingly ordinary but unique dish. Although the peacock's tail is made of seaweed, the pattern on it is drawn by tomato juice, lemonade, and coriander juice. There are three colors, red, slightly orange, and green, which are bright and eye-catching. In order to make the pattern of the tail closer to the real peacock, when researching this dish, Yang Ming also specially asked people to capture several peacocks. After a period of careful observation, he summarized the most common patterns on the peacock's tail. "You're welcome." As the Reikage and Kirabi said this, they opened their mouths wide. When the Reikage and Kirabi took a bite, the seaweed broke with a slight click and was then chewed into pieces. After eating, the Reikage and Kirabi couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Is this seaweed? Incredible! It's incredible! It actually has such a strange taste. I really can't believe that this is really made of seaweed. The seaweed I've eaten before is not so delicious." The taste of seaweed, mixed with the sweetness of tomato juice, the freshness of lemonade, and the fragrance of coriander juice, makes people feel a faint sense of happiness after eating it, making people unable to stop. Yang Ming is like an artist, opening the canvas, loving creative and rich taste dishes, and like a sculptor, carving food into a three-dimensional sense. The peacock spread his tail is very popular. Just watching the Reikage and Kirabi eating there, countless people swallowed their saliva. "It looks delicious. No more talking, I'm hungry." Sure enough, watching others eat is the most annoying thing. I have to see how much this dish costs. For a while, many diners were talking about it. Tisk tisk tisk. Reikage and Kirabi smacked their lips with satisfaction, licked the seaweed crumbs left at the corners of their mouths, closed their eyes, and slowly enjoyed the taste of seaweed and the feeling left on their tongues. At this moment, they seemed to have turned into seaweed, swaying with the waves in the unpredictable sea, watching the colorful fish swimming in the ocean, and enjoying the rare peace. Seaweed, tomato juice, lemonade, and coriander juice are all controlled in just the right proportions, with a unique and varied taste, and a touch of fresh lemon fragrance left in the mouth, which is very charming. Reikage sighed with satisfaction. Great! It's the right thing to do to put down the work at hand and come here to taste the food. Kirabi, half lying on the stool, nodded with a look of agreement. There's nothing much to say. The best thing about this peacock seaweed is the refreshing feeling without being too sweet. The right sweetness hits the depths of the soul. The feeling of filling it with happiness makes people feel full and happy. Before, the barbecue tasted by Reikage and Kirabi in the buffet restaurant on the second floor always felt unsatisfactory. And now, they finally got what they wanted. Reikage and Kirabi looked at the other various assorted dishes greedily, drooling constantly, and they looked like hungry ghosts who hadn't been full for a long time. This time, the object they chose was the fish leaping over the dragon gate, which looked like a carp jumping up. The carp is made of sweet potatoes. What surprised the Reikage and Kirabi was that this carp was very lively and vivid. It looked like the real thing, it melted in the mouth and had a strong sweet potato flavor. It was simply amazing. The light taste like air, plus the taste of sweet potato, gave people a unique and unusual feeling when eating it, which made people feel unbelievable. God knows how Yang Ming did it, it was simply amazing. How could there be such a delicious dessert in the world? At this moment, the Reikage and Kirabi were filled with happiness. The Reikage and Kirabi only felt that they had lived like dogs for the past few decades. Why were they so stupid before and didn't come to taste it earlier? However, when they thought about the distance between the land of lightning and the land of fire, even with their speed as cage-level strong men, they would need at least 1 or 2 weeks to travel at full speed, and this was in a state of sleepless nights. Thinking of this, they became more and more angry, and simply turned their grief and anger into appetite, filling their stomachs crazily. While tasting the food, the Reikage had already started thinking about whether he should vigorously develop transportation tools in the future, so that he might be able to spare more time to taste it. Just as the diners were enjoying the food, Deodara stepped on the clay bird and wandered in the air with a look of boredom. Facing the strong wind blowing in his face, Deodara looked at the empty food city below and felt extremely depressed. Ah, another boring day, I really miss my explosion art. Just as he finished speaking. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind came. What's going on? Why is it so windy all of a sudden? The clay bird under Deodara's feet was almost overturned by the wind, and Deodara was almost thrown off its back. At this moment, Deodara suddenly felt a shadow covering the sky. Deodara couldn't help but look up. The huge body of Shijiki Nanabe appeared from above the clouds, and with a sharp whistle of wind, it descended towards the food city below. Seeing the figures behind Nanabe, Deodara's pupils suddenly shrank. It's him. They are coming. Chapter 706. Zionin was scared to death. At this moment, Deodara suddenly felt a shadow in the sky. Deodara looked up and saw the huge body of Shijiki Nana appeared from above the clouds, and with a sharp whistle of wind, he descended towards the food city below. Seeing the figures behind Nanabe, Deodara's pupils suddenly shrank. They are here. As the city management of the food city, Deodara immediately drove the clay bird to approach. Pain, what are you doing here? Pain raised his head and looked at Deodara indifferently with his samsara eyes, like a god, without any emotion. It seems that you have joined Yang Ming's shop? Although it was a light and heavy word, Deodara felt as if he was facing a great enemy and his face tightened. As a former member of the Akatsuki organization, Deodara knew how powerful this person was. Moreover, at the auction held by Yang Ming before, Pain fought against several cage-level strongmen on his own without losing the upper hand, which shows his strength. Deodara was secretly alert and was quietly preparing to run away, but his face was as flamboyant as ever. So what? Perhaps seeing Deodara's nervousness, Pain felt that the members of the Akatsuki organization behind him showed unhappy expressions, but because this was the territory of the boss Yang Ming, he had to wave his hand and said in a soft tone. Don't be nervous, I won't trouble you because of this matter. We are just here to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition. Upon hearing this news, the tension between Deodara's brows eased a little, but he was still alert. Okay, then come with me to register. As he said that, Deidara rode on the clay bird and led the way, leading Pain and his party to the skyscraper. Seeing this building that seemed to be a pillar piercing the sky, Pain and his party felt very complicated when they returned to the old place. Thinking back to the past, Pain was arrogant and insolent, but he encountered the biggest failure of his life in this place. Pain shook his head and walked into the lobby on the first floor. He saw a handsome boy with white hair busy at the reception desk opposite. When he saw Kimimaro, Pain's eyes suddenly condensed. He could feel that compared with the last time he came, Kimimaro's strength was even better, and he had reached the level of Penumbra. A Penumbra, in other places in the ninja world, is a hero who dominates one side, but here in the food capital, he is just a receptionist. It's so luxurious. Whether it's Pain or others, they all felt shocked in their hearts and were shocked by the power under Boss Yang Ming. This is a luxurious team that can sweep the entire ninja world. Pain felt relieved. Fortunately, Boss Yang Ming had no intention of ruling the ninja world. Otherwise, who knows what the current ninja world would become. Just like the last resurrection food auction, Pain and his party registered and got their own rooms in the skyscraper. However, it was still early. As a woman, Xionan said goodbye to Pain and walked on the street after seeing the great changes in the food capital. Her feet stepped on the road paved with seaweed, making a slight clicking sound, but it was surprisingly solid and did not fall down. Xionan looked at the greatly changed food capital and sighed. It has changed so much. Last time I came here, it was still empty, with only a skyscraper here. Xionan smelled the aroma of various delicacies in the air. As a woman, she was born to be a foodie, and Xionan was no exception. She felt the foodie soul in her body burning. What a strange place, the fragrance here is so rich. Xionan stood on tiptoe, opened her hands as if to embrace the world, smelled the fragrance in the air, and felt that all the cells in her body trembled with joy. Xionan looked around and thought to herself. Where should I go? After thinking it over, Xionan couldn't make a decision. She simply stopped thinking and just picked a random direction and walked forward. Not far away, Xionan stopped suddenly. In front of her was a huge pumpkin head, made in the style of Halloween, with hollow eyes and mouth carved out, which looked a bit evil. The open mouth of the pumpkin head was an entrance, with a table and a stool inside, and a candy man made of candy sitting on it. The food capital is so big, with so many buildings, it is natural that they will not be vacant there, but operated by candy men created by the system. Xionan was curious and walked in. She looked at the candy man in front of her, which was made up of single white marshmallows and looked a bit cute, and asked. What is this place for? The cotton candy man took out the movie tickets in his hand. They were all movies that Yang Ming had watched in the past, as well as some movies that he had only heard of but never watched. There were many of them. This is a movie theater. If you want to watch it, you need to buy a ticket first. Xionan looked at the movie tickets one by one and found that the cheapest one was only 10 yuan, while the most expensive one actually cost several thousand yuan, which was a big difference. Fortunately, Xionan was not short of money, so she simply took out a ticket from the most expensive part, named Avatar. Driven by curiosity, Xionan entered the theater for the first time and felt that everything was new. Since she was the only visitor, the theater that could accommodate 100 viewers at a time seemed empty, and it looked a bit gloomy and scary in the dark environment. However, Xionan didn't care at all, just found a stool to sit down, and put on a so-called 3D glasses. Soon, the movie of Avatar began. Strange planets, magical technology, weird species, collisions between different civilizations, and love beyond races, one after another, subverting the three views, in a kind of image of film and television, slowly unfolded in front of Xionan. Compared to the monotonous entertainment life in the world of Naruto, what happened in front of her made Xionan scream. Especially, when she saw the terrifying and ferocious flying dragon, spreading its wings that covered the sky and the sun, swooping towards her, as if it was going to break through the screen and appear in front of her, Xionan completely forgot that she was a ninja, and was like a normal girl, so scared that she almost stood up and hid. Hey! When she realized that everything just now was just fake, Xionan was sweating all over, almost fainted and fell on the chair, with a look of shock on her face. Xionan's face was a little pale, patted her chest, and said with a look of relief. Fortunately, it turned out to be fake, it really scared me to death. Chapter 707 The Immortal Duo Watches the Ring. Especially, when she saw the terrifying and ferocious dragon, spreading its wings that covered the sky and swooping towards her, as if it was going to break through the screen and appear in front of her. Xionin completely forgot that she was a ninja. Like a normal girl, she was so scared that she almost stood up and dodged. Hey! When she realized that everything just now was just fake, Xionin was sweating all over, and she fell into a chair almost exhausted, with a look of shock on her face. Xionin's face turned a little pale, patted her chest, and said with a look of relief. Fortunately, it turned out to be fake. It really scared me to death. It seemed as long as a century, and as short as a blink of an eye. A movie came to an end while Xionin was startled. When the curtain fell, Xionin breathed a long sigh of relief, touched her forehead, and it was full of cold sweat. Hey! It's so exciting! It turns out that watching movies is so interesting. Thinking this way, Xionin stood up and walked outside. She planned to buy a few more movie tickets to watch. When she arrived at the door of the Pumpkin Cinema, Xionin was surprised to find that the immortal duo Phaeton and Kakuzu had also come. At this time, they looked distressed. Kakuzu shook his head. No, this movie ticket for Midnight Ring is too expensive, change it to a $10 ticket for Jweji. No. It says on the Midnight Ring movie ticket that this movie can scare the timid to death. I really want to try what it feels like to be scared to death. Phaeton argued. Xionin walked up slowly and took a curious look at the movie ticket they were arguing about. When you see the ring, the dark background, the bloody frame, in the middle, the pale female ghost with disheveled hair, wide eyes of resentment, staring at you. It's indescribably terrifying, as if it can penetrate the distance of time and space. The weirdness of breaking through the barrier made Xionin feel goosebumps all over his body after watching it. Hat. Xionin's mouth twitched fiercely, and he turned around quickly. You guys chat slowly, I'm leaving first. She really didn't know what was so good about this kind of ghost movie that could attract the attention of the immortal duo. However, Xionin said that she didn't have 5 hearts and she didn't have an immortal body, so she should just choose another normal movie. After Xionin left, Kakuzu couldn't stand the annoying harassment from Haydn, which was like a fly buzzing in his ear, so he had to say helplessly. Okay, I want to see how scary this movie that is said to scare people to death is. I don't believe it. I have 5 hearts and I will be scared to death. Thinking of this, Kakuzu and Haydn walked into the theater. The two of them were not in the same place as Xionin. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. They just felt that when they stepped into the dark theater, the dark background around them gave people a creepy illusion. Humph! Kakuzu snorted coldly and folded his hands over his chest in front of the two. He sat carelessly on the stool, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Not long after the two sat down, the movie Midnight Ring began to play silently. As the movie played, a burst of eerie music that stirred people's hearts sounded, as if demons were everywhere, luring people into the abyss step by step. Tisk! What else did I think? The arrogance and disdain in Kakuzu's eyes became more intense, and he commented in a pretentious manner. Just this kind of trick can scare people to death. What a joke! Phaeton took a bag of popcorn provided by the cinema, chewed it with a crackling sound, and nodded in agreement. It's really too childish. But as the plot of the movie gradually deepened, the repressed, crazy, resentful and twisted that seemed to be able to penetrate the screen seemed to be able to induce the darkness around the cinema, making the surrounding environment even more elusive and quiet, as if in this pitch-black darkness, there were twisted demons lurking. The weird music is even weirder, making it hard to tell whether it is music or not. Because this weird music has already attracted Kakuzu and Haydn, as if at this moment, they have forgotten their original identities and become the protagonists in the movie. At first, Kakuzu and Haydn would occasionally make a disdainful comment, but now, they no longer speak, their eyes are wide open, their breathing becomes rapid, and their chests begin to rise and fall irregularly. The darkness around them becomes deeper, as if it surges up like a tide, splitting the surroundings and turning this place into an independent space. Suddenly, the camera turns. A female ghost with disheveled hair suddenly climbed out of the well. Her face and expression could not be seen clearly, but a creepy goosebump that makes people startled, and they feel a sense of weirdness that penetrates the screen. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu and Haydn couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and subconsciously grabbed the handles of the stool with both hands. But, to their surprise, the female ghost seemed to have identified the two of them, and was very persistent and determined. Even with her pale hands revealing blue veins, she had to crawl over little by little. No. She couldn't walk out of the screen. Kakuzu and Haiden were still comforting themselves in their hearts, but their scalps were numb, and they didn't even notice that they subconsciously used too much force and pinched the handles on both sides of the stool. However, they forgot that at this moment, they were wearing 3D glasses. When they saw the disheveled female ghost suddenly crawling out of the screen, a shudder from the depths of their souls suddenly surged into their hearts. Fear. Incomparable fear. Even Kakuzu could feel that at this moment, one of his hearts exploded because of excessive fear. But it wasn't over yet. Sadako was relentless. After walking out of the screen, she really walked towards the two of them. The strange music around them affected their judgment and made them completely immersed in the characters in the movie. They felt that if they didn't run away, they would die. At this moment, Kakuzu and Haiden no longer had the arrogance and disdain they had before. They stood up immediately, wishing their parents had 2 more legs. With their chests heaving violently, they ran out of the theater. Looking at their appearance, people who didn't know would think that there was some ferocious beast chasing them behind them. Huff. 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 When they ran out of the theater, Kakuzu and Haiden looked at each other and suddenly felt like they had survived a disaster. Finally saved. Chapter 708 Hot Spring Egg. Just when Zionin and the others were exploring the food capital, Pain was bored and came to the hot spring pool alone. This is a closed hot spring, and it is shared by men and women. It is as big as a basketball court. On the left and right stone walls, there are 2 stone dragon heads carved. The dragon mouths are wide open, and hot spring water is sprayed from inside, drawing an arc in the air and falling into the water. Since there is no one now, Pain took off his clothes alone, washed his body with cold water first, and after the dirt on his body was removed, he wrapped a white towel around his waist and slowly walked into the hot spring. Although Pain's body has long been dead, Nagato, who is controlling it from behind, can still feel the heat of the hot spring with the help of this body. Hey! It's so comfortable. Pain exhaled a breath of hot air and went up with the rising steam of the hot spring. When he came to this place, Pain felt relaxed. He could be free from worries and burdens and simply enjoy the peaceful life at this moment. Pain had experienced the turmoil in the ninja world, the departure of his close friends, and the cruelty of war. Therefore, he felt more and more strange about the tranquility now. Very precious. After hearing that boss Yang Ming was going to hold the world's #1 martial arts competition, and the first place would receive the inheritance of the Six-Path Sage, Pain admitted that he was tempted. If he had the strength of the Six-Path Sage back then, he would not have watched his friend die. This was his obsession, so he came. What Pain didn't know was that it was because he drove the 7-tailed fox to the food capital that he was lucky enough to escape the pursuit of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, when a person takes a hot spring bath, after the initial freshness has passed, it will eventually feel a bit boring. Pain looked around. On the side of the stone dragon head, there was a bell hanging on a thin line, and a sign hung behind it, which read, "If you want service, please pull the bell." Pain was also bored, so he reached out and grabbed the bell and pulled it down. At the same time, in the kitchen where Yang Ming was, a bell rang, making waves of pleasant sounds. Yang Ming took a glance and knew what was going on. He then passed through the portal and came to the food capital, walking straight towards the hot spring pool. When a curtain with the word soup written on it was lifted, a wave of hot air suddenly hit his face, and the humid and hot air filled the air. Yang Ming looked at Pain and asked calmly, "Is there anything I can help you with? We provide a series of hot spring delicacies here, including hot spring eggs, hot spring buns and other delicacies. What do you need to order?" "Hey? There are also hot spring delicacies?" Pain didn't expect that he could enjoy delicacies while soaking in a hot spring, and his appetite was excited. "Then give me a hot spring egg." Yang Ming nodded and went back to get 3 eggs. Cooking hot spring eggs requires strict control of time and temperature, which is a test of a person's carefulness, patience, and eyesight. Yang Ming took a tray and placed it on the hot spring. The tray had 3 empty spaces to fix the position of the eggs so that they would not be washed away by the water flow. The bottom of the tray is hollow, so the hot spring water can directly contact the eggs, and the eggs are constantly cooked through the rippling hot water. At the same time, Yang Ming was not idle either. He held a spoon in one hand and kept scooping up the hot spring water, pouring it on the eggs like watering flowers. When the egg white is slightly solidified and the egg yolk is not solidified at all, the hot spring egg should be taken out of the water while it is still hot. This is not easy to observe from the appearance. It requires an experienced chef to make an accurate judgment after countless attempts, so Yang Ming had to do it himself and did not hand it over to other employees. Yang Ming was familiar with the process and easily peeled off the egg shell, then placed it on a prepared plate, letting it float along the direction of the water flow all the way to Pain. Oh, this is the hot spring egg. Pain looked at the drifting egg and couldn't help but show surprise. The attraction of hot spring eggs is that their yolks are just solidified, while the egg whites are as tender as tofu pudding, which is the opposite of the boiled eggs we usually eat, where the egg whites are more cooked than the yolks. Pain stretched out a finger and gently touched the egg whites of the hot spring eggs. It was like jelly, with a soft elasticity, and trembled all over, which was very cute. It looks delicious. Pain simply picked up the hot spring egg. At first, the temperature was very hot, but Pain didn't care at all. He opened his mouth wide and bit it. It can be seen that half of the hot spring egg fell into Pain's stomach, leaving only half in his hand. In this cross-section, the orange-red egg yolk can be clearly seen. Because it was just solidified and was bitten, it was like a balloon that was punctured, and a trace of slippery egg liquid flowed out. When Pain ate the hot spring egg, he felt it was smooth and tender, as if another tongue was sticking out of it. As the tip of his tongue rolled, the smooth feeling of the egg white flowed smoothly, as if rolling on the ocean, making people linger on this feeling. What's more, the hot spring egg cooked in this way concentrates the most original and beautiful taste of the egg into it, and contains the vitality of an egg, so people don't feel sick after eating it. It's delicious. I didn't expect that eggs cooked in this way would be so delicious. The egg white is smooth and tender, like tofu pudding, but it has a charm that tofu pudding can't give. After eating it, people are full of joy and forget all their troubles. Just as Pain was enjoying the food, another person came into the hot spring again. However, when he saw this person, not to mention Yang Ming, even Pain was confused. This person was Orochimaru. A head of jet black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. The towel wrapped around her chest could barely hide the weapons inside, making them look like they were about to pop out. A deep valley hook was revealed in the sight of the two people, revealing an infinite charm and temptation. Under this towel, two slender white legs were looming, crystal clear as jade, as if they were carved from balls of suet. One more point would be too much. 1 point less is too little, which is exactly the appearance of the golden ratio, stirring people's hearts. Perhaps affected by the heat of the hot spring, two blushes appeared on Orochimaru's white face, like spring red, delicate and juicy, as if a ripe peach is ready to be picked, full of infinite temptation. Seeing this, Pain was stunned. Boom! At this moment, Pain felt like a thunderbolt in the blue sky, and exploded instantly. Orochimaru is not a man, but a woman, and a woman with a top figure? My god, this is simply blinding my eyes. Chapter 709 Pain is pitted by a naughty child. Perhaps affected by the heat of the hot spring, two blushes appeared on Orochimaru's white face, like spring red, delicate and juicy, as if a ripe peach is ready to be picked, full of infinite temptation. Seeing this, Pain was stunned. Boom! At this moment, Pain felt like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and it exploded instantly. Orochimaru is not a man, but a woman, and a woman with a top figure? My god, this is simply blinding my eyes. Orochimaru charmingly lifted his hair and looked at Yang Ming with a smile in his eyes. Boss Yang Ming, seeing you are here, there must be something delicious. As he spoke, Orochimaru slowly fell into the hot spring, raising a faint fragrance. Pain looked at the two of them talking with a dull face. Although Yang Ming was also shocked at first, after he came to his senses, he no longer felt that Orochimaru's female figure was too shocking. Yang Ming's eyes were calm, and he said calmly. Here in the hot spring, we provide hot spring food services, including hot spring eggs, hot spring buns and other delicacies. What would you like to order? Orochimaru shook his head. Forget it, eggs, buns and so on, I really don't want to eat them. Seeing this, Yang Ming left the hot spring pool, leaving Pain and Orochimaru looking at each other. The air suddenly became cold. Pain simply turned his head aside to avoid facing Orochimaru's seductive curves. But Pain didn't look for Orochimaru, but Orochimaru wanted to look for him, with a feminine arc at the corner of his mouth, and said in a cold voice. Aren't you curious about why I became a woman? I'm not curious at all. Pain looked cold and wanted to end the topic directly. Seeing that he was so tactless, Orochimaru rolled his eyes and didn't intend to continue the conversation. The hot spring pool suddenly fell into a dead silence. Because of the addition of Orochimaru, Pain felt uncomfortable all over. He continued to soak for a while in a hurry and then left the hot spring pool. After redressing, Pain followed the portal to Yang Ming's shop, ready to have a good meal. What came into view was a hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. The environment was very unique and very ancient. Green plants, wooden tables and chairs, dim candles on the tables, and the gurgling sound of flowing water can make people who are physically and mentally exhausted find comfort here. When he came to Yang Ming's shop, Pain rarely showed a hidden smile. Here, for the first time in his life, he actually felt an unprecedented relaxation. This was simply incredible for Pain. When seeing Pain standing there in a daze like a wooden man, Hanabi, the naughty child, saw it, and said nothing. She stretched out a tender finger like a white onion, pointed at Pain, and said with a smile, "This brother is so strange, he always looks constipated." Boom! Pain had just taken a hot spring bath and was in a good mood, but when he heard what Hanabi said, he felt like he was struck by lightning and felt terrible. Constipated? How the hell can I tell that he looks constipated? Pain was confused. If it weren't for seeing that Hanabi was an employee of Yang Ming's shop, Pain would really kill Hanabi with a Shinra Tensei. However, when he thought of Yang Ming's mysterious ability at the resurrection food auction, Pain immediately became timid and tried his best to calm down his anger. Pain tried his best to use a friendly tone and said, "Girl, I'm not constipated, I just have stiff muscles." Hanabi's big eyes rolled in her eye sockets. I don't know what trick she came up with, but a cunning smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hanabi crossed her arms and looked very old-fashioned. "I don't believe it unless you show me evidence that you are not constipated." Puff. Damn it. What do you mean by evidence that you are not constipated? What the hell is this? This is as bad as a department asking you to produce it, saying that you are a single dog. In the past, Pain thought that only the unfathomable boss Yang Ming could scare him. But now he found out that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. Naughty children are the most terrifying, yes. And the most important thing is that behind this naughty child, there is boss Yang Ming, a great god, who backs her up. Pain can neither scold nor beat her, and she feels so frustrated that she wants to vomit blood. Hey! 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 Pain secretly clenched his fists and told himself to take a deep breath and not get angry. Boss Yang Ming is very strong, I must not be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil. I will bear it. Pain pulled open the stiff corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Then tell me, what can prove that it is not constipation? Hanabi pinched her waist with her two little hands, looking old-fashioned, her black eyes turned straight, revealing a cunning expression. It's very simple. As long as your fart smells good, it can prove that you are not constipated. Puff. Upon hearing this, Pain almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Damn you. Think about him, Pain is a cage-level strongman who has been in the ninja world for decades. Although he has never been invincible, he has won more than he has lost. Hundreds of ninjas have died in his hands. But now, what did he hear? He actually had to fart well to prove that he was not constipated? Where have you ever smelled someone's fart smell good? Are you kidding me on purpose? This is really outrageous. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Veins popped up on Pain's forehead, his breathing became heavier, and his chest rose and fell violently. But. Because it's very important, I have to say it 3 times. Just when he wanted to get angry and couldn't help but use Shinra Tensei to kill Hanabi, several cage-level strong men cast their eyes from the door, from the stairs, and from the kitchen door. Their eyes were as sharp as knives. Zabuza at the door, Kisame on the stairs, and Afei in front of the kitchen door were all top-notch strong men. Seeing this, Pain felt like he was poured with cold water, and his whole body was cold. Even if he risked the destruction of this body to kill Hanabi, it seemed that he would not get any benefits. Input and output are not proportional, this is a tragedy. Pain forced himself to smile, which looked uglier than crying. Little sister, how about I treat you to a meal? Puff. Pain's tone, words, and actions are just like he is trying to please the goddess. The other employees were almost laughing when they saw this. But Hanabi was not polite at all, and said with her hands on her hips, I want the full set of Manhan banquet. It's easy, no problem. Pain was full of confidence at first, and he originally thought it was just 1 or 2 dishes. Until he opened the menu of the Manhan banquet and saw the hundreds of dishes and the many numbers behind it, even a calm Pain felt like fainting. He was really cheated. Are you sure you are not a shill for Yang Ming's shop? Chapter 710 Pain's Treat. The other employees were almost laughing when they saw this. But Huahuo was not polite at all, and said with her hands on her hips, I want the full set of Manhan banquet. That's easy, no problem. Pain was full of confidence at first, and he originally thought it was just 1 or 2 dishes. Until he opened the Manhan banquet menu and saw the hundreds of dishes and the many numbers behind them, even a calm Pain suddenly felt like fainting. He was really cheated. Are you sure you are not a shill for Yang Ming's shop? Little brother, you won't go back on your word, right? Huahuo looked at Pain's confused and hesitant face, and deliberately said, Are you still a man? Then, Huahuo said to the diners at other tables, Tell me, is what I said right? Others saw that she was young and had the support of boss Yang Ming behind her, so they naturally said yes. How can a man say no? Seeing this, Pain wiped his sweat and said with a stiff face, It's just a full banquet, I'm just afraid you can't finish it. Huahuo blinked her big dark eyes and said in a baby voice, I didn't say I was eating alone, I can invite everyone to eat together. Damn! It seems that you are really a shill for the store. You can even think of such a trick. Fortunately, Pain is the leader of a big force. Although the cost is very high, it is still within an acceptable range. Seeing that Pain is so rich, Huahuo's eyes suddenly revealed a touch of money worship, and she almost became Pain's little fangirl. Pain was speechless, with empty eyes, Don't look at me like that, I'm scared. I look so cute, how could it be possible? Huahuo looked at Pain with a crazy look, her eyes full of obsession with the rich. Pain secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, Sitting with you, I feel so stressed. This is a lesson learned from being tricked. Although Pain looked indifferent, Hanabi seemed to have determined that he was a rich man, and asked relentlessly. Brother, what type of girls do you like? I don't like girls like you. Pain said bluntly, so that Hanabi would not continue to harass him. But who knew, Hanabi said, Oh, then you like pure girls, my sister Hyuga Hinata is this type, do you want to be my brother-in-law? Brother, let me tell you, my sister is a good person, not only beautiful and fair-skinned, but also gentle in character. She will definitely be a good wife in the future. If you miss this village, there will be no such store. It seems that Hanabi has changed her strategy and wants to save the country in a roundabout way. Puff. You are so young, but you actually work as a pimp. Pain was speechless. Fortunately, at this time, Bai came over with a plate of hot food, which relieved Pain's embarrassment. Bai stepped on the lotus steps, raising a pleasant fragrance, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing 2 cute dimples, and said in a spring breeze. Guest, this is the raw roasted roe deer meat you ordered, please enjoy it slowly. Pain looked at Bai, then at Huahuo, and immediately rolled his eyes secretly. Look at others, then look at you. Pain was speechless and complained about the little Huahuo. Then, Pain turned his eyes and looked at the raw roasted roe deer meat. After the roe deer meat was roasted, the skin was hot and red, steaming with mist, and exuding a pleasant fragrance. The fragrance of roe deer meat is very different from pork and beef. It is full of wildness, a very natural and unique fragrance. Yang Ming cut the roasted roe deer meat into small pieces, with thin skin and thick meat, crispy skin and tender meat, which looks delicious. After soaking in the hot springs, tasting delicious food is a great pleasure in life. I'm starting. Pain picked up the chopsticks and gently picked up the raw roasted roe deer meat. Ah! Pain opened his gluttonous mouth and ate it in one bite. As soon as the raw roasted roe deer meat entered his mouth, he immediately felt a taste different from other pork. Originally, he thought that the skin and meat of the raw roasted roe deer meat were so thick that it should be very hard and affect the taste. Now, he knows that he is wrong. And he is very wrong. Pain's row of sharp teeth, as soon as he bit down, immediately touched the crispy skin, as if biting off a piece of potato chips. With a click, the crispy skin broke. But there was not much resistance, but it easily broke through the defense of the crispy skin and went straight into the fat raw meat. The soft roe deer meat is like cotton, and it is as good as water. It wraps the teeth that are as powerful as bamboo, and then lets it go on. Finally, when the tip of the tongue touches the soft roe deer meat, a wild taste mixed with the natural unique taste explodes instantly. Pain was about to say the word delicious, but suddenly a few drops of juice spurted out, splashing the corners of his mouth with oil. He quickly closed his mouth and chewed slowly. The raw roasted roe deer meat is surprisingly very chewy, and it is so good that people can't stop eating it. What's even more amazing is that the unique raw roasting method of raw roasted roe deer meat also creates a different taste. Yang Ming didn't just string the roe deer together and roast them on the grill. It's not like that. Yang Ming first removed the fur of the roe deer meat, hollowed out the internal organs, and then filled it with air to make it swell up like a balloon. As the volume increased, the skin naturally became tight. Then Yang Ming brushed a layer of oil on it and placed it on the grill to grill, which could make the roe deer meat more substantial to the greatest extent. The crispy and refreshing skin and the thick and smooth roe deer meat, two different tastes, seemed to lead Pain into a fantasy world and feel the magnificent epic. When a piece of raw roasted roe deer meat was finished, Pain smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. Although Pain's body had been dead for a long time, Nagato, who was far behind the scenes, could still feel the deliciousness. He had never known that such an ugly creature as roe deer could be eaten and was so delicious. Even if the raw roasted roe deer meat entered his stomach, the deliciousness seemed like a ghost, lingering in his mouth, leaving him with endless aftertaste. Then, Pain looked at the remaining raw roasted roe deer meat, his eyes almost turned green. At this moment, Pain completely forgot the previous unhappiness, and there was only one thought in his mind. Eat! 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 Pain picked up the spirit of fighting the enemy, his eyes burst out with a sharp edge like the tip of a knife, chopsticks flew, and turned into a phantom. In a short moment, almost all the raw roasted roe deer meat was put into his mouth. Delicious, delicious. It's really delicious. Thousands of words of praise were condensed in just a few short sentences. Even if his mouth was full of greasy food, he still couldn't hide the satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 711 Stir-Fried Bullfrog. Yang Ming's shop, in the kitchen. While Pain was enjoying his meal, Yang Ming was not idle either, preparing the next dish, called stir-fried bullfrog. Cleaning bullfrogs is a very troublesome thing, not as ordinary people imagine, just rinse it with clean water. Because bullfrogs are easy to have a large number of parasites in their bodies, so you need to be very focused during the cleaning process. Peel open the bullfrog's abdomen, and clean it thoroughly. At the same time, Yang Ming always has a silver needle in his hand, and the 3-Magatama Sharingan has been opened in his eyes. With his unique dynamic vision, as soon as he finds a parasite, he will pick up a parasite that is difficult to see with the naked eye with a flash of silver light. Most parasites are only the size of rice grains, and some are even smaller. This job requires eyesight and craftsmanship, and it is not good to be slow, otherwise it is easy to lose the parasite and let it drill back into the bullfrog. Of course, it is actually okay not to pick out the parasites, which will not affect the taste, but it will leave a big problem for the customers. Now some bullfrog restaurants that deliver takeout, if they are just small businesses, generally find it difficult to completely remove the parasites in the bullfrogs. There are also many news reports of this kind, but unfortunately there has been no standardized management. After cleaning, Yang Ming took out a clean dry cloth, absorbed the moisture from the bullfrogs, and then put them in a large plate, soaked them in high concentration alcohol for disinfection, and put in seasonings for marinating. After doing all this, the bullfrogs should be cut into small pieces. Of course, many chefs do not cut them, but just serve them as a whole, because this allows customers to see a whole bullfrog, which is as big as a palm, which makes customers feel that they have made a profit. But in fact, the bullfrogs fried in this way are often not really tasty, and they mostly taste like message and chicken essence. The kitchen knife in Yang Ming's hand was like a meteor butterfly sword, tumbling and flying in the air, drawing a series of mysterious trajectories, and cutting the bullfrogs into small pieces. Yang Ming's expression was extremely focused, without any distraction. In his eyes, there were only the knife and the bullfrog in his hand. His mind had been integrated into the knife skills, reaching the state of unity between man and knife. At this moment, the kitchen knife in his hand had already extended into his hands. Every knife was like a stroke of genius, cutting the bullfrog just right. For a moment, the palm-sized bullfrogs were cut into small pieces, like fairy flowers, falling from the air and falling on the chopping board. Snap! Snap! When all the bullfrogs fell like raindrops, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. It's really not easy. After a long period of training, his knife skills finally advanced to the level of advanced knife skills. On the chopping board, all the bullfrogs were cut into almost the same length and arranged neatly, with crisscrossing lines, which looked magnificent. It was simply amazing. Then, Yang Ming took out the lush garlic sprouts and bright red peppers from the kitchen. Yang Ming's kitchen knife seemed to have magic power. He gently cut the garlic sprouts, just like cutting tofu, without any resistance at all. The garlic sprout skins were like long threads being pulled out and fell to the ground one by one. As for cutting peppers, Yang Ming's knife was even more flexible, like a cunning rabbit. His hands flew, and the crystal red peppers were all cut. When the ingredients were ready, Yang Ming picked up the shenglong pot and placed it on the stove. Yang Ming did not start cooking immediately. He first scooped some cold water and poured it into the shenglong pot. He looked extremely focused, like the most devout believer on a pilgrimage, and wiped the shenglong pot clean. After pouring out the dirty water and wiping the shenglong pot dry, he turned on the stove and started to heat the pot. At this moment, the whole kitchen was terribly quiet. At this time, Yang Ming's shenglong pot was already hot, and the black bottom of the pot was bright red. He didn't delay any longer and poured the oil in. Sizzle! A sharp sound was heard, and a scent of oil spread. After Yang Ming scalded the edge of the shenglong pot with oil, he poured in the bullfrogs that were cut into small pieces. Sizzle! Shalasha! When the bullfrogs with a little blood fell into the boiling oil pot, it was like Mars hitting the earth, and a violent conflict broke out in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the shenglong pot suddenly ignited. A flame was like a fire snake, licking many bullfrogs and clinging to it. But Yang Ming was not panicked at all. He lifted the shenglong pot in his hand and exerted force suddenly. For a moment, the bullfrog was lifted up, throwing beautiful and attractive arcs in the air, and then fell to the bottom of the pot one by one. The whole action was as smooth as flowing water, pleasing to the eye, as if it was not cooking, but dancing a ballet, elegant and beautiful. In Yang Ming's hands, the shenglong pot seemed to have a soul. As the cooking progressed, a rich fragrance, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly it burst out. For a moment, the fragrance was fragrant and overflowing, like nectar, which made people linger on the taste. Gurgle! Gurgle! The employees working in the kitchen looked at each other and said in unison, "The boss is tempting us again." A breeze blew, and the smell of meat came to the nose, making people feel relaxed and happy. This unique smell of bullfrog meat permeated the air. After inhaling it, it seemed that every cell in the body was groaning, making people feel extraordinary. There is a poem that can express the mood of these employees at this time. I would rather die with fragrance on the branches than blow it down among the flowers. At this moment, in the ocean of fragrance, Niji and the others really wanted to immerse themselves in it for the rest of their lives and didn't want to come out. A-Fei secretly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. "Oh, no, I can't stand it. Today's staff meal, I want to try this dish too." Perhaps the only thing that A-Fei can be thankful for is that the staff meal is free, and they can order whatever they want. After the oil pan, Yang Ming picked up the bullfrogs, and each piece of bullfrog seemed to be rejuvenated, like an old tree in spring, exuding an attractive fragrance. After that, Yang Ming cleaned the pot again and poured oil into it again. The fire started again, and this time, the shenglong pot welcomed garlic sprouts, bullfrogs, and peppers. Coincidentally, their lengths were exactly the same and almost indistinguishable. Yang Ming looked focused, and in his world, it seemed that only he and the black pot in his hand were left. The flames licked furiously, the fire cooked, and the intense high temperature even made the air a little light distorted. In Yang Ming's hands, except for the bullfrog, the other originally ordinary materials, like the ministers who were down and out among the people, met the wise king who appreciated them, and suddenly glowed with a different kind of splendor, exuding an extremely tempting fragrance. Chapter 712 Is Pain a Pervert? Coincidentally, they are exactly the same length and can hardly be distinguished. Yang Ming looked focused, and in his world, it seemed that only he and the black pot in his hand were left. The flames licked angrily, the fire cooked, and the intense high temperature even made the air bend a little. In Yang Ming's hands, except for the bullfrog, the other originally ordinary materials, like the ministers who were down and out among the people, met the wise king who appreciated them, and suddenly glowed with a different kind of splendor, exuding an extremely tempting fragrance. In the kitchen, whether it was Luo or A-Fei, they all burst into tears and looked tearful. It was too hard. It was too painful. You can only smell the fragrance but cannot taste it, and you have to work hard. This feeling is simply not understandable to outsiders. A-Fei looked at Luo and said depressedly, "How long will it take for us to get off work?" Can we eat the employee meal? I feel like I'm starving to death. I can't stand it. This. Luo looked embarrassed, and felt helpless like Ah Fei. He sighed and said speechlessly, it seems that the store has just been open for a short time. I want to die. Ah Fei vomited blood immediately, I feel that I will definitely have a short life in the future. It's all the boss's fault. Why make such tempting dishes? Luo nodded heavily, and said with a face of agreement, that's right. After Yang Ming finished cooking, Bai came in on time and took out the fried bullfrog. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. There was a sound of footsteps, and Bai came to Pain with a wisp of tempting fragrance. Guest, this is the stir-fried bullfrog you ordered, please enjoy. Pain's eyes lit up when he saw the dish in front of him. He saw the black viscous sauce mixed with light soy sauce and dark soy sauce flowing on the red stir-fried bullfrog, and the green garlic sprouts were dotted on it. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The strong aroma was like a whirlwind, rushing into his small nostrils, quickly filling his chest, making him feel comfortable all over, as if the breath he exhaled was all fragrance. Although he is not a foodie, Pain has eaten countless delicacies. But there has never been one that is as fragrant as the stir-fried bullfrog cooked by Yang Ming. The alluring fragrance is like a lotus flower that is unstained by mud, and like a red peony among 100 flowers, it is so eye-catching and refreshing. When he smelled the fragrance, Pain suddenly felt a sense of euphoria, as if his soul was about to leave his body. However, Pain ignored the naughty child Hanabi opposite him. Hanabi's black eyes rolled around, and she clapped her hands suddenly, saying in a tender voice, little brother, don't show that expression. Do you know that you look like the kind of pervert that Uncle Jiraiya talked about? So wretched, so scary, I'm scared. As she said that, Hanabi covered her chest with her hands, looking like a thin little white rabbit afraid of a grey wolf. Pervert? Pervert, your uncle. Although Pain didn't quite understand what this thing was, looking at Hanabi's expression in this action, even if he used his toes to think, he knew that this was definitely not a good thing. Suddenly, Pain woke up from the ocean of fragrance and rolled his eyes at Hanabi. Can't you let me be a handsome man quietly? Pain sighed silently in his heart, really hoping that this damned bear child would leave quickly. Then, Pain continued to look. The bullfrog was cut into small pieces, each piece was tender and full of meat, each with its own characteristics. Especially the bullfrog's legs, which were even more unique, with tight and bulging leg meat, which made people want to eat it. On one side, a pair of chopsticks made of gold was waiting for its owner to pick it up and use it. Pain picked up the golden chopsticks, and saw a lifelike golden dragon carved on the chopsticks, with its body coiled around the chopsticks, which looked very cool. Pain smiled, nodded slightly, and picked up a bullfrog leg. Pain opened his mouth slightly, stretched out his ruddy tongue, and like a snake out of a hole, he flexibly rolled and retracted, pulling the bullfrog leg on the chopsticks into his dark mouth. Suddenly, Pain's body trembled. Goosebumps all over his body. Delicious. Really delicious. Incomparably delicious. It was like a fire on the tip of the tongue. Whoosh. The raging fire burned, spreading wildly with the momentum of a wildfire that could not be burned out. Pain's eyes were wide open, and there was a flash of lightning in his eyes, revealing his brilliance and an incredible expression. Pain hummed an ambiguous nasal sound, and his forehead was like a basin of water, sweating profusely, pouring down. Pain seemed to have fought with others for 300 rounds, his face was full of satisfaction, and he was intoxicated and couldn't extricate himself. It's so delicious. How can there be such delicious stir-fried bullfrog? Looking at Pain's wolfing down, Hanabi curled her lips in disdain and said a voice that only she could hear. What a country bumpkin! Then, Hanabi also picked up a piece of bullfrog and ate it. But as soon as the bullfrog entered her mouth, Hanabi seemed to have changed, exuding a different charm, with a touch of spring between her eyebrows, and her face as bright as the moon, stained with a layer of sunset, beautiful and moving. It's really delicious. Hanabi hadn't eaten this dish before, and immediately showed the same expression as Pain, completely forgetting her previous sarcastic words about Pain, and wolfed it down like Pain. This time, Hanabi didn't care about her image. No matter what others think, just eat it first. She held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, quickly picking up pieces of bullfrog, with her cherry-like sexy red lips, opening her gluttonous mouth, and eating with rice without any image. Ding ding! Dang dang! For a moment, only the sound of chopsticks and bowls colliding echoed in the shop. The stir-fried bullfrog, which was originally as numerous as a small mountain, instantly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it collapsed all at once. At this moment, not only the diners of Yang Ming's shop were stunned, but even those who knew Pain and Hanabi felt unreal. Is this still the Six Paths Pain who rose from obscurity and ruled over all kinds of cage-level strong men? Is this really not a foodie who has been hungry for several months? Kisame looked at Pain deeply, as if he wanted to penetrate his appearance and see clearly whether the other party was a pretender. Pain didn't care at all. At this moment, he felt that he could only unload all the burdens, not fight desperately, not engage in intrigue, but devote himself to the ocean of food and swim to his heart's content. This feeling is unprecedented. So refreshing. When a portion of stir-fried bullfrog enters the stomach, the superimposed taste is far more than just 1 + 1. Like a stream converges into the sea, suddenly gathers into a raging wave, pulling Pain's taste buds completely into the bottomless pit of fragrance. Chapter 713 You Lower Creatures. Just as Pain and his party were strolling in Yang Ming's shop in the food capital. After hearing the news of the world's first martial arts competition, the strong from all over the world also rushed over from all directions in their own ways. Among them, the method of Tsuchikage Onoki was the most peculiar. He used the super light and heavy rock technique to fly in the air, and took his granddaughter Kuratsuka with him. He was very comfortable and fast. Oh, it's all your fault. You're always so slow. We might not be able to make it in time. Kuratsuka complained. Onoki's expression remained unchanged. Don't worry. At my speed, we can reach the food capital in 3 days. Just as the two of them were chatting, they suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds, like the sound of an engine, very agitated, coming from far away and getting louder and louder. What's that sound? They two turned around and looked in the direction where the sound came from, but they were stunned. On the skyline, a tiny figure was flying towards them at a terrifying speed. Someone is using the super light and heavy rock technique better than me. Onoki looked unhappy, but he had to admit that the opponent's speed was several times faster than his, even he had to admit defeat. Who is this person? Kuratsuka stared with beautiful eyes and asked, why didn't I know of this person before? Otsutsuki Momoshiki passed through the atmosphere like a Halley's comet. Because of his high speed and violent friction with the atmosphere, he was surrounded by orange-red flames, making him look like a fireman. But facing this flame that can burn people, Otsutsuki Momoshiki remained calm and was not affected at all, because these flames could not even ignite his clothes. When Onoki and Kuratsuka saw Otsutsuki Momoshiki, he naturally discovered the two grandfathers and grandsons, and frowned. As a supreme being, when would he stand on the same level as these inferior creatures? He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the grandfather and grandson of Onoki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes turned cold, and his whole body exuded a chilling momentum, like an international missile flying over. Otsutsuki Momoshiki flew to a position higher than Onoki and looked at it indifferently. I am the strongest person in the world. You inferior creatures are not qualified to have the right to fly. Get down. As he said this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his hand, and a scarlet samsara eye strangely grew in his palm, emitting a frightening cold light, aiming at Onoki, as if the anger of the emperor, a word to decide life and death. Get down. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, Onoki and Kuratsuka felt a surge of power, with a huge force that was difficult for them to understand, like an invisible shock wave, hitting them hard. This power seemed to not belong to the human world at all, and only the Supreme possessed the power. Boom! As if a mountain was pressing down on them, the space around Onoki and Kuratsuka made an unbearable whimper and whine. With a crackling sound, the surrounding space was like glass shattering, cracking into tiny cracks all around. And being in the center of this terrifying force, how violent the impact on Onoki and Kuratsuka was. If it weren't for the fact that Onoki and Kuratsuka were strong, one was a veteran cage-level warrior and the other was a half-cage-level warrior, they would have been wiped out by this force. The two were pressed down to the ground by the heavy pressure. If it weren't for Onoki holding on and barely landing safely, they would have fallen to death. This guy is sick. Kuratsuka looked up at Otsutsuki Momoshiki indignantly. He attacked us for no reason and said we were inferior creatures. Who does he think he is? Hearing Kuratsuka's words, Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his eyebrows and his eyes turned cold. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stepped on the air, suspended in the air, dominating the world, with the aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the aura of the only one on his body, as high as the sun. The aura is like a rainbow, and the majestic aura suffocates Unaki and Kurotsuki. Otsutsuki Momoshiki is like a supreme being who is high above, looking down at the two with a cold gaze, especially Kurotsuki, who just spoke rudely, can feel that behind this cold gaze is a cold murderous intention. You inferior creatures, if you don't accept it, just come to me. How domineering, how arrogant. Facing the powerful man who is famous in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Momoshiki doesn't give any face at all. If this word comes out of someone else's mouth, it is arrogant and rampant. But in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mouth, it seems to be a matter of course, as if what he said is the truth. The Supreme is angry, and blood flows like a river. I'm not happy with you, so I'm going to suppress you. What's wrong with that? Facing such a strong Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki, as the Tsuchikage, couldn't hold his face was full of frost. He didn't expect the other party to look down on him so much. Otsutsuki put Kurotsuki on the ground, looking at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with cold murderous intent in his eyes. Young man, I see you are so arrogant at such a young age, don't you know to respect the elderly and love the young? Facing Otsutsuki's question, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face remained unchanged, just snorted coldly. What a long-winded guy. Kurotsuki is not like Otsutsuki, his temper is even more irritable, and he was looked down upon by Otsutsuki Momoshiki one after another, and he was immediately angry. Whoosh! A kunao with a full of anger shot out from Kurotsuki's hand and flew straight towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. But who knew that before the kunao got close, a cold voice sounded. Get out of here! Shinra Tensei! Otsutsuki Momoshiki aimed at the position of Kurotsuki lightly, and an invisible ripple, like a wave, spread forward in a fan shape. Otsutsuki Momoshiki seemed to be the supreme ruler of the world. A word can decide life and death, a word can destroy the world. The terrifying power exploded, and even the white clouds in the sky were rippled, revealing a ray of sunlight falling down. Kurotsuki just blinked her eyes, and a force that she could not suppress suddenly descended on her. Boom! Even the kunao made of very hard materials became bent and twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye under this terrifying pressure, and then was pressed into a ball. You can imagine Kurotsuki's situation. Puff! Kurotsuki's chest was stuffy, several bones broke, his face turned pale, and he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell on his back on the ground, like a sad and beautiful evening scene. How can he be so strong? Kurotsuki was so hateful. Seeing his precious granddaughter fall to the ground, Onoki's mind boomed, and a burst of anger suddenly broke out. His old eyes opened wide and stared at Otsutsuki Momoshiki. I want you to die. Chapter 714 Who gave you the courage? Seeing his precious granddaughter fall to the ground, Onoki's mind rumbled, and a burst of anger suddenly burst out. His old eyes opened wide and stared at Otsutsuki Momoshiki. I want you to die. Onoki gently put his granddaughter Kurotsuki down, and a trace of hatred appeared on his old face. How dare you hurt my most precious granddaughter like this? Absolutely unforgivable. Kurotsuki, just stay here and watch me help you get revenge. With a heart full of anger, Onoki quickly formed a seal. Super light heavy rock technique. Onoki stepped on his feet, and his short body blasted out like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye he was far away from the ground. Don't. Kurotsuki stretched out his hand, trying to keep Onoki and persuade him not to go up. Only she understood how terrible the pain was, like facing the Supreme Being. Unfortunately, she was injured too badly, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood mist, swallowing the words she wanted to say. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stepped into the void, floating in the sky, watching Unaki rushing up, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Just an old man with one foot in the coffin. Who gave you such courage to dare to face me? The voice, as powerful as the power of God, resounded through the sky, like thunder rolling in the sky, rippling out. Even people a few miles away could still hear a little, and immediately worshipped it as a miracle. Shinra Tensei. Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened his hands, the scarlet eyes of samsara in his palms opened wide, and the chakra fluctuations on his body were vast and boundless, as if the universe was created at the beginning of chaos. At this moment, he was the only supreme being in the world. If he wants you to die, you have to die. Otsutsuki's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he could feel a terrifying and abnormal repulsive force coming to him. The repulsive force surrounding Otsutsuki seemed to be real, as if even the space was solidified. Then, like waves of rippling water appeared, accompanied by a heart-pounding force, imposed on the surroundings. Boom! Within a radius of hundreds of meters near Otsutsuki, the land sank, the ground cracked, and snake-shaped cracks of thousands of meters were everywhere. Wherever they passed, whether it was trees or beasts, they all fell into the bottomless abyss. Kurotsuki accidentally fell down. He endured the severe injuries in his body, gritted his teeth, took out a kunao in his hand, and inserted it directly into the cliff wall, hanging in the air. Kurotsuki looked up at the sky worriedly, "Don't die." At the same time, Onoki's figure could not withstand this force and shot out backwards. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking came, and Onoki suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood during the fall, like a blooming red rose, sprinkling sad and beautiful colors. The terrifying repulsive force came, which was a few points stronger than he imagined. Even the surrounding space was affected, forming a wavy triangular cone. People who have not come into contact with Otsutsuki Momoshiki would never have thought that there is such a terrifying and domineering person in this world, just like the Supreme who created the world, the only one in the world. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Onoki coldly, feeling relieved. "You are just a low-level creature, and you still want to resist. See how you die." Otsutsuki Momoshiki smiled coldly, full of expectation. Otsutsuki fell all the way down, and when he was only 100 or 200 meters away from the ground, he stopped abruptly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Where did this monster come from? It's so scary. But when Otsutsuki thought of the scene of Kurotsuki falling, a raging fire burned in his heart. "I will never allow anyone to hurt her." Fight! Dust release! Original realm peeling technique. Otsutsuki's eyes condensed, and his face full of wrinkles and age spots showed unprecedented seriousness. He stared at the front intently, and his hands suddenly clasped his chest. The mouth closed. Buzz! Under the crazy flow of chakra, a white halo suddenly emerged from the palms of Onoki's hands, and finally turned into a square cube. After Onoki completed the dust release, he pushed forward without hesitation. Buzz! Silently, the white cube, with a terrifying breath that almost suffocated people, suddenly blasted towards the high-ranking Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This is... Feeling the power of destroying everything contained in this inconspicuous cube, a trace of doubt suddenly flashed in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes. This old immortal with one foot in the coffin actually has such great power. No. Feeling a deep threat, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face suddenly showed a ferocious, "I will never allow him to exist in this world." For the first time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki used the true power of the Samsara Eye in his palm. His right hand Samsara Eye can absorb all ninjutsu and chakra, and the captured ninjutsu and chakra can be used to restore his own strength. The left hand Samsara Eye can increase the power of the absorbed ninjutsu and then fight back. Looking at the oncoming cube, Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened his right hand and laughed proudly. "Absorb it for me." Thousands of lights gathered, as if it became the only one between heaven and earth, just like endless galaxies gathered into one, and the endless light finally turned into a dazzling light point, and finally exploded and spread in all directions. From beginning to end, there was no sound. But wherever the light went, there seemed to be a terrifying and invisible wave mark, turning everything into dust. The dazzling light shone in all directions, making the world lose its color and temporarily grabbing everyone's attention. "Is he dead?" Tsuchikage Onoki looked serious and looked up at the sky solemnly. But the next moment, his old face suddenly showed a horrified expression. The originally scattered waves and scattered power, like chicks returning to their nests, converged towards a center like a spring, as if there was a bottomless black hole that could collect everything in the world. This. How is this possible? Tsuchikage Onoki has lived for most of his life, experienced the era of Uchiha Madara, and also experienced the era of peace. He has seen all kinds of strong people and witnessed all kinds of ninjutsu. But never once, Onoki was so horrified as today, as if the philosophy he had always implemented was shattered. In his eyes, the aftermath of the dust release original realm peeling technique, which has always been invincible, was actually sucked into the right hand of the man who seemed to be the supreme. What a power that makes people feel itchy! With a hint of emotion, Otsutsuki Momoshiki pointed his left hand at Onoki. "Then, let me let you feel your own powerful strength." Dust release. Original world separation technique. Chapter 715. It's not that you are too weak, but that I am too strong. It's really a power that makes people feel itchy. With a sigh, Otsutsuki Momoshiki pointed his left hand at Unaki. Then, let me let you feel your own powerful strength. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stepped on the void, his upright figure was like a sharp blade piercing the sky, and the momentum emanating from his body was like a mountain and a sea, even the entire sky was affected by it. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and purple-blue thunder flashed across, presenting a scene of destruction. Boom! Boom! Amidst the thunder, the lightning illuminated the cold face of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, sometimes gloomy, sometimes indifferent. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked down at Onoki with a cold gaze, like a true supreme being, with an indifferent expression. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not speak again, Onoki could feel the thunder and anger behind this gaze. You inferior creatures are not qualified to be on an equal footing with me. After the dust release original realm stripping technique was absorbed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, through the amplification of his chakra, the original realm stripping technique that appeared again now has been several times larger. Buzz! Silently, the scarlet cube, with a terrifying breath that almost suffocated people, suddenly blasted towards Onoki. Gurgle! Seeing that his ninjutsu was actually rebounded, Onoki suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and looked at a loss. Because Onoki was a ninja who had experienced many battles, his sixth senses were much more acute than those of ordinary people. He could feel more clearly that in the scarlet cube, there was a more terrifying destructive force than he had released before, as if someone was pinching your neck, making you feel deeply suffocated. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said word by word, as if the Supreme was angry and wanted to destroy all living things. In Onoki's horrified eyes, endless waves spread in all directions, all gathered above Onoki's head, gradually forming a terrifying distorted field covering 1,000 meters. Even in the distant food capital, Deidara, who was running around, saw the weirdness in the sky from afar. There. Deidara looked solemn and whispered, "What happened?" Feeling the seriousness of the matter, Deidara hurried to report to Yang Ming. The distorted shadow shrouded him. Onoki had seen ninjutsu like a natural disaster, but when he saw this scene, he was almost scared to death. Looking at Onoki's confused and horrified look, Otsutsuki Momoshiki smiled coldly, "This is the end of going against me." As he said, he waved his hand violently, and the scarlet cube condensed by him, carrying the destruction of everything, fell like a disaster star. Whoosh! Before the scarlet cube arrived, the whistling wind had already reached Onoki's ears. The strong wind coming towards him was like a sharp blade, causing pain on Onoki's face. But Onoki didn't pay attention to this problem. Instead, he looked up with a dull face, looking at the distorted field covering 1,000 meters in radius. A deep despair, like a dark tide, suddenly submerged Onoki. However, at this most dangerous moment, Tsuchikage Onoki couldn't help but recall the seemingly ordinary stone at that moment, and the words his teacher, the second-generation Tsuchikage, taught him. This power is so terrible. But I can never escape, because behind me is my most precious granddaughter. Even if I die, I will become the stone protecting her. No regrets even if I die. Onoki looked back, and the whole land had changed a lot. Kuratsuka was holding a kunai stuck on the rock wall, struggling to support it. The two grandfathers and grandsons looked at each other from a distance, and their feelings for each other had long been conveyed to each other. Don't. Kuratsuka's tough personality turned into a cuckoo crying blood, and he uttered a whimper. On the other hand, Onoki showed a carefree expression on his face. That's enough. After saying that, Onoki hardened his heart and turned his back to Kuratsuka, so as not to see Kuratsuka's desperate eyes and soften his heart. In Kuratsuka's eyes, Onoki's seemingly short body, at this moment, was like a towering mountain, like a peak rising from the ground, full of a sense of security. Onoki put his hands together, ignoring his own safety, and condensed all the chakra in his body into his hands. It can be seen that at this time, in order to do his best, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the white hairs were broken at the roots. Onoki stared at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with resentment, and said word by word. "Let me show you my will of stone." As he said that, he pushed with both hands, and a white cone that he gave all hope to was blasted towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Unfortunately, even if he used all his strength, he was far from Otsutsuki Momoshiki, just like a small witch meeting a big witch. When the huge scarlet cube sent out by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, like a doomsday disaster, swept from the sky. The sky, which was originally covered with clouds, exploded with a bang, as if it was blasted away by Otsutsuki Momoshiki's punch, and endless waves were swirled, and the four fields were empty. The scarlet cube carried the supreme glory of destroying everything, and suddenly came into contact with the atmosphere. Blazing sparks flew everywhere, rolling heat waves spread, stirring up the wind and clouds, boiling the sea and burning the sky. Then, the scarlet cube and the white cone suddenly collided with each other. Boom! Like a bright firework blooming, the dazzling light was so bright that even the distant food capital could see it clearly. At this moment, the earth, which had originally cracked into snake-shaped cracks, suddenly shook. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the plain that was originally a forest was suddenly swept away, and the entire continental shelf let out a painful wail, and then sank. A terrifying tornado appeared, blowing up fierce winds, blowing the black soil left and right in the air. Then, she was horrified to see that the land above was being stripped away layer by layer and gradually dissipated. Soon, she stepped on the ground again. But at this moment, this place is no longer a plain, but has turned into a huge basin with a radius of 1 kilometer. Turning the clouds and rain, covering the sky with one hand. This is Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who claims to be the strongest in the world. Just a ninjutsu collision changed the terrain in an instant. Seeing Unaki's figure completely disappear in the sky, Otsutsuki Momoshiki smiled coldly. It's not that you are too weak. It's that I am too strong. Otsutsuki Momoshiki threw his sleeves and didn't bother to pay attention to the frustrated Kuratsuki. He continued to rush to the food capital to complete the task of collecting the tailed beasts. Chapter 716 It's okay, I'll protect you. Konoha Village, Yang Ming's shop. Deidara came from the food city and hurried to find Yang Ming. Boss, something bad has happened. Yang Ming paused, stopped, and looked at Deidara with raised eyebrows. What made you so panicked? Did something happen in the food city? No, no. Deidara shook his head like a sieve. Boss, it's hard for me to explain it for a while, you will know if you come with me. Oh. Hearing what Deidara said, whether it was Yang Ming or other employees in the kitchen, they all showed a trace of curiosity. What could have made Deidara, a fearless shadow-level strongman, look so panicked? Well, I'll go with you after I finish this dish. As he spoke, Yang Ming exerted force in his hands and shoveled the sauce. The dish, which was full of sauce flavor, suddenly leaped up and flew, wiping a trace of sparks, drawing a beautiful crescent arc in the air, and fell back into the pot. Yang Ming added some seasonings and stir-fried it again, accompanied by a strong fragrance, as if the fragrance was floating in the air, which made people feel lightheaded and their souls flew to the sky. Watching Yang Ming cooking like flowing clouds and water, the green celery was green and green, with a hint of oily color on it, looking crisp and delicious, and the thin, tender, and light fat beef exuded a unique beef flavor, as if a bottle of old wine was brewing more and more fragrant, which made people's appetites open. For a moment, Deidara was stunned, standing there in a daze, and he didn't even realize that his saliva was flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Originally, Deidara was not a foodie. Deidara is passionate about the art of explosion and regards it as his life's pursuit. But after working in Yang Ming's shop for a while, the employee meals provided here were so delicious that they immediately captured Deidara's tongue and gradually turned him into the foodie he is now. Ignoring Deidara completely, after frying it, Yang Ming put it on a cold plate, sprinkled some spices on it, and then let Bai take it out. Deidara, you lead the way. Yang Ming's words interrupted Deidara's daze when he looked at the dish, and he immediately came back to his senses. Deidara secretly swallowed his saliva and led Yang Ming back to the top of the skyscraper in the food capital. Climb up and look far away, and you can see all the mountains. The skyscraper is hundreds of meters high and reaches the sky. Yang Ming and Deidara stand on the edge of the roof, facing the cold wind from the height. What's strange is that there are no clouds here and the sky is sunny. But in the distance, there were thunders rolling, dark clouds, as if the sky was angry, and lightning flashed, making the place look like a Shura ghost land. Deidara pointed to the edge of the distant sky with one hand. Boss, look. Following Deidara's direction, Yang Ming's eyes focused, and the three Magadama Sharingan had appeared, which was much clearer than Deidara's. Originally, there was a vast forest like other places in the Land of Fire, with large trees that were decades or hundreds of years old, lush and full of vitality. But now? It was like a wild dog biting a bite in the middle of a green cake. In the middle of a green tree, a deep pit with a range of thousands of meters appeared, revealing a jagged cracked soil, forming an amazing basin. The mountains and rivers are different, and the world is changed, but it's just like this. As the terrain here suddenly became much lower, the originally smooth streams and rivers flowed into this area along the high and low terrain. I am afraid that in time, a very vast lake will appear here, providing a new habitat for the animals in the forest. But Yang Ming and Deodara did not pay attention to these. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "Deodara, do you know who did it?" "Boss, how should I know?" Deodara smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It was obviously not like this when I left before. I saw a huge distorted force field appearing in the sky at that time. I felt that it might be the strong men who came to participate in the world's first martial arts competition fighting there, so I thought of notifying the boss. But..." Looking at the remains of the battle over there, Deodara suddenly smiled bitterly. "It's not that he can't do this. If Deodara uses the strongest bomb to self-destruct, the power of annihilation can also affect a range of thousands of meters, making it a Jedi that creatures are forbidden to enter. However, Deodara couldn't do it. While exterminating creatures within a 1,000-meter radius, he was also able to artificially create a basin of 1,000 meters. This is no longer something that can be done by human power alone. It is already comparable to a miracle. Everyone knows that, relatively speaking, it is very easy to destroy things on the ground. If any cage-level strongman uses all his strength, he will be a small mobile natural disaster, and the terrifying ninjutsu will fall on the ground. On the surface, they can easily destroy towns, forests, and mountains. It is precisely because of this that they are like strategic nuclear weapons. Under normal circumstances, shadow-level strongmen do not take action. But even so, it is extremely difficult for shadow-level strongmen to destroy the earth and create a basin of thousands of meters in a short period of time. It requires countless times the same strength. Boss, what should we do now? If the other party really comes to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition, but does not abide by the rules here in the food capital, as a city management, I don't have the ability to control him." At this point, Deodara also felt so embarrassed and helpless. In the past, Deodara was proud of his strength, but since joining Yang Ming's shop, he has been hit many times. Whether it is Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Afei, or Zabuza, they are all employees who are as strong as him. And now, this mysterious strong man, like the sword of Damos hanging on his head, could take his life at any time. Seeing this, Yang Ming patted Deodara's shoulder heavily. "You have worked hard these days." Facing Deodara's puzzled eyes, Yang Ming looked calm, as if he didn't take the mysterious strong man seriously, and said calmly, "Deodara, you don't need to have any psychological burden. You should know that you are my employee, and I am behind you. In my territory, even a tiger has to lie down, and even a dragon has to coil for me." A ray of sunlight broke through and fell on Yang Ming's face, as if covering him with a layer of golden sand, sparkling, and looked convincing. For some reason, Deodara's originally impetuous heart suddenly calmed down. "Yes, with the boss protecting me, what am I afraid of?" Chapter 717 Pearl Tofu. In my territory, even a tiger has to lie down, and even a dragon has to coil up for me. A ray of sunlight broke through and fell on Yang Ming's face, as if covering him with a layer of golden sand, glittering, and looking convincing. For some reason, Deodara's originally impetuous heart suddenly calmed down. "Yes, with the boss protecting me, what am I afraid of?" Yang Ming's words immediately dispelled Deodara's concerns and made him look at the problem with a new perspective and a new angle. Now, Deodara is no longer a member of the Akatsuki organization, but an employee of Yang Ming's shop. In the food capital, in this skyscraper, Yang Ming once used a prop of the system to make this place his absolute domain. Even if the gods come, they have to kneel down. Even if Otsutsuki Momoshiki is invincible and the only one in the world, he still has to kneel down when he comes. This is Yang Ming's confidence. After Yang Ming comforted Deodara, he hurried back to the kitchen to work. As the time for the world's first martial arts competition approached, more and more strong people came to Yang Ming's shop to enjoy the food while waiting. In the kitchen, Bai took the menu ordered by the latest customer and said, "Boss, Zionin, the guest at table 3, wants a pearl tofu." Pearl tofu is also a dish in the Manchuhan banquet. However, when Yang Ming heard the name Zionin, he always felt a little familiar, but he was too busy now and he didn't have time to think deeply for a while. Yang Ming took out the tofu that had been prepared long ago. Compared with the tofu made by ordinary people, it might be added with alum and other things. The tofu made by Yang Ming used the clear water from the stream, and the pearls were ground into powder and added. The tofu made was particularly smooth and tender, just like the skin of a 13 or 14-year-old girl, crystal clear. Yang Ming touched it with his fingers slightly, and the tofu trembled up and down like jelly, and the skin was quite elastic. Whether it was cutting tofu into cubes or heating the bottom of the pot, Yang Ming moved as smoothly as flowing water, giving people a pleasant enjoyment. Just like dancing. Yes, just like dancing, if you break down each of Yang Ming's movements one by one, you will find that one more is too much, and one less is too little. Yang Ming actually eliminated all unnecessary movements and left only the most essential parts. Refined and convenient. Just like a most rigorous machine in operation, each movement is the result of countless times of tempering, comparable to a textbook example. Hiss, snap. When the iron pot was burned black and red, and the golden cooking oil was put into the pot, a strange sound suddenly sounded, and then a smell of cooking oil wafted away. Yang Ming skillfully scalded the oil and put a little oil on the edge of the iron pan to prevent the tofu from sticking to the pan when frying, and also to quickly heat up the cold cooking oil and make it hot. It's time. Yang Ming picked up the cut tofu and scrambled it. With a bang, it was poured into the iron pan. Crackling. Crackling. There was a little water in the tofu. When the water entered the oil pan, it suddenly made a sound like firecrackers, and bubbles rolled on the oil pan. In an instant, a flame rose up, passed over the tofu, and covered it. If it were a novice, he would have panicked at this time and would definitely plan to put out the flame on the iron pan first. But Yang Ming was different. He grabbed the handle of the pan with his left hand and suddenly exerted force to scald the tofu. Like a whirlpool in the sea, pieces of white and tender tofu spun in the oil pan, and with a faint tofu fragrance, the rising flames gradually dissipated. At this time, just like a girl who has grown up, she will definitely change her appearance. The white tofu suddenly changed, dyed with a thin layer of golden color, which was very beautiful. At this time, Yang Ming took the tofu out of the oil pan. During this process, Yang Ming did not waste any time, and the fragrant tofu fell on the plate. Then, Yang Ming cut the pork into pieces, and then chopped it into meat paste with a slashing sound, as if he was chopping the Japanese with a big knife. Then he put it on the neatly arranged fried tofu, as if it was steamed in a steamer. The pearl tofu dish is just tofu on the surface, but in fact it needs pork as a supporting role to make it taste good. Otherwise, it would be a vegetarian dish like tofu, and it would not be delicious at all. As the steam rises, the pork is cooked, the tofu is brewing, and the aroma is concentrated. Soon, when the dishes inside are cooked, Yang Ming takes them out of the steamer and sprinkles some chopped green onions on them. The tofu is yellow and white, and the pork is dark in color, which looks very layered, making people feel bright and appetite immediately. Smelling the fragrance, Ah Fei silently lowered his head, turned his appetite into grief and indignation, and washed the dishes vigorously. Luo looked frustrated and unsatisfied, and walked out of the kitchen with gritted teeth, wanting to breathe some fresh air, otherwise he would keep smelling these fragrances but couldn't eat them, and he wanted to die. When Bai took the dishes from Yang Ming and walked out of the kitchen with the plates, Xiaonan smelled the fragrance of pork mixed with tofu from a distance, which was very strong and very nice. Bai was like a flawless waiter, skilled and experienced, and said in a friendly manner, "Guest, this is the pearl tofu you asked for, please enjoy it slowly. If you need anything else, please call me at any time." The attitude like a spring breeze brought a pleasant fragrance, which made Xiaonan feel deeply moved. It really deserves to be Yang Ming's shop. Even the waiters are so advanced. Xiaonan looked at Bai with a grateful look, and then looked at the delicacy. Pearl tofu looks simple to make and ordinary in appearance, but it is low-key and not low-end, full of the chef's taste for delicacies. The cube-shaped tofu at the bottom, because it has been fried, has become more solid, and can support the pork on top well, instead of being depressed by gravity. The light smell of chives, mixed with the rich smell of pork and tofu, makes people salivate and have a good appetite. Gurgle. To be honest, Xiaonan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is her first time to come to Yang Ming's shop. She didn't have the chance to taste it during the last food auction, but now she can finally fulfill her wish. Picking up the chopsticks, she picked up a piece of tofu from the plate with the pork, Zionin opened her red lips slightly, revealing her white teeth, and swallowed it in one bite. Zionin closed her eyes slightly, chewed fully, and tasted the food cooked by Yang Ming with her heart. Zionin frowned from time to time, and sometimes relaxed. Chapter 718 Eat Your Dog Food. Gurgle. Zionin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, this was her first time to come to Yang Ming's shop. She missed the chance to taste the food at the last food auction, but now she can finally fulfill her wish. Picking up the chopsticks, she picked up a piece of tofu from the plate with the pork. Zionin opened her red lips slightly, revealing her white teeth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Zionin closed her eyes slightly, chewed it fully, and tasted the food cooked by Yang Ming attentively. Zionin frowned and relaxed her brows from time to time. Although the tofu was fried, it was still as smooth as water. It slipped into her throat in a sip. The pork was steamed for just the right time, and it was very well done. It was just when the pork was 80% done, and the taste was not too hard or dry, nor was it not cooked thoroughly. The rich pork flavor lingered in the tongue, with the fragrance of chopped green onions and its own unique flavor. The two were combined and mixed in the smooth tofu. The effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2, giving people a delicious feeling. Well, it's really good. Zionin had just visited the food capital and was enjoying the food at this time. She felt like she was in heaven. However, when she saw Kakashi and Red Bean facing each other at the table next to her when she sat down, she lost her appetite instantly. Just because they were showing off their love. Unlike in the past, Hongda did not tie her hair up, but let her soft hair fall on her shoulders. She wore a bright red cheongsam, with a slit along her thighs, revealing her fair skin. She put her legs together and crossed her legs. The purple gold crystal shoes reflected a charming color under the light, revealing her pink toes, which looked very tempting. The most rare thing was that Hongdu, contrary to her usual behavior, put on heavy makeup. She was originally very beautiful, and now she became even more beautiful. Her eyes were rippling with light and light, which always made people feel suddenly moved. Even the guests around had no intention of eating at all, and their hot eyes were focused on her. At this moment, Hongda seemed to be the center of the universe. Feeling the hot gazes around her, Hongda's beautiful eyes were smiling, and the corners of her mouth raised a charming smile, which was soul-stirring, and she said with a breath as sweet as orchid. Kakashi, come to think of it, this is our first official date. Today is Valentine's Day. At this moment, in front of Hongdu, no one could resist her charm. Even a genius like Kakashi was temporarily attracted by her and couldn't speak fluently. Kakashi was also uncharacteristically wearing a black formal suit and sitting upright, which made him look less lazy and more handsome and capable. Seeing Kakashi's shy appearance, Hongda's seductive red lips hooked a pleasing arc. Kakashi, this is not the first time you ask a girl out, is it? This sentence hit Kakashi's heart. That's right. Since Lin died, Kakashi really hasn't liked girls, let alone dated girls. Kakashi's expression froze, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become awkward and cold, Hongda turned her eyes and smiled, and quickly changed the subject. Look at you like this, you are really not like your usual self at all. It's because you are dressed too seductively. Kakashi silently complained in his heart. Hongda smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and felt that Kakashi was particularly cute today. Since you are treating me today, I won't be polite to you. Of course. Kakashi said with a flickering look in his eyes. Soon, Hongdu ordered several dishes. When Bai brought a plate of hot shrimps, Hongdu opened her cherry-like tempting red lips, and her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of rippling style. Kakashi, I want you to peel it for me to eat. The mountains and rivers are like paintings, and the beauties are like beauties, which actually attract heroes to compete for it. Red Bean exuded an alluring breath, and an ambiguous atmosphere spread, making the male compatriots around her eyes red, with envy and jealousy. Click. Seeing this, Zionin shook her head, no appetite at all, and put the chopsticks directly on the table. Forget about Valentine's Day, why are you spreading dog food? Single dogs are rare animals. In her heart, Zionin silently raised a middle finger to Kakashi and Red Bean. At this moment, Kakashi was completely unaffected by the outside world, as if only Red Bean's pretty figure was left in his eyes, and he felt that his soul was about to be sucked into the other party. This feeling is really wonderful, just like Red Bean's beautiful eyes that are secretly showing off are a pair of big whirlpools, with infinite attraction. Just a few glances, Kakashi's face turned red, his breathing suddenly became cramped, and his heartbeat accelerated. Fortunately, Kakashi was also a person who was used to big scenes. With strong willpower, he finally suppressed a certain impulse, reached out and picked up a fresh shrimp, carefully peeled off the shrimp shell, revealing the tender and rosy shrimp meat. Kakashi dipped the shrimp meat in a little sauce and handed it to Hongdu blankly, "Here." Hongdu opened her tempting red lips, revealing her white teeth, a hint of charm in her eyes, and acted like a little girl, saying in a tender voice, "Kakashi, I want you to feed me." Kakashi's expression froze, but he couldn't resist Hongdu's coquettish request, so he had to feed her. Who knew that Hongdu took a bite and actually took Kakashi's fingers into her mouth? Even, Kakashi could feel that Hongdu's clever tongue was sliding on his fingertips like a fish. Suddenly, a feeling like an electric shock suddenly swept over. Hongdu closed her eyes contentedly, with a faint smile on her lips. She accidentally got some sauce on her lips, but it did not destroy the beauty of the moment, but made it seem more real. At this moment, Kakashi only had one thought in his mind, so beautiful. When the shrimp with sauce entered Hongdu's mouth, it originally had a salty taste, but at this moment it was covered by the sweetness in her heart, making her feel that what she ate was not shrimp, but the most precious delicacy in the world. Hongdu's heart was filled with sweetness. She suddenly stood up, leaned down, and came close to in front of Kakashi. Under Kakashi's astonished gaze, Hongdu glanced at him, and that touch of charm was the most seductive. "Kakashi, I want you to feed me every day in the future." As soon as the voice fell, Hongdu's face appeared a touch of bright red, as delicate as a blooming peony, making people want to pick it. At the same time, among the diners who had been watching the show around, no one knew who started the noise, and a burst of noise sounded. "Together! Together! Together!" Seeing this, Zionin turned his head away silently, with only one sentence in his heart, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Chapter 719 May all lovers in the world become gay friends. Together! 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 Seeing this, Zionin turned his head away silently, with only one sentence in his heart, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Have you ever thought about the feelings of single dogs when you make such a fuss? It really pissed me off. Zionin clenched her fists silently. Even though she was gentle, she couldn't help but get angry at this moment. Zionin was also an older leftover woman. In the ninja world, most kids started dating in their teens or even a few years old. Even if Zionin took good care of herself, she couldn't keep up with the passage of time. As an older leftover woman and a single dog, although she couldn't get married due to her special status, as a woman, Zionin also wanted to have a boyfriend who loved her and cared for her, even if it was just a luxury. It is conceivable that at this time, Zionin even wanted to kill Kakashi and Hongdu, the couple. If it weren't for the last bit of reason warning Zionin that this was Yang Ming's shop, with the mysterious boss Yang Ming, Zionin would have flipped the table early. Under the encouragement of the crowd around her, Hongdu mustered up the courage and pouted her cherry red and tempting lips, like two delicate petals, exuding a wisp of lipstick fragrance. "Wait! I'm not ready yet." Kakashi froze. He didn't expect Hongdu to be so proactive, he was panicked. Seeing Hongdu was about to kiss her, at this moment, a pale blue figure, accompanied by a sound of Ada, fell from the sky like a cannonball. Then, he exerted force with both arms, and with a momentum that would not tolerate disobedience, he forcibly separated the two. This person turned out to be Might Guy. Not to mention Hongdu and Kakashi, even the others present didn't expect it. "The couple is fine, why do you want to interfere?" Caught off guard, Hongdu was pushed away and took a few steps back, almost stumbling and falling to the ground. She was furious and looked at Might Guy standing on the table and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Facing Hongdu's predatory gaze, Might Guy showed no fear, raised a thumbs up to Kakashi, and raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his white and shining teeth. "Kakashi, let's do the 52,074th challenge. See who can kiss Red Bean the most times within 1 minute. Are you sick? Who wants to kiss you?" Red Bean didn't care about anything else, and slammed the table, her eyebrows raised, and her face was frosty. "Might Guy, are you crazy?" "No, I'm not crazy." Might Guy said, "Red Bean, don't worry about me, this is a friendship challenge between us men, we usually do this." "What?" In a rage, Red Bean lost all her usual rationality, and was affected by anger, and said angrily, Is your usual challenge just to compete the number of times you kiss girls? Wait, Red Bean, listen to me. Seeing this, Kakashi felt that this date was going to be messed up, and hurried to clarify the facts. But before he could finish, Might Guy waved his hand and said in a louder voice than his. That's right, don't you see the relationship between us? We are so close that we can wear the same pants. Silence. Incomparable silence. Weird silence. Very abruptly, Hongdu fell silent and looked at Kakashi with a strange look. There was no more charm in her eyes and no more ambiguous atmosphere. It was as if she was getting to know Kakashi again, staring at him with the eyes of a stranger. Kakashi. Hongdu said pitifully in a tone of sorrow, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Wait, Hongdu. Kakashi waved his hand quickly, things are not what you think. I didn't do this kind of strange challenge with Kaga. Then tell me, are you and Might Guy so close that you can wear the same pants? Hongdu raised her eyebrows and said coldly. No, absolutely not. At this point, Kakashi didn't care about Might Guy anymore, so he denied it. Seeing this, the coldness on Hongdu's face subsided a lot. But Might Guy didn't know if he hadn't taken the medicine, but he actually said at this time Kakashi and I are not so close that we wear the same pants, but we sleep in the same bed. Wow! Upon hearing such explosive news, the people around us suddenly burst into a commotion. Damn! Akai, you are going to kill me. Kakashi was confused and bewildered. So that's it. No wonder. No wonder. Hongdu suddenly realized and stared at Kakashi with a look of I see through you. I was wondering why you don't have a girlfriend, it turns out you already have a boyfriend. As she said that, Hongdu felt sad, that was the feeling of being deceived. That kind of heartbreak was just like being deceived by Orochimaru back then, it felt hard to extricate oneself and hard to believe. Hongdu. Kakashi opened his hand, trying to grab Hongdu's wrist and try his best to keep her. Don't touch me. Hongdu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur immediately exploded. If you want to touch me, just touch Might Guy as much as you want. After saying that, Hongdu left with a touch of determination, with tears in the corners of her eyes falling with the wind. After Hongdu left Yang Ming's shop, Might Guy's Mangeki Sharingan gradually faded under the contact lenses that Ah Fei put on him. Might Guy stood on the table, came back to his senses, and faced the strange looks of the people around him, with a confused and bewildered face. Hey? Why am I here? Wasn't I eating just now? At this moment, Kakashi, full of anger, walked towards Might Guy step by step, full of murderous intent, and said angrily word by word. Ah! Kai! Hey? Kakashi! Might Guy looked confused and shook his head, aren't you going on a date with Red Bean? How dare you say that? Kakashi had nowhere to vent his anger, and now he suddenly got angry, you killed me, the whole date is ruined. What? What does this have to do with me? Might Guy felt confused. On the other side, Ah Fei adjusted the mask on his face, a Mangeki Sharingan was hidden behind the scenes, watching the whole process, and smiled softly. Hee hee. Kakashi, you actually still want to date Hongdu? Don't you see who's attracted to that woman? You even want to touch my woman, hee hee. Let's get past me first. After that, Ah Fei threw away his black robe, hiding his merits and fame, and went back to the kitchen to continue washing dishes. Just by delaying the time, he had a lot more dishes to wash. He couldn't waste time, otherwise he would miss the time for the staff meal. Chapter 720 The Haunted House scared Asuma to death. The capital of food. Today is Valentine's Day, so Asuma brought Yui Hong here to play for a day. After going to the pumpkin cinema and watching a movie called Titanic, the two became more and more crooked, wishing they could merge into one, and they were entangled on the road, looking particularly jealous. After walking for a while, they saw a pea-haunted house in front of them. Compared with ordinary peas, this one, in addition to its similar shape, gave people a ghostly feeling, and a chill came from it. Yui Hong wore a pair of crystal high heels, which further set off her slender figure. She was wearing a pink sweater, which made her look more girlish, outlining her S-shaped curves, and making the two weapons on her chest look very full, as if they were about to come out. Yui Hong's every move revealed infinite charm. She was worthy of being a newly married woman. She had the charm of a mature woman and a young figure. Perhaps because it was Valentine's Day, Ziriong regained a little of her youthful feeling. She held Asuma's arm and said in a coquettish tone. Honey, let's go there and have some fun, okay? Feeling the squeeze on his arm, Asuma, an honest man, blushed and nodded repeatedly, saying, okay, let's go in and take a look. Walking into the haunted house, as expected, a candy man was charging at the door, 100 yuan per person per ticket, which was not expensive. Asuma paid the money and walked in holding Ziriong's slender waist. Like most haunted houses, once you walk in, it's pitch black. Ta-da! Ta-da! There was a dead silence around, with only a sound of footsteps. On both sides of the long and narrow corridor, a white skull was placed at intervals, with pale candles lit on it. The candle flame was small, as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind. As Asuma and Ui Kurane walked over, a breeze swept over, and the candle flame swayed left and right, and the dim fire line flickered. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there were portraits, all of which were half-length portraits. In the flickering candlelight, each image looked particularly gloomy, as if there were pairs of eyes quietly watching you. In this silent space with only footsteps and panting sounds, people couldn't help but stand on end. However, Asuma and Ui Kurane were not ordinary people. They were both ninjas who were used to life and death. This level of intimidation, it was just a drizzle for them. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, there were low sobs in the distance, like the sobs of a girl who was abandoned after being seduced, or the cry of a baby, which kept echoing in the ears of the two. In this sound that made people's scalps explode, the murals on the walls on both sides, the faces of the busts, seemed to reveal a strange smile, which seemed to be looming in the swaying candlelight. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. At first, Asuma and Yui Hong just thought that this was a special effect in the haunted house. But when they turned a corner, they saw a woman with long hair down to her waist, wearing a red wedding dress, with her back to them, squatting on the ground crying, and you can see that her shoulders are shaking vigorously. Seeing this, Xiri Hong felt a surge of sympathy in her heart. She stretched out a jade hand, tugged at the corner of Asuma's clothes, and whispered, "Hubby, she looks so pitiful." Although she felt that the current situation was very strange, Asuma still held on, nodded, walked forward courageously, and patted the woman in the red wedding dress. "Hey, are you okay?" But the strange thing was that the woman in the red wedding dress seemed not to hear Asuma's words, and continued to sob, as if there was no end. "Did you hear me?" Asuma was a little angry, and impatiently grabbed the other party and turned her around, but what he saw was a body that was unrecognizable, with two dark holes for the eyes, and insects crawling in and out. Suddenly, a tingling feeling suddenly came to my heart. At the same time, there were bursts of ghostly howlings and strange laughter from all directions, and bats were frightened and flew out from the depths of darkness with flapping wings. In an instant, this surprise and fear were raised to a new height. In an instant, Asuma felt a long-lost creepy feeling. Ta-da-da-da. Asuma retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, smiled unnaturally on his face, and patted his chest. This haunted house is all about heartbeats. This is really exciting. Asuma shook his head, and habitually put his arms around Xiri Hong's slender waist, walked past the frightening woman in the red wedding dress, and continued to move forward. But what Asuma didn't realize was that at some point, only the footsteps of one person echoed in this narrow corridor. Under the flickering candlelight, Asuma's back alone appeared and disappeared, which was extremely mysterious. Because the light in the corridor was too dim, Asuma couldn't even see the people next to him clearly. He was still frightened because he was scared just now. "Wife, were you scared just now? This haunted house is really interesting. This is the first time I have encountered such an interesting haunted house." As soon as Asuma finished speaking, an echo came from the side, Although Asuma was a little strange, why did Ziri Kurane suddenly change her temper and become so silent? However, Asuma thought about what happened just now, even he was scared, and suddenly he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. He shook his head and sighed in his heart. This is a woman. No matter how strong you pretend to be, you will be scared and speechless when you encounter such a thing. Thinking of this, Asuma suddenly felt a desire to protect her, and his hand around Ziri Kurane tightened. At the same time, Yui Kurane was also frightened, her little face drooped, and she hugged Asuma beside her. "Hubby," Yui Kurane said coquettishly, "it was really scary just now. Were you scared? I don't think you expected it." A voice came from Yui Kurane's side. "Really, you don't even comfort me. Yui Kurane complained in a low voice, and then fell into silence, but she thought to herself. I didn't expect that my husband, who looks so tough, is also afraid of ghosts. As if she had learned some secret, Yui Kurane laughed in her heart, but she didn't notice that only the sound of her high heels echoed around her, and a figure on the ground swayed strangely from side to side. The darkness around them became darker and darker, as if something terrifying was waiting for them in front. Chapter 721 New Employee Kurama Yakumo. The capital of food, the haunted house. The darkness deepened, and it was pitch dark. A chilly wind blew and blew out the candles on both sides of the corridor. Ah! I'm scared. Xiri Hong hugged Asma tightly beside her, trying to feel a little warmth. Hubby, why don't we go back the way we came, it's so scary here. A voice came from the side again. Really? Xiri Hong hadn't noticed anything wrong yet, and said coquettishly, Hubby, you are not scared silly, are you? Ziriong shook her head and had to grope her way forward in the darkness. Thump, 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 thump. Ziriong's crystal high heels tapped on the ground, making a series of crisp and pleasant sounds, but in the narrow corridor, they kept echoing, making a long sound, which made people feel a chill. Ziriong subconsciously hugged Asma tightly. At this time, she had already gotten over the previous shock, but suddenly found that the other party's body was very cold, feeling like ice. Husband, what's wrong with you? This time, the other party did not answer, only deathly silence. Ziriong's heart tightened, and she felt inexplicably nervous. Husband, don't scare me. Ziriong suddenly stopped and turned Asma beside her, but felt that the other party had become very light, not like usual at all. Ziriong took out a lighter, opened it with a snap, and a flame appeared. With this weak light, a faceless doll appeared in front of Ziriong. Ah! Suddenly realizing that Asuma beside her had been replaced at some point and had been staying beside her, Ziriong took a breath of cold air and felt a chill all over her body. Ziriong pushed the doll away suddenly, and the fragile doll fell to the ground, and even its head fell out. From time to time, there was a hum sound coming from it, which seemed particularly strange in this silent darkness. Suddenly, Ziriong felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. At the same time, Asuma had not yet discovered the truth and was still moving deeper into the haunted house. Although he heard a woman scream faintly from far behind, he just thought it was a common trick of the haunted house. Humph! Asma sneered and said proudly, I won't be fooled by the same trick for the second time. Wife, you're right. A voice came from the side. As they walked, an ice coffin appeared on the road ahead. The cold air in the corridor came from here. Wisps of white smoke spread out, bringing a cold wind that stung the skin. It's a bit cold. Asma shrugged and exhaled a breath of white air. Since the ice coffin was placed in the middle of the road, Asma had no choice but to walk forward. When they got closer, with the flickering candlelight around, Asma glanced and saw a slender figure lying inside, wearing a pink sweater and crystal high heels. Asuma didn't care. He just glanced at her and then looked away. He didn't even look at her face. Instead, he shook his head and laughed. Wife, what a coincidence. The person in this ice coffin is wearing the same clothes as you. This voice continued to come from the side. In the ice coffin, Ziri Kurane was lying there. She was originally full of hope that Asuma would come to rescue her, but she didn't expect that the other party would just take a look and leave. Damn! I'm so beautiful, and you just took a look? What's so good about the coquettish and slutty doll next to you that she even ignored me? But unfortunately, although Ziri Kurane wanted to speak, the sound was blocked by the ice coffin. She could only watch desperately as Asuma hugged the doll and walked forward. Ziri Kurane even saw that the doll's head turned 180 degrees and looked at her. The face without any facial features looked extremely weird and terrifying. When Asuma crossed the ice coffin and walked forward for a distance, he met a person by chance on the road. Asuma originally thought that this was another part of the haunted house that was specifically used to play tricks on people. But with the help of the dim light, Asuma saw that it was a young face, sighing there. Seeing this, Asuma felt relieved and walked forward with Sunset Red in his arms. Brother, why are you sighing here? Feijuan raised his head, shook his head and sighed, I lost my companions, and I am also lost here. I don't know how to get out. Lost. Asuma showed a strange expression on his face and said, isn't there only one passage here? How can I get lost? Feijuan smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, wrong, wrong, we have all been deceived. Don't look at this passage as so monotonous, but in fact, every once in a while, there will be wonderful changes. It is not impossible that the place that was originally the exit will become other parts. Feijuan glanced at Asuma's side, and his face showed a look of wanting to say something. Seeing this, Asuma became curious. Dude, do you want to say anything else? Phaeton pointed at the puppet next to Asuma with a strange expression on his face. You have a unique taste. You actually like a puppet without a face. What? Asuma was startled and looked back suddenly. He happened to see the face without any facial features. He was as if he was electrocuted and threw the doll aside. How is this possible? Where is my wife? Asuma was confused and bewildered. I clearly remember that my wife was next to me. When did she disappear? It seems that you also met that weird woman in red wedding dress. Feijuan smiled bitterly. I also lost contact with my companions after meeting that woman. Hearing this, Asuma took a breath of cold air. Because he suddenly thought of the ice coffin he encountered on the road before, the person in it was wearing the same clothes as Yui Kurane. No way. Thinking of this, Asuma quickly turned around and ran back in a hurry. And at the top of this haunted house, in a secluded house, Yui Kurane's student, Kurama Yakumo, who is known as a genius illusionist, is facing a crystal ball and taking it all in. Next to him was Yang Ming, who was just looking around. Kurama Yakumo said with a smile, "Boss, is this okay?" "Yes, yes." Yang Ming nodded, "Remember not to scare people to death." Kurama Yakumo is a new employee Yang Ming recently recruited, and now he is the manager of the haunted house. Chapter 722, Eating Dumplings for the New Year. Konoha Village, Yang Ming's shop. Today is the New Year's Day once a year. Although the New Year's Day in Konoha Village is a little different from Yang Ming's original world, the rich festive atmosphere is clearly revealed early in the morning. Early in the morning, all places have already hung up lights and decorations, and people are wearing new clothes and walking on the streets happily. In order to celebrate the arrival of the new year, Yang Ming also specially launched a series of New Year delicacies to welcome guests from all over the world. And now, Yang Ming is preparing a dish that must be eaten during the new year. That is, dumplings. This dumpling, which is made by ordinary people, suddenly became extraordinary in Yang Ming's hands. Unlike dumplings made by ordinary people, Yang Ming's dumplings do not need dipping sauce. The secret lies in the process of Yang Ming making dumplings. Yang Ming smashed fresh pork bones a day in advance and cooked bone marrow soup. After the soup seeped into the skin, the dumplings were moderately browned to make the taste more fragrant, and no dipping sauce was needed. The dumpling skin is not simple at all, and it contains the wisdom of a chef. For the dough, Yang Ming used yam to make a paste, and then added a little water to mix the dough directly. Just like practicing Tai Chi, Yang Ming used the power of yin and yang, which was neither too strong nor too weak, just right, and the dumpling skin he made was very unique. On the side, Jiraiya saw this and immediately rolled up his sleeves. "Hey, boss, this isn't easy, watch me. Raise Nan." As soon as the voice fell, Jiraiya had a sky blue ball in his hand, spinning at an extremely fast speed, and then fell into the dough. But to Jiraiya's surprise, he could use the raised nan to make dumplings, but it was completely unacceptable to use it to make dumpling wrappers. Under the impact of the raised nan, the dough broke into pieces, shattered into countless pieces, and splashed around. Seeing this, Jiraiya shyly retracted his hand and smiled awkwardly, "Boss, I didn't mean it, really." Yang Ming looked at the messy kitchen, his mouth twitched fiercely, his eyes narrowed, and he said lightly, "Jiraiya, don't say anything more, I will punish you by not giving you employee meals for a month." "What?" Jiraiya was confused and wailed like a pig, "Don't." Yang Ming shook his head and kneaded another portion of dough. Unlike ordinary dumplings, dumplings are made of wheat flour. After the dough is kneaded and pressed, Yang Ming uses a kitchen knife to slap and press out pieces of dumpling skin. The dumpling skin prepared by Yang Ming is not as thin as that of ordinary people, but the most ideal state, also known as Mandarin duck skin, half thin and half thick, with thin surface and thick bottom. The dumplings steamed in this way are not easy to reveal the stuffing and have a good taste. Yang Ming's movements are like flowing water, simple and beautiful, like an ink landscape painting, full of spirituality, and it is not obvious at all. This is a very boring thing. Yang Ming raised his hand and fell, and the dumpling skin fell into his palm as lightly as a butterfly, and then put in the stuffing. The dumpling stuffing is a 3 fresh stuffing, which contains pork fat soaked in red oil. This red oil is made of sesame paste, chili oil, vinegar, star anise, cinnamon, and coriander. This unique stuffing can make the dumplings very delicious without dipping sauce. Then, Yang Ming's fingers were extremely agile, just like a senior pianist, and his 10 fingers were like one, wrapping the dumplings precisely. The whole dumpling was in the shape of a crescent, crystal clear, white with red, thin and tough skin, and the filling should be pork and juicy, and the pork should be smooth, chewy, and have real taste. An ancient poem says, "The inverted fan Luo the cicada sees through the clothes, and the red smile is half infatuated." This poem even writes this beauty into a poem, comparing the hazy beauty of dumplings to a beautiful woman wearing a light veil. Just one look will make you unforgettable and indulge in this beauty. During Yang Ming's production process, a group of employees had already gathered around him. Lan Wan blinked his big eyes and poked the dumpling skin with his fingers. He felt that it was soft and elastic, very good. It looks delicious. When can we eat it? Seeing this, Leia quickly pulled Lan Wan back and scolded with a smile. Don't disturb the boss. Do you still want to eat dumplings? Oh. Lan Wan pouted slightly and nodded obediently. In addition to the dumpling skin, Yang Ming also pays great attention to the shape of the dumplings he makes. The folds are slender and clear, and the number of folds must reach more than 10, like a curved comb, so the dumplings in the past were also elegantly called curved comb dumplings. In terms of taste, the dumplings are required to be not only chewy, but also delicious. When you bite it, the chewy pork, the salty and refreshing sauce, and the wonderful dumpling skin are like playing beautiful music in your mouth. After eating a basket, you still feel unsatisfied. When making dumplings, the standard of 10 folds is not Yang Ming showing off his skills, but to reserve enough space for the pork to ooze out juice. When each dumpling is wrapped, the filling is full and ready to come out. The dumpling skin is thin and crystal clear, and it looks like a treasure that can be treasured for hundreds of years. Each one reveals an ordinary but not simple charm, which makes people drool and very greedy. After doing all this, Yang Ming started to fry some dumplings. Yang Ming put oil on the frying pan and heated it, put the wrapped dumplings evenly in the pot, then added pork bone soup, about 1/3 of the dumplings, and then covered the lid and waited for the soup to boil dry. When the hot pot was boiling, steam was rising, water vapor was diffused, and the entire pot lid was covered by water vapor. Yang Ming took out the dumplings. Yang Ming tried one. The taste was really amazing. The red oil can be eaten directly without dipping in vinegar. You can feel the sourness of the sauce. The fat does not melt during the frying process. As for the part where the broth replaces water, you can clearly feel the aroma during the frying process. The taste of the broth moisturizing the dumplings is particularly good and charming, making people unable to stop. Then, Yang Ming took out another part of the dumplings for steaming. After the dumplings are made, they still need to be steamed to create deliciousness. When steaming dumplings, the most feared thing is that the dough will be wet by water vapor. People in the past were really smart and knew how to use bamboo steamers to absorb water to keep the dim sum dry. Even if Yang Ming had various steamers, he still couldn't achieve the ideal effect of traditional bamboo steamers. Dim sum requires careful efforts to be exquisite and exquisite. Without proper craftsmanship and inheritance of tradition, it is impossible to make delicious food that touches people's hearts. As the smoke spread, the dumplings in the bamboo cage revealed a pleasant fragrance, with the sultry bamboo and dumpling fragrance, which made people fascinated. Gurgle! Gurgle! Smelling this wonderful fragrance, all the employees present felt hungry and thirsty. Sure enough, eating dumplings during the Chinese New Year is a great love. Chapter 723 Nothing tastes better than dumplings. As the smoke spread, the dumplings in the bamboo basket exuded a pleasant fragrance, with the sultry bamboo and dumpling aroma, which was fascinating. Gurgle! Gurgle! Smelling this wonderful fragrance, all the employees present felt a burst of hunger and thirst. Sure enough, eating dumplings during the Chinese New Year is a great love. Before Yang Ming opened the steamer, everyone saw that hot steam was coming out of the gap of the steamer, like a white snake hovering in the air, breathing out a fragrant breath. Ranmaru sipped his saliva, his eyes almost stared straight. Boss, when can I eat? It looks so delicious, I'm starving. Hua Huo raised her little hand and said coquettishly, I want to eat all the dumplings, don't fight with me, hum. Yang Ming just smiled lightly, put his hand on the lid of the cage, and then suddenly opened the lid. Boom! It was unexpected, but also reasonable. A pillar of light that seemed to penetrate the sky and earth soared up, as if it had passed through time and space, and like the eternal truth, it spanned from top to bottom, and it was extremely spectacular. After the light pillar appeared, a wisp of ethereal fairy sound suddenly appeared, as if it was telling a story, as if it was whispering. It was so pleasant to the ear that it touched the softest part of people's hearts. At the same time, wave after wave of rich fragrance, like a dam opening a valve, burst out, and the surging waves of fragrance instantly filled the enclosed space. When Yang Ming opened the steamer, waves of mellow dumplings were held hostage by the hot air and suddenly burst out, sweeping over like a surging wave. For a moment, the unique fragrance of dumplings, the fresh fragrance of pork, and the deliciousness of bone soup, the three mixed fragrances blended together and gushed out. At this moment, everyone felt that they were in the ocean of fragrance, and they were like a drowning swimmer. The aroma penetrated into his nose and skin, and every cell in his body groaned in comfort. When the smoke dissipated, the scene inside the steamer was immediately visible, causing the employees present to swallow their saliva. Gurgle! 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 Is this really a dish made by humans? It smells so good, I can't imagine what kind of delicious food these dumplings will taste like after eating them. Ranmaru covered his mouth with his hands in disbelief, his eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. Hee. Don't fight with me, these are all mine, mine. Hanabi said coquettishly. Unfortunately, what she said was ignored by all the employees. Who said she was the weakest among so many employees here? When the golden light flashed, all the light suddenly converged, revealing the delicious food underneath. Only to see that a pile of dumplings appeared in everyone's sight. However, these dumplings are different from ordinary dumplings. They are crystal clear, as if they were made of crystal, and they are flowing with a layer of beautiful colors under the light. The most peculiar thing is that these dumplings are crescent-shaped, and they look naughty and cute, which makes people laugh. These dumplings are so fragrant and beautiful. The folds of the dumplings are evenly symmetrical, and each dumpling is composed of 10 folds. In the steaming steam, they look like budding autumn chrysanthemums in the mist, which is pleasing to the eye. The delicate dumpling skin is thin and evenly symmetrical. Although it is not as thin as wonton skin, you can also vaguely see the full fillings from the outside, which makes people salivate. Through this thin layer of skin, everyone can see that the pork filling is almost protruding inside the dumplings, and the dark color is extremely conspicuous. At this time, the unprecedented food has already aroused the appetite of the outstanding employees. However, before eating, everyone focused their attention on boss Yang Ming. Ahem. Yang Ming knew that as a shop owner, he had to say a few polite words during the Chinese New Year. After moistening his throat, he said, "This year, our shop has grown from nothing to something, from small to large, and has expanded to the present day. From only me as the boss and employee, it has now developed into a shop with more than a dozen employees. Everyone's hard work and contributions are in it. Here, I want to thank everyone and wish you all a happy new year." As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, a round of applause suddenly rang out in the kitchen. I don't know who started it, but all the employees said in unison, "Happy New Year to the boss." Yang Ming stretched out his hand and lowered it to everyone, indicating that this was enough. The noise gradually subsided, and Yang Ming smiled. "I know everyone can't wait, so hurry up and eat while it's hot." This touched everyone's heart and immediately attracted a round of laughter. "Hurry, hurry, I'm starving." "Hey, don't grab it, it's mine." "Who said it's yours?" "Of course it's mine if I grab it." "Oh my god. Just wait." Whether it was Uchiha Itaki or other cage-level strongmen, or the younger Ranmaru and Hanabi, they all scrambled for it happily, not caring that the dumplings were still hot, and they all grabbed them in the bowl. Ah! Bai opened his bloody mouth and didn't care about etiquette. With the food in front of him, he had to eat it first. As soon as he took a bite, the boiling soup inside the dumplings splashed out instantly, and Bai was caught off guard and his mouth was full of it. But he was no longer in the mood to think so much. When his white teeth bit through the thin skin on the outside and touched the excellent pork filling inside, the delicious taste like a volcanic eruption instantly erupted, so delicious that he was sweating all over, and he felt like he was about to climax. So cool! So delicious! This is so delicious! Bai took a look at the dumplings in his hand, and had already thrown away the belief of eating slowly in his heart, and ate them voraciously. Seeing that Bai liked dumplings so much, although Ninkai was reluctant, he still handed his portion of dumplings to Bai, with a rare shy expression on his face. Bai, this is for you. This. Bai looked at Ninkai, and then looked at the crystal clear dumplings in the bowl, with a hesitant expression on his face. In the end, the temptation of food was greater than moral integrity. Bai nodded, thanked him, and then picked up the dumplings without hesitation, and ate them hungry and thirsty. It's really delicious. This feeling is great. Seeing the happy blush on Bai's bright skin, Ninkai simply didn't think much, and grabbed another dumpling and handed it to Bai. Seeing this, Dinkai slapped his head suddenly, secretly scolded himself for being an idiot, and hurriedly came forward, trying to imitate Niji's courtesy. Bai, you should eat mine too. Bai Zhou looked at Ning, he looked to the right at Dinkai, sighed in his heart, and felt a cracking sound. His moral integrity was broken. Bai showed a bright smile, then I won't be polite. Chapter 724 Interlude. Konoha Village, Yang Ming Shop. After eating dumplings to welcome the new year, the employees began to work nervously again. And today, Yang Ming Shop welcomed a special guest. He is Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At this time, the shop had just opened, and most people were used to having reunion dinner at home. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was the first guest to come to the shop. Zabuza stood at the door, and when he saw this person, a look of horror suddenly appeared in his eyes. This person is so strong. As a shadow-level strongman, Zabuza naturally has a sixth sense far beyond ordinary people. He immediately felt the sea-like strength in the other party's body, and was immediately scared out of his wits. What is even more surprising is that this person looks very young, but he has always maintained the earth escape super light and heavy rock technique. His toes do not touch the ground, and the whole person is floating in the air, with a leisurely look, not caring about the consumption of chakra. In the entire ninja world, the only one who can do this is Tsuchikage Onoki. But now, there is one more person. Zabuza looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki in disbelief. Seeing that he is so young, at most in his early 20s, how did the other party practice to be so powerful? Perhaps he noticed Zabuza's gaze, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at him. Just such a glance. Zabuza's whole body stagnated, and his breathing became suppressed, as if an ant faced the gaze of a dragon, and every cell in his body trembled instinctively. This person is very dangerous. What made Zabuza relieved was that Otsutsuki Momoshiki just glanced at him and felt very bored. He passed by him without saying a word and walked into the store. Otsutsuki Momoshiki reached out and touched Guangmo's chin, and said to himself. Before I came, I heard that this buffet restaurant on the second floor was quite interesting. I'll go and take a look first. I think it can kill some time. Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't take Yang Ming and his party seriously at all, just came to have fun. Otsutsuki Momoshiki walked into Yang Ming's store and went straight to the buffet restaurant on the second floor. Stepping onto the spiral wooden staircase and coming to the second floor, I saw a pair of couplets posted on both sides of the door. The characters on it were flying and dancing, revealing a proud and arrogant spirit. If you want to see 1,000 miles away, go to a higher level. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki nodded slightly and said reservedly, not bad. When the door was opened, a cold air suddenly hit him. This cold air was so cold that it caught people off guard and gave them goosebumps. However, for Otsutsuki Momoshiki, it was just a light breeze. Otsutsuki Momoshiki narrowed his eyes and saw that in the center of the hall, a huge ice dragon was lying on the ground, and the ice patterns carved on it were lifelike, as if it were alive. This dragon was completely carved from ice, with horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, scales like a fish, paws like a tiger, and ears like a cow. It was exactly the image of a Chinese dragon. Even if the dragon was coiled, it was more than 2 meters high and almost touched the roof. The area it occupied was not small at all, about as thick as 10 people hugging. The ice dragon was carved so lifelike that it was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Its scales were the size of a palm, glittering under the light and emitting a cold chill. On the body of this ice dragon, there were buffet foods and dips of various kinds. As for the vicinity of this ice dragon, there were tables and chairs for 30 people, but now only a few guests were sitting there. In the middle of every table, there was a big iron pot with a gas pipe inserted underneath, burning with a big fire. A stream of spicy aroma filled the entire hall, making people salivate faster. Even though Otsutsuki Momoshiki wanted to kill time, after smelling this rich aroma, his stomach started to growl. Oh, it looks pretty good. It seems that this small shop has value in existence. Let me try the food here first. If it's good, this shop will belong to me, and you will cook for me in the future. Otsutsuki Momoshiki walked to the ice dragon with a different intention. The closer he got to it, the more he felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, but it was not very cold. When he got closer, Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw that the ice dragon's coiled body was gently inclined, with 8 layers combined from top to bottom. The palm-sized scales on the dragon's body were just enough to hold the food and were not easy to slide down. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw what was placed on the ice dragon, he was obviously stunned. In order to celebrate the arrival of the new year, Yang Ming specially changed the dishes in the buffet restaurant on the 2nd floor. Now there are dishes such as turtle and chicken on it. To be honest, Otsutsuki Momoshiki originally thought that this small shop was so famous that it should provide some special ingredients, but he didn't expect it to be so ordinary. Otsutsuki Momoshiki took the tongs and plates from the table on the side and began to carefully select the ingredients he liked. By the way, he also took a plate of sesame paste and walked to an empty table. But Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the empty table, there was no pot, and saw the gas tank below in the middle, and was a little speechless for a while. How can I eat this? At this time, Bai, as a waiter, came up with a hot pot, put it in the middle of the table, plugged in the gas tank, and turned on the fire to continue cooking. Although Bai was very unhappy with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, as a waiter, Bai knew that he was the face of the shop and must not lose his manners. Bai forced a smile, revealing the cute dimples on both sides of his cheeks. Sorry, guest, I've kept you waiting. Yet. Otsutsuki Momoshiki nodded indifferently, and then pretended to say casually, your hot pot is very unique, I have never seen it before. Well, what Otsutsuki Momoshiki meant was that I don't know how to eat it. Whether he understood it or not, Yang Ming had already told Bai to teach guests how to eat hot pot. Bai Zanyan smiled and said, guest, actually this is very simple. You first need to put in the meat dishes, such as turtles and chicken, so that they can be boiled and flavored, and then put in the vegetarian dishes. Then, Bai continued to patiently explain the precautions for eating hot pot. Guest, please be careful when eating. After blanching a dish, put it in the oil dish first, don't rush to eat it. Because it is very hot at this time, you can blanch the next dish first, and wait until the second dish is blanched and put into the bowl, then eat the first dish, so as to avoid esophageal burns and induce diseases. Hearing Bai's explanation, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt relieved. It was a close call, he almost made a fool of himself. Otsutsuki Momoshiki never thought that eating a hot pot would have so many details. If he didn't know what he was talking about just now, he would be embarrassed. Once it was spread out, people would definitely laugh at him. It really broadened his horizons. Bai saw that Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked like he had suddenly realized something, and finally kindly gave a warm reminder. Customer, wait for the pot to boil, cook it on high heat for 2 minutes, and then turn to low heat after the foam on the surface is boiled away. It is best to put the turtle and chicken in at this time. I heard that it will taste better this way. Chapter 725 I like your store. Otsutsuki Momoshiki never thought that eating a hot pot would have so many details. If he didn't know what he was saying just now, he would be embarrassed. Once it got out, people would definitely laugh at him. It really broadened my horizons. Bai saw that Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked like he had suddenly realized something, and finally kindly gave a warm reminder. Guest, wait for the pot to boil, cook it on high heat for 2 minutes, and then turn to low heat after the foam on the surface is boiled away. It is best to put the turtle and chicken in at this time. I heard that it will taste better this way. Gurgle. Gurgle. The fire was burning vigorously, and soon, the hot pot was bubbling. The steaming hot air hovered above the pot, forming circles of smoke and exuding a more tempting fragrance. The misty gas gathered together and became hazy, with a pleasant fragrance, making this place seem like a dangerous place. Even the enjoyment of immortals is no more than this. Even though there is an air conditioner called Ice Dragon on the 2nd floor, which constantly emits cold air, Otsutsuki Momoshiki still feels stuffy at this time and can't help but take off his coat. Since Otsutsuki Momoshiki really didn't like eating turtles, after all, this thing symbolizes turtles, and there is always a bad meaning in it, so he first picked up a spoon, scooped off the floating liquid on the surface of the pot, and then put in pieces of chicken. Under the high temperature of the hot pot, these chicken pieces were ready in a short while, and the meat became soft, the chicken skin was crispy and tender, and a layer of luster was looming, which made people drool. Otsutsuki Momoshiki followed Bai's warm reminder and did not eat them immediately, but put the chicken pieces in a dish of sesame paste first. When the sticky sesame paste covered the chicken pieces, it immediately cooled them down at a very fast speed. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki put the chicken pieces in for the second time, the first batch of chicken pieces had cooled down a lot. Although they were still warm, they were already edible. Otsutsuki Momoshiki smelled the aroma of the hot pot and was already hungry and thirsty. He couldn't wait to pick up the chicken pieces, only to see that they were covered with sticky sesame paste and a little chili. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was not picky and put it into his mouth. Ah! As the chicken nuggets entered his mouth, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes suddenly widened. Hiss! Oh my god! This chicken nuggets is so delicious! Add these sesame pastes, spicy with a little sesame flavor, it is truly incomparable. Otsutsuki Momoshiki came from another world, the birthplace of the Otsutsuki clan. He originally thought that their world was higher than the Naruto world, and there was nothing here worthy of his attention except the tailed beasts. But he never expected that here, Otsutsuki Momoshiki would actually eat chicken nuggets that suited his taste. Even in the other world where he came from, it was difficult to eat such delicious delicacies. A gleam of light flashed in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes, and he secretly said, "It's right to come here this time." A good start, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, with bare arms, kept putting chicken nuggets into his mouth. It was so delicious that he didn't even have time to pay attention to the greasy oil on the corners of his mouth. According to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's way of eating, even if there was an air conditioner, Ice Dragon, on the second floor, Otsutsuki Momoshiki still ate profusely. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was also straightforward, taking off another piece of clothing, going shirtless, his face flushed and sweating, and still eating crazily. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally understood a little bit why this small shop is so famous. It turns out that there is such a profound reason. This food is so delicious, it is simply unreasonable that it is not famous. Near the corridor, Bai got a tip from Zabuza that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is very dangerous, even Zabuza has little chance of winning against him. Out of fear that Otsutsuki Momoshiki will cause trouble, he has been staying here to observe. After seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki conquered by the hot pot cuisine, Bai couldn't help but hold his head high with an expression of pride. This Otsutsuki Momoshiki, now you know how powerful the boss is. When a plate of chicken nuggets was finished, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was already 10% full. As a super strong man who far surpassed the 6 paths level masters, he was not surprised at all even if he swept away all the food in the buffet restaurant on the second floor. Because he was too strong, he was not a real god, and he had not yet reached the level of fasting. In order to maintain his huge circulation in his body, he had to eat a lot of things, so that he could provide enough energy. This shop is good, I like it very much. It seems that I have to find a way to take over this shop. Well, if I use force, the owner of this shop probably won't obey me. Generally, people with high skills are bold. People with some skills are very proud and will not succumb to others at will. It seems that I have to think of a way to have both. With this in mind, Otsutsuki Momoshiki put some chicken gizzards and white radish into the hot pot. With the chicken nuggets simmering in the pot, the hot pot became even more delicious. It was visible to the naked eye that as various condiments were added to the pot, the originally light yellow oil pan gradually began to turn red, and in the end, it turned into a dark red soup base, with waves of fragrant spicy smells coming to the nose. If the nose was a little sensitive, I'm afraid I would sneeze at this time. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki picked up these delicacies, they were covered with red oil, which looked fragrant and spicy. Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened his mouth wide and ate more than a dozen chicken gizzards in one bite. Fragrant. Tender. Refreshing. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but applaud. As the teeth chewed, a low cracking sound came out of his mouth, and the taste contained in the chicken gizzards exploded instantly, like a whirlwind blowing, sweeping Otsutsuki Momoshiki's tongue tract madly. The sour and refreshing taste is incomparable, just like dry wood meeting a raging fire, the burning passion overflows, making the tip of the tongue feel an extreme enjoyment. Not bad, not bad. I appreciate the owner of this small shop more and more. Otsutsuki Momoshiki nodded frequently, eating happily. Otsutsuki Momoshiki never thought that when these seemingly simple ingredients are passed through the medium of hot pot, they immediately become extremely delicious. After eating chicken gizzards and white radish in a row, Otsutsuki Momoshiki lay back in the recliner with a satisfied look on his face, sweating all over, as if he had just finished a strenuous exercise. But for Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the hot pot dishes he ate today will be unforgettable for a lifetime. It's really delicious, isn't it? Otsutsuki Momoshiki leaned on the stool, picking toothpicks comfortably, and said to himself, I really want to take this shop for myself as soon as possible, so that I can eat such delicious food every day. Chapter 726 Peeing Beef Balls. After eating chicken gizzards and white radish in a row, Otsutsuki Momoshiki lay back on the recliner with a satisfied look on his face, sweating all over, as if he had just finished a strenuous exercise. But for Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the hot pot food he ate today will be unforgettable for the rest of his life. It's really delicious, isn't it? Otsutsuki Momoshiki picked toothpicks comfortably, and said to himself, I really want to take this shop for myself as soon as possible, so that I can eat such delicious food every day. But it is obvious that just this little thing has not completely satisfied his stomach. Soon, he set his sights on the new beauty food. Peeing beef balls. This is a dish that Yang Ming researched and made based on his own experience, and it is specially placed in the buffet restaurant on the second floor for people to taste. Peeing beef balls, although the name is a bit weird, it is indeed a very unique dish. Generally, the peeing beef balls on the market are hollowed out in the middle, filled with a little stuffing, and then some other seasonings are added to the beef part, so that it can taste like liquid shooting out of it. After Yang Ming smashed the beef, he did not add other seasonings. He just added spices such as tangerine peel and star anise to the hot water when washing the fishy smell, which subtly affected the meatballs. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki curiously held a peeing beef ball in his palm. It was not as fragile as ordinary balls, but gave people a very tough feeling. Otsutsuki Momoshiki loosened his hand, and the peeing beef ball fell from the air, moving vertically. When it fell to the ground, a magical scene happened. I saw that the peeing beef balls bounced up like ping-pong balls, and the height of the bounce was exactly where it had just fallen. It was so elastic. A gleam of light flashed in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes, and he felt that this small shop was becoming more and more interesting. Almost impatient, Otsutsuki Momoshiki waited for the soup base in the hot pot to boil again before putting the peeing beef balls in. On the red soup surface, red peppers were floating up and down, revealing a wave of intoxicating spicy aroma. When the peeing beef balls were put in, part of them sank into the soup base, and part of them floated on the hot surface. Along with the clouds and mist, waves of spicy aroma spread out, which made people's appetites open, and they couldn't wait to eat a meal. This fragrance was mixed with the freshness of beef, which made people salivate even more. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes lit up, and he sniffed hard. What a nice smell. Is this the peeing beef balls? It's really exciting. When it was almost cooked, Otsutsuki Momoshiki took out a spoon and fished out the peeing beef balls one by one. This is the best peeing beef balls. I saw that the skin of these peeing beef balls was as black as ink. After absorbing enough soup, the whole body was several times larger, the size of a tennis ball, and it looked as thick as soil, which looked extremely tempting. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had never seen such a delicious food. Otsutsuki Momoshiki believed that he was invincible and had no rivals. Even in the world where he came from, he had no chance to come into contact with such food. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's stomach was like a huge wave, and a series of muffled thunder-like sounds suddenly exploded in this small buffet restaurant on the second floor. Gulp! 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 Hearing the sound, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly came back to his senses from his memories. Bai, who was watching Otsutsuki Momoshiki at the stairs, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes wide open and his mouth watering. What a lack of knowledge! Bai thought with a little pride. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't know that he had been labeled a country bumpkin by Bai, and was completely intoxicated by the aroma of the pissing beef balls. Then I won't be polite. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said in a familiar manner. As he said that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a pissing beef ball. But what he didn't expect was that the pissing beef ball was slippery, like a loach, and it slid through the chopsticks and fell back into the soup. Hey! Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki snorted coldly. I don't believe it. I, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, can't deal with you. As he said that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki rolled up his sleeves and threw himself into the craze of pinching the peeing beef balls. But to his surprise, no matter how many times he tried, every time he thought he was about to succeed, the peeing beef balls fell back. In fact, this is also a feature of the peeing beef balls. Since the peeing beef balls are all made of beef beaten by Yangming, without adding other impurities, when they expand due to heat, the butter inside will seep out and wrap a protective film on the outer layer of the peeing beef balls. And some of the so-called beef balls eaten on the market, if they don't have this feature, in fact, what you eat is not real beef balls at all, but black-hearted merchants use other things instead and add beef-flavored additives. Ahem, it seems that I have exposed something. I haven't said anything, ahem. So angry. Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt so embarrassed, and he glanced around secretly, and found that everyone else was enjoying their hot pot, and didn't notice what happened at his table at all, and he was relieved. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the small peeing beef ball and sighed in his heart. I didn't expect that I have been traveling around the world for so many years and never lost to anyone, but in the end I lost to you. Alas. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki happily discarded his chopsticks and used the spoon to pick up the peeing beef balls and put them into his mouth. These peeing beef balls are the size of tennis balls, round in shape, with delicate and chewy meat. When they are drunk together with the red and spicy soup, the tip of the tongue is immediately numbed, bringing a different kind of enjoyment. Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened his mouth wide, revealing his white teeth, and his cheeks were swollen by the peeing beef balls, and he ate them with a grin. Don't look at the peeing beef balls like this, but they are soft and tough inside, and they are very exciting to eat, and there will be streams of boiling soup splashing out, splashing on the tip of the tongue, like magma falling on the tongue, and it will be hot and fly. However, even though he was eating with his teeth bared, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had no intention of spitting out the peeing beef balls. Instead, he was accompanied by a series of hissing sounds of gasping for air, and his eyes were shining with a touch of brilliance. It's so delicious, it's really great. It's really the best in the world. The whole peeing beef ball tastes refreshing and chewy, full of juice, and it's simply incomparable. Chapter 727 Nezha Lotus Root. However, even though he was eating with his teeth bared, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had no intention of spitting out the peeing beef balls. Instead, he was accompanied by a series of hissing sounds of gasping for air, and his eyes were shining with a touch of brilliance. It's so delicious, it's really great. It's really the best in the world. The whole peeing beef ball tastes refreshing and chewy, full of juice, and it's simply incomparable. After eating so many meat dishes, even Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt a little tired and wanted to find some vegetarian dishes. But he searched the entire buffet restaurant on the second floor and only found some mushrooms, no other vegetarian dishes. Seeing this, Bai, who had been secretly monitoring Otsutsuki Momoshiki, walked up and asked kindly. Guest, is there anything I can help you with? Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his eyebrows. Why are there no vegetarian dishes here? Guest, I'm so sorry, because we have used too much ingredients recently, the supply of vegetarian dishes is insufficient, and most of them can only be provided on the first floor now. Is that so? Otsutsuki Momoshiki touched his smooth chin with one hand and said, in that case, I'll go down and take a look. Okay, please follow me. Bai said, and led Otsutsuki Momoshiki down. Looking at Bai's graceful back and the curves that could not be covered by the skirt, for some reason, Otsutsuki Momoshiki actually felt a little hot in his heart. This must be an illusion. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shook his head vigorously to get rid of the absurd thoughts in his mind, but he could not get rid of Bai's moving curves in his mind. Feeling the hot gaze behind him like a substance, Bai's body suddenly stiffened, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, this was not the first time. Bai showed a tired smile on his face and led Otsutsuki Momoshiki to a seat and sat down. Otsutsuki Momoshiki casually flipped through the menu of the Manchu-Han banquet and picked out a vegetarian dish. Nezha lotus root. This is a partial name of the Manchu-Han banquet. Lotus root has always been a delicacy used by the court because of its nutritional value. However, in the Qing dynasty, because the rulers disliked the meaning behind the name Nezha, which meant to resist the current court, they cancelled the word Nezha. Give me a portion of Nezha lotus root. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said. Okay, please wait a moment. Bai's face forced a smile. Then, under the reluctant gaze of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Bai fled away as if fleeing, as if in a panic, and went straight to the kitchen. Bai was really afraid that if he stayed there, something bad would happen. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Momoshiki also had the strength to do whatever he wanted. After receiving the menu from Bai, Yang Ming nodded and started cooking again. Yang Ming took out the lotus root. The lotus root had a unique shape, branch-like. A long lotus root had 6 or 7 nodes, and a short one had 3 or 4 nodes. The lotus root in the middle was thick and round, and the one on the edge was thin and long, like a baby's chubby arm. There were dark brown lotus nodes between the lotus roots, and pointed tender buds grew on the lotus nodes. In the process of taking out the lotus root, you must avoid being pricked by the sharp thorns on the lotus root. Yang Ming took out a sharp dragon-slaying sword, and with his advanced knife skills, he peeled the lotus root skin with a few swipes, and then he could see the white, juicy flesh under the skin. Yang Ming cut it again, and he saw some small holes in the lotus root, like honeycombs, like firecracker holes, like petals. If you look carefully, you will find that when the lotus root is separated, there are some silks connected to the lotus root. These tiny silks are like the silk spit out by Spider-Man in the movie, and also like the beards of some old people. The saying broken lotus root but still connected by silk is just like this. After Yang Ming peeled the lotus root, he saw that the rhizome was thick, the flesh was tender, and it was flawless white. Lotus root is as white as snow. If it is put into soup, it will not melt even if it is stewed for a long time. It is smooth and soft, tender, sweet and crisp, and full of fragrance. However, this time, Yang Ming made fried lotus root. When processing lotus root, there is one thing that is very worth noting. When eating lotus root, you should choose lotus root with yellow-brown skin and thick and white flesh. If it is black and has a strange smell, it is not suitable for consumption. Yang Ming picked the fresh lotus root picked today, peeled it, and washed it in cold water, and removed the bad part. After filtering it twice, Yang Ming used the sharp dragon-slaying knife, like a grandmaster, with the sound of slicing, and the thin lotus root slices were placed in place neatly, as if they were not cut, and they were still a complete individual. Yang Ming put the lotus root slices in the basket and started to heat the iron pot. When dark red patterns spread under the black pot, Yang Ming poured the oil along the edge of the pot, and then used a shovel to spread the oil, sticking a thin layer of oil on the bottom of the pot. Until this time, the red bottom of the pot quickly heated up the oil, and a light oil fragrance spread. Taking advantage of this short interval, Yang Ming quickly smashed the garlic, washed and peeled the ginger, and then poured them into the pot together. Sizzle. Crackling. Because they still have some moisture on them, once they enter the red-hot black pot, they immediately erupt into a fierce conflict like Mars hitting the earth. You can also see that the minced garlic at the bottom of the pot keeps jumping up and down, and in a short moment it has been stained with a hint of yellow. Then came a strong garlic fragrance mixed with ginger, which turned into a light smoke and hit the face. It happened in a split second. Yang Ming picked up the basket of lotus roots with one hand and quickly poured it into the pot. Crack! Crack! This time, when the lotus roots with more water were put into the pot, it seemed to explode the pot, and a burst of dense crisp sounds like beans were scattered. Yang Ming grabbed the handle of the pot with one hand and the spatula with the other hand, and quickly stir-fried it. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the lotus roots on the pot kept rolling. After stir-frying several times, Yang Ming poured a bowl of water into it, then covered the pot and waited for it to simmer. After a few minutes, a stream of steaming hot air came out from it, constantly lifting the lid on the pot, and thick white smoke escaped from the gap, carrying the fragrance of lotus roots mixed with garlic, filling the surroundings. Yang Ming lifted the lid of the pot, scooped a handful of salt, stir-fried it again for a while, and then extracted the lotus roots and poured them on the plate. I saw the lotus root sitting cross-legged quietly on it, the white color seemed to glow, it looked very pleasing to the eye, and with the steaming heat, a fragrance spread out. At the same time, Yang Ming did not waste the remaining lotus root, but danced with the tip of the knife, one by one, with the unpredictable charm of gods and ghosts. He carved the remaining lotus root into a 3-inch child, stepping on the wind and fire wheels, heroic and handsome. Chapter 728. Let Bai accompany you for dinner? Yang Ming lifted the lid of the pot, scooped a handful of salt, stir-fried it again for a while, and then extracted the lotus root and poured it on the plate. I saw the lotus root sitting cross-legged quietly on it, the white color seemed to glow, it looked very pleasing to the eye, and with the steaming heat, a fragrance spread out. At the same time, Yang Ming did not waste the remaining lotus root, but danced with the tip of the knife, one by one, with the unpredictable charm of gods and ghosts. He carved the remaining lotus root into a 3-inch child, stepping on the wind and fire wheels, heroic and handsome. After Yang Ming finished cooking the dish, he walked up and took it away. He walked towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki with lotus steps, a sultry fragrance, and a swaying waist. People who don't know the details will definitely not guess Bai's gender from the appearance. Bai's skin is white and tender, exuding a healthy luster, with pink cheeks and a pair of standard almond eyes, which always have a faint haziness, as if bending over a pool of autumn water. Her eyebrows are light and her small red lips are always pursed in a smile. Bai is not very tall, but she gives people the feeling of being slender and beautiful. Bai is wearing a black gauze-made outfit with a white lace skirt on the edge and a red bow under the neckline. She is so cute. Her round buttocks under the short skirt are raised in a graceful arc, and her slender and well-proportioned legs are wearing pink stockings, which makes people's eyes shine. Underneath, Bai was wearing a pair of black soft leather shoes, small and exquisite, with a youthful breath all over her body, and the girlish charm made her have a kind of flustered attraction. Unfortunately, as I said before, Bai is a boy. A pleasant fragrance came from Bai's body, which made Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes brighten, and his eyes stared at the beautiful waitress with fiery eyes. In Bai's body, Otsutsuki Momoshiki seemed to see all the beautiful things in the world, pure and moving. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki actually felt a heartbeat. This must be my illusion. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shook his head vigorously, trying to shake out the strange thoughts in his mind. Bai noticed that Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes seemed to want to eat him, and a hint of awkward but polite smile appeared on his face. "Sir, I've been waiting for a long time. This is the Nezha lotus root you ordered. Please enjoy it slowly." Bai's smile was as pure and natural as a lotus, which made Otsutsuki Momoshiki stunned. So, Otsutsuki Momoshiki stretched out his hands to take the plate from Bai's hands. But when Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hands touched Bai's white and tender hands, his soul suddenly trembled. A feeling of electric shock came spontaneously. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki touched Bai's hands, he suddenly felt a touch similar to first love. For a moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was stunned, and the whole person was confused and speechless. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Bai, who was close at hand. She had a delicate and fair face. She was not made up, but she was much more beautiful than ordinary people in the world. She was like a fairy descending to the earth, with an unparalleled charm. Bai's every frown seemed to attract all living beings, and her charm was extraordinary. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart was suddenly moved. For the first time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had such an impulsive feeling for a person besides pursuing power. At this moment, like chasing delicious food, Otsutsuki Momoshiki even had an idea that for Bai, he would be willing to go through fire and water. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was also a person with determination. He pinched his legs hard and barely focused his attention on the Nezha lotus root. On the silver-white plate, the Nezha lotus root was quietly placed, especially the Nezha stepping on the wind and fire wheels, which looked heroic and had an indescribable charm that made people drool. I saw that the Nezha lotus root was as white as the gorgeous white of Mabayu, and the fragrance of Nanshan mountain was leisurely seen in the secluded valley. The sauce was rich in color and fragrant, and it was unusually neat, like a carefully designed handicraft. No matter from which angle you look at it, it looks so beautiful, making the Nezha lotus root have a unique beauty, impacting Otsutsuki Momoshiki's vision. Although he had just eaten a lot of meat dishes, when the aroma of the Nezha lotus root came to his nose, Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately felt a pain in his stomach and a strong desire surged in his heart. "I want to eat it." Gurgle. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's throat moved up and down, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes slightly straightened, and a burst of brilliance burst out. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not pick up his chopsticks immediately, but turned his eyes and cast his eyes on Bai. That aggressive and fiery look seemed to be able to melt everything in the world, full of the meaning of not allowing disobedience. Otsutsuki Momoshiki slapped his thigh and said in an imperative tone, "You, come here and sit here." This. Seeing this, Bai was completely stunned. Letting a person dressed so innocently sit on his lap, isn't this a bit too much? But there was nothing strange on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face, instead, he looked as if it was a matter of course, as if he was saying, "It is your honor to have a crush on you in this life." Bai's face froze, and he was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. It was the first time he saw such a customer who didn't take boss Yang Ming seriously at all, so barbaric, so domineering, and so arrogant. But as a waiter, Bai represented the face of Yang Ming's shop, but he couldn't fall out with the customer, so he had to force a smile and said, "Sorry, customer, your request is too much. What's more, this is a place to taste delicious food, not an indecent place for you to seek the pleasure of women." It can be said that Bai's words were well-reasoned, decent, and generous, neither aggressive nor cowardly. Unfortunately, Bai faced Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who claimed to be the strongest in the world. Since coming to this Naruto world, Otsutsuki Momoshiki has never suffered any setbacks. Whether it is Black Zetsu, the 100-man ninja team led by Mei Terumi of the Hidden Mist Village, or Tsuchikage Onoki, they are nothing but chickens and dogs under his hands, and can be easily annihilated. This also created the unprecedented arrogance in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart. Hearing that Bai actually rejected his request, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt his self-esteem was frustrated, his face suddenly turned cold, and he snorted coldly. As this cold snort fell, Bai was shocked to see that the tableware on the table of Yang Ming's shop actually floated out of thin air. In Yang Ming's shop, whether it was Kisame, or Uchiha Itachi who had just delivered the takeaway, or other cage-level strongmen, they immediately felt the changes coming from here, and one after another human figure instantly came in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, carrying a tsunami-like momentum, and wanted to annihilate people. Chapter 729 Besieging Otsutsuki Momoshiki. In Yang Ming's shop, whether it was Kisame, or Uchiha Itachi who had just delivered the takeaway, or other cage-level strongmen, they immediately felt the changes coming from here, and one after another human figure instantly came in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, carrying a tsunami-like momentum, and wanted to annihilate people. Looking at the changes around him, Kisame knew that it was Otsutsuki Momoshiki who was causing trouble. How long has it been? Kisame didn't know how long it had been since the last time someone dared to mess up Yang Ming's shop. When he thought about the shop that his employees had worked so hard for, being messed up, Kisame got angry, and his ferocious and terrifying face became even more frightening. "Go to hell!" Kisame said with a chill, as if it was an invitation from the god of death in the world of the dead. At this moment, Kisame's momentum was overwhelming, giving people a threat as oppressive as Mount Tai, which stung people's hearts. Kisame waved his huge fist, and the fist wind whizzed and exploded, like a tiger out of a cage, with the momentum of thunder, and blasted towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face like thunder. Kisame's shark-like face ripped open his bloody mouth, exposing his inverted triangle-shaped teeth, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, like a beast that chooses its prey. Die, die. However, facing Kisame's punch, Otsutsuki Momoshiki still stood calmly in place, until Kisame's fist approached, and then he opened his palm as if he was late to react and blocked it. But what shocked everyone was that Otsutsuki Momoshiki grabbed Kisame's fist so casually. No matter how hard Kisame tried, even if the veins of the green snakes on his arms bulged, he couldn't break free from Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand. Who is this person? The other employees present were shocked and horrified. They didn't expect Kisame to fail like this. However, they would not stand there stupidly and watch Kisame suffer. At the same time, Rega used one foot as a fulcrum to support his entire body, while the other foot was like a whip axe, with sky blue electric light wrapped around his leg, drawing a sharp curve in the air, and the high-speed movement even made a sound of explosions when it rubbed against the air. Rumble. Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at Rega with a hint of contempt in his eyes. At the critical moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki pulled his waist and fell backwards, easily avoiding Rega's leg whip with lightning. Seeing this, Zabuza's wolf-like eyes condensed, and he quietly pulled out the beheading sword as high as a person from behind. A murderous aura suddenly surged up from a wisp of light wind, forming an arrogant and cold feeling that swept in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The candles on the nearby tables began to shake violently under the strong wind, and the red candle light flickered and extinguished, illuminating the area like a ghost land, cold and chilly, and piercing. "Shut up!" Otsutsuki Momoshiki said impatiently, suddenly stood up, pulled out his other hand, split his index and middle fingers, and with a skill that reached the peak in seconds, he used a bare-handed hand to easily clamp the tip of the beheading sword. Even if Zabuza held back his strength, he couldn't shake it a bit, as if this sword was naturally embedded in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand. Damn it! Who is this person? Zabuza was secretly angry in his heart. Seeing that others were struggling so hard, Uchiha Itachi frowned immediately. Uchiha Itachi didn't see any movement, but in a blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a deep footprint. Instant body technique. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was restrained by several cage-level strongmen, and both hands were not idle. In addition, Uchiha Itachi did not show any killing intention. Like a ghost, he quietly approached Otsutsuki Momoshiki and put one hand on him. Flying Thunder God technique. There was a ripple in the space, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki showed a curious look in his eyes, and let Uchiha Itachi take him to the top of the skyscraper in the food capital. Seeing this, other employees also used Flying Thunder God to come here. What an interesting ninjutsu! Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the changing environment around him and commented. How arrogant! Seeing this, Kisame sneered. Here, the employees don't need to worry about this and that like in Yang Ming's shop. Once he didn't care, Zabuza completely let go, suddenly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, wielding a heavy beheading sword, blowing a stinging wind in the air, whirring, carrying the momentum of a thunderous strike, wildly slashing across, wanting to cut Otsutsuki Momoshiki in half. At the same time, the chakra full of coldness flowed out of Kisame along the predetermined track, turning into a terrible killing weapon. Water escape. Big shark bullet technique. The dark blue liquid burst out and gathered into a bloody and ferocious great white shark, with a ferocious posture, opening a bloody mouth that could swallow many people, wanting to swallow Otsutsuki Momoshiki alive. At the same time, the Rega knife in Rega's hand showed no mercy, drawing a straight line in the air, as if tearing the sky in half, whirring in the air, and slashing in the waist. Uchiha Itachi was not idle either. He lowered his body, put strength into his feet, and used the Navy's 6 styles of razor blade, blasted out like a cannon, then suddenly clenched his fist, with the metallic color flowing on it, and activated the armed color domineering, turning into an iron-blooded fist that destroyed everything, and punched at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a passionate fight. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was sandwiched by 4 cage-level strongmen and was in danger. Seeing that he was about to be torn into pieces in the next moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes were full of disdain. Shinra Tensei. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised both hands horizontally, embedded in his palms, and the reincarnation eye with heavy pupil shadows suddenly bloomed with a bewitching red light. Facing the sandwiched attack of 4 cage-level strongmen, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's figure seemed so thin, so alone. However, when the result came, it was so shocking. Boom! The great white shark, which looked like a truck head, exploded under the palm that was countless times smaller than it, and turned into raindrops of water, which fell in all directions, soaking the roof of the entire skyscraper. Kisame is called the tailless tailed beast, and has chakra comparable to that of the tailed beast. The water escape he used was poured with chakra equivalent to that of a normal A-level ninjutsu, so the power was naturally extraordinary. It would be difficult for an ordinary cage-level strongman to take this move. But it was just one move. Otsutsuki Momoshiki resolved Kisame's long-planned attack. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi and the other 2 suddenly collided with the repulsive force, and were immediately struck by lightning. They trembled all over and spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 730 You are just ants after all. Kisame is called the tailless tailed beast, and has chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. The water escape technique he used is filled with chakra equivalent to that of a normal A-level ninjutsu, so its power is naturally extraordinary. Even an ordinary cage-level warrior would find it difficult to take on this move. But it was just one move. Otsutsuki Momoshiki resolved Kisame's long-planned attack. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi and the other 2 suddenly collided with the repulsive force, and were struck by lightning. They trembled all over and spit out a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Itachi and the other 2 fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, and were about to pass over the roof of the skyscraper and fall below the 100-meter-high building. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly shouted, "I'm coming." As he said that, he quickly formed a seal. Summoning technique. Bang! In a puff of light smoke, a huge figure suddenly appeared. However, this was not the toad boss Bunta, but a strange toad. In the previous attack of Orochimaru on Miyaboku Mountain, most of the toads, including the toads, had died in the battle. Now this toad was one of the survivors. Quack! Master Jiraiya, what do you want? Jiraiya stepped on the toad's head, his face stern, pointing at the 3 Uchiha Itakais who fell outside, and said, "Hurry up and fish them out." "Yes, Master Jiraiya." The strange toad nodded and suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of breaking wind, a scarlet tongue suddenly shot out from the mouth of this toad, as fast as a bullet, one bounce, one roll, one entanglement, one pull, just like a toad catching a fly, easily sticking to the 3 Uchiha Itakais and bringing them back. After the toad put Uchiha Itaki and the other 2 on the roof, Jiraiya looked solemn, looked up at Otsutsuki Momoshiki who was overlooking the earth, and asked, "Are you good at using ninjutsu?" Quack. "Master Jiraiya, I am proficient in ninjutsu and taijutsu," quack, said the toad. "In that case," Jiraiya's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, "then, you should try to cooperate with me." Jiraiya spread his legs, made a squatting horse stance, suddenly put his hands together, and a large amount of chakra poured out of his body. Fire escape! Toad oil flame bomb! With Jiraiya's loud shout, although the toad cooperated with Jiraiya for the first time, he cooperated well, and immediately sprayed a torrent of toad oil from his mouth, and the slippery grease covered the sky. Then, Jiraiya's flame bomb followed closely, instantly turning a large area of toad oil into a blazing sea of fire. The temperature of this flame was so high that even the surrounding space seemed to be twisted and turbulent. At this time, it was night, and under this roaring sea of fire, the entire night sky was bright, and the dark sky was dyed with crimson. However, facing this surging sea of fire, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was like a king, floating majestically in the sky, with a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth. "You inferior creatures, after all, can't understand what greatness is." Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Jiraiya and others with a squint, and the meaning of looking down on the heroes of the world in his eyes was self-evident. He stretched out one hand and pressed down, revealing the blood-red samsara eye in his palm. "Let you inferior creatures see the gap between me and you." As soon as the words fell, a strange attraction came from the palm of Momoshiki Otsutsuki, like a bottomless pit, blowing up a tornado, covering the sea of fire spewed by Jiraiya. Then, something astonishing happened. The red sea of fire that burned half the sky, under this tornado of attraction, was like a mouse seeing a cat, restraining the raging heat, and gently following the direction of the tornado, flowing into the palm of Momoshiki Otsutsuki like a spring. Suddenly, the world was clear. Jiraiya and the summoned toad, both of them widened their eyes, with an unbelievable look on their faces. "What's going on? What kind of ninjutsu did he use to eat my ninjutsu?" With the help of the vision of the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Itaka could clearly see the blood-red samsara eye in the palm of Momoshiki Otsutsuki's palm, and his heart was immediately shocked. "Impossible, how can there be another pair of samsara eyes in this world? And it has such a strange ability." Momoshiki Otsutsuki saw the horrified expressions on everyone's faces, and his arrogance reached its peak, and he immediately laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Momoshiki Otsutsuki opened his arms, as if to embrace the bright moon, and said arrogantly, "It's not that I'm too strong, but you are too weak." As he said that, Momoshiki Otsutsuki raised his other hand and pointed it at Jiraiya, with a playful look of cat catching mouse in his eyes. "Let you have a taste of your own ninjutsu. Fire escape. Toad oil flame bomb. Wind rises, fire rolls." If Jiraiya's flames just burned half the sky. At this moment, with the blessing of Momoshiki Otsutsuki's special physique, this unique toad oil flame bomb can even burn the sky and boil the sea. The flame he released, from the initial red color, gradually deepened in color, and finally dyed with a layer of black and red destructive light. Like a world-destroying red lotus, the deep red flame turned into a surging wave, forming a beautiful lotus-shaped pattern in the sky, which contained extremely high temperature distortion power. Originally, the night sky was bright and the stars were sparse. But under this black and red sea of fire, it seemed to swallow up all the light around it, and the surrounding space was distorted and folded sharply, as if a piece of draft paper was rubbed hard by someone and became unrecognizable. Seeing this, Jiraiya held back his horror and gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe this. Toad, let's try again." "Yes, Master Jiraiya." Quack. The toad under his feet nodded and joined forces with Jiraiya again. Fire style. Toad oil flame bomb. The whistling red flame reappeared, and the black and red lotus of destruction that fell from the sky collided with each other, tit for tat, and did not give in. Seeing this, the teasing in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes deepened, and his nostrils could be pointed to the sky, with an arrogant and contemptuous look. What a stupid inferior creature! You are just ants after all. As soon as he finished speaking, the black and red lotus of destruction collided with the red flame, but there was no spark, not even a sound. It was just like a stream entering the sea, as if it was natural and easy to assimilate the other party into it, becoming a part of the lotus of destruction. Chapter 731 Let you be arrogant and let you be happy. Seeing this, the teasing in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes deepened, and his nostrils could be pointed to the sky, with an arrogant and contemptuous look. What a stupid inferior creature! You are just ants after all. As soon as he finished speaking, the black and red lotus of destruction collided with the red flames, but there was no spark of collision, not even a sound. It was just like a stream entering the sea, as if it was natural and easy to assimilate the other party into it, becoming a part of the lotus of destruction. Suddenly, the entire lotus of destruction expanded again, becoming larger and more arrogant. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi was horrified. This won't work. We must not let this flame come down. Otherwise, together with the skyscraper under our feet, the entire food capital will be destroyed by this flame. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. At this time, the moon was particularly bright, covering the earth with a layer of silver gauze. In the dark night, Uchiha Itachi stood like a statue in the cold wind, his clothes rustling in the wind, and a lofty and cold aura suddenly swept over him, like a proud dark king, staring proudly at the invincible supreme being above his head. Even if you are the invincible supreme being in the world, I will pull you down from the altar. Uchiha outside Itachi's body, a hideous skeleton was revealed, followed by a body made of chakra, and then a majestic armor. Susanoo. Under the cold and bright moonlight, it was like the giant god soldier in the Legend of the Night, with a cold face and no worldly fireworks, and his hands brought the terrifying power to purify the world. At this moment, everyone looked up at this terrifying giant, full of trust. Trust Uchiha Itachi, the strongest employee of the small shop, to teach this arrogant supreme a hard lesson. Uchiha Itachi's cold eyes were without any emotion, and he looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki indifferently, as well as the black and red lotus of destruction that spread across the sky. This is the fruit of the hard work of all our employees, you can't destroy it at will. Disperse. As if sensing the resentment contained in the owner's heart, Susanoo looked up to the sky and howled. Ah! The oscillating sound formed a circle of ripples, rippling around, even the dark clouds in the sky were swept away, revealing the bright stars. Then, Susanoo waved his fist as big as the front of a car, carrying the momentum of destroying everything, and punched out under the roaring wind. One punch, destroying the world. Boom! The giant fist collided with the sea of fire, and a roar that shook the earth sounded. Then, under the horrified eyes of the crowd, the giant fist tore open the lotus of destruction that burned the sky and boiled the sea, and with a fierce momentum, it slammed into Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Boom! A dull collision sound suddenly rose, and the arrogant Otsutsuki Momoshiki was seen. Under this blow, the whole body was kanonied out, drawing an arc in the air, and heavily smashed in the distance. Then, Otsutsuki Momoshiki fell all the way. How could a house made of layers of various delicacies withstand such an impact? Just like the falling of a domino card, the densely packed houses collapsed, raising a cloud of flying dust. It was so terrifying. Of course, the attack of Susanoo was very powerful, but the arm was also burned by the flames, and then spread all over the body, corroding the majestic armor, and then swallowing the entire Susanoo into the black and red flames. Uchiha Itachi had no choice but to remove Susanoo and let the black and red flames dissipate sporadically in the air. Then, Uchiha Itachi and a group of shop employees came to the edge of the roof of the skyscraper and looked at the direction where Otsutsuki Momoshiki fell from a distance. Is he dead? Jiraiya asked solemnly. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes wide and observed the place with the help of the vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sala! A puff of dust flew up, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki climbed up from the mess. His face looked dusty and extremely embarrassed, with a frightened expression on his face. Ahem! What's going on? However, although he was knocked down from 1,000 meters high by Uchiha Itachi's punch, he looked very embarrassed, but he was full of energy and his strength was not greatly reduced. It's understandable. As a terrifying character that even Otsutsuki Kagaya is afraid of, how could Otsutsuki Momoshiki die so easily? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly shrank into needles, and he sighed. What a monster! How is he? Is he seriously injured? Jiraiya asked anxiously. Facing the curious eyes of Jiraiya and other employees, Uchiha Itachi shook his head, his face serious, and said. The opponent is very strong, stronger than we expected, and he didn't suffer any injuries at all. I'm afraid, we have to unite together. Is that so? Zabuz's wolf-like eyes revealed an eager look. We haven't met an interesting opponent for a long time, and our bones are almost rusted. It's not bad to take him for surgery. Kisame's eyes suddenly widened, like a sword unsheathed, emitting a sharp edge, patting Samehada in his hand, revealing a cruel look. I have been very annoyed with this arrogant guy for a long time. As he said, Kisame untied the bandage wrapped around Samehada, revealing a strange blade, a cold chill, and Samehada's mouth opened and closed, as if it was also eager to drink blood. Leia shrugged and said with a relaxed look, even if we can't win, we still have boss Yang Ming. Ah Fei stood aside with his eyes half closed, watching these employees talking about a strong man like Otsutsuki Momoshiki as if they were bargaining in the vegetable market, and suddenly felt annoyed. Hey, hey, hey! Is this really okay? The other party is also a very strong person after all. Is this really okay? What are you afraid of? Leia waved his hand, looking relaxed and comfortable. Don't worry, it's just a strong man, we have seen it before. As long as there is boss Yang Ming is backing us up, so what's the big deal? Even if we die in battle, boss can still revive us. What you said makes sense. I was speechless. Ah Fei's mouth twitched fiercely, and I felt that countless crows flew across his mind. Ah Fei stood in the cold wind, silently watching the Otsutsuki Momoshiki attacking from a distance, looking at his fierce face, as if he wanted revenge, and suddenly felt in his heart that the other party was really pitiful, meeting the group of lunatics in Yang Ming's shop. How many sins did he commit in his previous life to be so miserable in this life? Chapter 732 Otsutsuki Momoshiki, don't think too highly of yourself. What you said makes sense. I was speechless. Ah Fei's mouth twitched fiercely, and I felt that countless crows flew across his mind. Ah Fei stood in the cold wind, silently watching the Otsutsuki Momoshiki attacking from a distance, looking at his fierce face, as if he wanted revenge, and suddenly felt in his heart that the other party was really pitiful, meeting the group of lunatics in Yang Ming's shop. How many sins did he commit in his previous life to be so miserable in this life? Otsutsuki Momoshiki brought a gust of wind and rained over the 9 heavens again, with a look of exasperation on his face. You lowly reptiles, you have completely pissed me off. As he spoke, Otsutsuki Momoshiki flipped his hand, and a few red pills appeared in his palm. Do you know that I am very angry now, and you are in trouble? These pills in my hand are made of the chakra of the tailed beasts, which can give me a huge power that you lowly races can't imagine. Even if you practice hard for your whole life, you can't compare to me. In the midst of wild laughter, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the red pills. Boom! A stream of violent chakras vented out of his body, forming a terrifying low pressure around him, as if you get close to it, you will be crushed to death by this terrifying pressure. Even this pressure affected the surrounding space, causing the moonlight from the bright moon in the sky to fold and twist, and it looked shaky. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi and other shop employees all changed their faces. What a huge chakra! Jiraiya wiped a cold sweat, his face was stunned and dazed. Is this still a human? Ah Fei stared at the figure in the sky that seemed to be the supreme of heaven and earth, and a storm was set off in his heart. What a terrifying existence! In his body, there is already chakra comparable to several tailed beasts combined together. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the incarnation of the 10 tails. Seeing their expressions of shock and anger, Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneered in a low voice. Take a look, lowly creatures. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stretched out a white jade-like palm. These are some interesting ninjutsu I collected before I came here. A black as ink-tailed beast ball appeared from his palm, accompanied by a galloping tornado, overbearing and noisy thunder, and a blazing flame that burned the sky and boiled the sea. 4 giant tornadoes connected the sky and the earth, rotating around the skyscraper. Purple thunderbolts flashed out, turning this place into a thunder purgatory, reflecting a forest of white here. Accompanied by a crisp bird cry, a fire phoenix like the one in mythology descended to the world, carrying a high temperature that burned everything, and came towards the employees. What's more frightening is that the black energy ball of the tailed beast ball above them kept expanding, turning into the size of the moon, covering the sky and the sun endlessly, and it was so dark that it made people breathless. Seeing this, Zabuza frowned. "Oh no, we must destroy it as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, his body sank, and his feet suddenly exerted force, leaving 2 deep footprints on the roof. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he suddenly flew out, using the moon step in the 6 styles of the navy to step in the air. However, how could Otsutsuki Momoshiki let him get close? The fire phoenix flapped its burning wings, sweeping up the hot wind, wrinkling its skin, curling its hair, and rushing towards Zabuza frantically. Seeing this, Zabuza grabbed the beheading sword tightly with both hands, his eyes showing a sharp edge. "Don't block the way! Cut it!" With a loud shout, a blade slashed across the sky, like a blade from a fairy, to cut the dark sky in half. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blade was so fast that it rubbed against the air violently in the air, and a flame suddenly appeared on it. However, facing this shocking blade, the fire phoenix did not dodge or retreat at all. The billowing flames turned into colorful fireworks and exploded. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a raging wind of flames swept in all directions. The buildings that had been smashed down by Otsutsuki Momoshiki were blown up and rolled into the sky. Then, a scorched figure, accompanied by a wisp of black smoke, holding a beheading sword in his hand, fell from the sky. Seeing this, Raya frowned and muttered, "What a reckless guy." That's what he said, but there was a flash of lightning under his feet, and his figure quickly flew up and caught Zabuza. When Raya put Zabuza down on the roof, he suddenly turned his head. Whoosh whoosh! The wind howled in the dark night, blowing Uchiha Taka's robes rustling, and his eyes were calm, like a king in the dark, standing at the top of the world with evil charm. He moved his mind, Susanoo waved his arms, and a large amount of chakra in his hand gathered and condensed, turning into a divine weapon, 10-fist sword, and handed it forward as if lightly. Swish! Under this sword, even Raya saw it, and his whole body was horrified, and felt a great terror shrouding him. This is a feeling more terrifying than death. Leia always believes in his intuition. This is the experience he gained from countless life and death battles. Leia did not expect that Uchiha Taka still retained such a powerful killing move. It seems that there is a chance. Seeing this, Leia was encouraged. I saw that the flames that were scattered after the explosion just now gathered together again and turned into a smaller circle of fire phoenixes. In order to buy time for Otsutsuki Momoshiki, it resolutely pounced on it again, wanting to repeat the old trick. However, Uchiha Taka did not give it such a chance at all. Susanoo held the 10-fist sword and brought a mysterious sealing power. He slashed the fire phoenix that was about to explode with his sword. Tear! Accompanied by a sound like a knife cutting cloth, the fire phoenix, which was raising its energy to the peak and turned golden, suddenly became dumb and was absorbed into the 10-fist sword by a twisting and rotating sealing power. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately looked at Uchiha Taka a few more times, and for the first time he looked at him straight in the eye, instead of looking down on him from a high position. "We are descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. Why can't you see the situation clearly and help these lowly creatures? Do you know that you are insulting our noble bloodline?" "Sorry." Uchiha Taka turned his eyes away without any emotion, and said coldly, "I don't think we are so lowly, nor do I think you are so noble." Hearing this, all the employees clapped their hands and shouted, "Well said." Suddenly, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face turned black and angrily shouted, "You are looking for death." Chapter 733 Yang Ming, you are so naughty. We are descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. Why can't you see the situation clearly and help these lowly creatures? Do you know that you are insulting our noble bloodline? Sorry. Uchiha Taka turned his eyes away without any emotion, and said coldly, "I don't think we are so lowly, nor do I think you are so noble." Hearing this, all the employees clapped their hands and shouted, "Well said." Suddenly, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face turned black and he shouted angrily, "You are looking for death." At this moment, it seemed as if the sky was angry, the clouds were undulating, and a colorful light curtain appeared in the sky, like the aurora world descending, with a faint pressure that captivated people in the beauty. "I, the strongest person in this world, sentence you to death." With Otsutsuki Momoshiki's furious declaration, the thunder that originally fell in the shape of cracked thunderbolts suddenly narrowed its range and formed a giant unicorn beast covered with lightning. It stepped in the air, the space rippled, and cracks appeared like shattering, and it fell from the sky with tremendous power. Thunder escape. Unicorn. Compared with ordinary S-level ninjutsu, this Kirin is particularly huge and imposing under the addition of the power of heaven. Even from a distance, the employees of the small shop have already felt the aggressive momentum, which stung their skin like a knife. Tisk. Seeing this, Leia walked in front of everyone, his unruly eyes showing a disdainful expression. Leia has never been a person who admits defeat easily. In this world, there is only one person who can make him convinced, and that is Yang Ming. Even if he is as powerful as Otsutsuki Momoshiki, even if his power is boundless, he can't be shaken at all. Leia raised his hands, just like Pangu creating the world, facing the powerful Kirin beast. He held his head high and stabbed the Leia knife in his hand. It's just a lightning escape. Don't be so arrogant. Ha! As one of the 7 ninja swords, the special feature of the Rega sword is that it can absorb any lightning and transform it into chakra in the user's body. The key lies in whether the user's body can withstand it. Rega clenched his teeth and roared, absorb it. Boom! 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 As if a straight pillar of heaven penetrated the sky and the earth, the Thunder Unicorn Thunderbolt fell, illuminating the entire night sky with a pale white, as if it were daytime. Stupid! Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was about to open his mouth to sarcastically say something, but the next moment, he immediately shut his mouth, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his proud face. How is this possible? The ruined roof of the skyscraper was covered with rubble and deep snake-shaped cracks, which almost brought the roof of the skyscraper to the brink of collapse. However, in the midst of this, Rega's upright figure was still there, and his whole body was emitting hot sweat, rising like a cloud, but he himself was unharmed, but his physical strength was greatly depleted, his chest was violently up and down, he was panting, and his whole face was red and hot, like a branding iron. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but raise a middle finger to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. It seems that you are not that great. Just a few ants. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was gloomy, like an inkstone, gloomy and dripping. You actually blocked me again and again. This is outrageous. At this moment, a dull atmosphere, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Suddenly, the whole sky became gloomy. Under the control of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, it has expanded into a moon-sized black-tailed beast ball and fell down with a bang. Seeing this, the employees were shocked. Once this tailed beast ball falls, not only them and the skyscrapers under their feet, but also this food capital will be destroyed. Seeing this situation, Kisame's face became solemn, his hands formed seals, and suddenly pressed on the ground. A surging fountain burst out from the gap on the roof. In just a short moment, it filled the entire roof and turned it into a blue amber. The lake rippled, and Kisame stepped on the lake, grinning with a ferocious look, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Spiritual summoning technique. 1,000 sharks. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of great white sharks as tall as a person leaped out from under the lake, like a downpour, filling a large area of space, and rushing towards the tailed beast ball in the sky. At the same time, Jiraiya's face had more patterns, and he had obviously used the Sage mode. A majestic momentum suddenly emerged from him, and his eyes seemed to have lit a fire and were burning. Then, the huge chakra spun wildly in his hands, and under the continuous compression, coupled with the change in nature, it formed a spiral flame vortex, as wide as a palm, which contained extremely terrifying power. Fire style. Big jade explosion raise Nan. Quiet as a virgin, moving like a rabbit. Jiraiya knows how to do it. He throws the raise Nan with a dancing flame, like a tiger descending from a mountain, as powerful as a flood, and a vortex of terrible power, and it flies out. Quick! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the raise Nan crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and came to the dark-tailed beast Jade. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi was not idle either. The chakra in his body surged wildly, and Susanoo appeared outside his body. Then, Susanoo suddenly attacked. Divine Weapon. 8-foot Mirror. Like the Pegasus Meteor Fist, in just 1 second, the 8-foot mirror blasted hundreds and thousands of times into the sky, and beams of light carried penetrating power and exploded. What kind of scene is this? The beams of light, which were as fast as the speed of sound, even produced waves of ups and downs in the space amid the harsh and noisy sound of breaking wind, like sparkling waves. The high temperature generated by the intense friction evaporated the moisture in the air into water vapor, which was like mist and spread out. Beams of light covered with water vapor, like a meteor shower, spread all over the field of vision, announcing to the world in a wild posture the strength of Susanoo. Kisame's water escape, Jiraiya's fire escape, Uchiha Itaka's 8-foot mirror. Any of these released alone could cause irreparable and terrible disasters on the battlefield, but now they all joined forces just to deal with one person. However, this powerful combination, when touching the black-tailed beast jade as big as the moon, was like a mantis trying to stop a car, overestimating its own strength. It only stirred up bubbles on it slightly, and then completely sank into it, unable to stop it from falling. What should we do? At this moment, seeing this scene, the shop employees were also desperate. And at this dangerous moment, in their sight, the familiar figure of Boss Yang Ming suddenly appeared. Chapter 734 I am Yang Ming, what can I do for you? However, this powerful alliance, when it touched the black-tailed beast jade as big as the moon, was like a mantis trying to stop a car. It was just a little bit of bubbles on it, and then it completely sank into it, unable to stop it from falling. What should we do? At this moment, seeing this scene, the shop employees were also desperate. And at this dangerous moment, in their sight, sudden lithe familiar figure of Boss Yang Ming appeared. A burst of cheers suddenly rang out among the employees of the small shop. Boss! You are finally here. Great! With the boss here, any problem can be easily solved. That's right. Facing the expectant eyes, Yang Ming walked over with a calm face, as if he would not fall down in front of the collapse of Mount Tai, calm and composed, no matter how strong the wind blows, he will remain unmoved. In front of him was Deidara. It seemed that Deidara had just gone to inform Yang Ming of the news here. Yang Ming raised his head and looked at the behemoth that covered half of the food capital. The extremely black-tailed beast jade exuded a breath of destruction. Even with the flying thunder god technique, it was impossible to divert this thing. At the same time, humph! Seeing these guys who were about to die cheering and jumping for joy, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was immediately unhappy. He snorted coldly and became more arrogant. Before, he claimed to be the strongest in the world, but he didn't expect that someone would dare to challenge his majesty again and again. Especially Uchiha Itaka, who was obviously a descendant of his great Otsutsuki clan, but he actually degenerated and colluded with those lowly and inferior creatures and opposed him. This is simply a slap in his face. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. Die. Destroy. Destroy everything. Destroy all these lowly creatures and the traitor who betrayed the glory of the Otsutsuki clan. Accompanied by this malicious voice, under the control of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the black-tailed beast ball, which is as huge as a moon, accelerated with supreme anger, and was bound to let these lowly creatures know the consequences of angering him. Hey! As the tailed beast ball, which was so huge that it was oppressive, got closer and closer to the ground, everyone could deeply feel the scorching heat brought by the high-speed fall of the black-tailed beast ball and the friction of the surrounding air. A wave of hot wind came, wrinkling everyone's clothes and stinging everyone's skin. Even the clouds in the sky were swept away, revealing the brilliance of the stars and the moon. Sparks flashed by the side of the black-tailed beast jade, and then gathered into a raging flame, wrapping the entire black-tailed beast jade, like a blow from heaven, making people feel deeply desperate. How arrogant! Just when everyone below was at a loss, Yang Ming raised his mouth and couldn't help but chuckle. Although Yang Ming looked calm, anyone who saw him could feel the anger in his heart. You actually made my food capital into what it is now, and you want to destroy it. You are simply not sure of it. Yang Ming didn't look afraid at all, but full of reliance. After all, in this skyscraper, Yang Ming had used the system props. As long as the black-tailed beast jade was about to touch the skyscraper, he could easily solve this place that had become his absolute domain. Most of the small shop employees present had already seen the various magical things of Boss Yang Ming. Even Luo from the One Piece world was full of confidence in Yang Ming. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, Yang Ming calmly stretched out a palm and aimed at the invincible black-tailed beast jade. Go back to where you came from. As Yang Ming's calm voice fell, everyone was shocked to see that the huge black-tailed beast jade that was originally shrouded above actually stopped falling. Then, it completely violated the law of free fall, just like a ping-pong ball falling to the ground and bouncing back, and shot towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes suddenly widened. Fuck! What's going on? This surprise came so suddenly that Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't react at all. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had the magical samsara eye after all, so he immediately came to his senses, stretched out a hand, and absorbed the tailed beast jade he had shot out. Hey! A breeze blew by, and the coolness blew on their faces, making everyone come back to their senses suddenly. At this moment, there was no black-tailed beast jade in the sky. Only the hot wind that occasionally blew in the sky seemed to still show its existence before. Seeing this, the employees of the small shop headed by Uchiha Itachi suddenly showed a relaxed smile, and they were all happy. As expected of the boss, he is really amazing. I said it a long time ago, as long as the boss is here, this is not a problem at all, haha, I really said it. Tisk, don't be proud, this is obviously not a guess, it's a fact. And Kurama Yakumo, who had just joined Yang Ming's shop, was relieved and patted her inconspicuous chest. It's a close call. It's a close call. I thought I was going to die this time. But... Kurama Yakumo's beautiful eyes turned, and she looked at Yang Ming with a strange look. Just now boss, that move was really cool. At this moment, Momoshiki Otsutsuki, who was far away in the sky, saw that his attack was resolved again, and his face had already darkened. Ho ho ho! Momoshiki Otsutsuki took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, and made his mind much clearer. Momoshiki Otsutsuki looked at Yang Ming with fear in his eyes. As the creator of this huge-tailed beast ball, he knew better than anyone that Yang Ming could break the black-tailed beast ball meteorite in just a few words. This seemed easy, but it was terrifying inside. Momoshiki Otsutsuki was suspended in the night sky, his face was gloomy, he opened his white eyes, and stared at Yang Ming. Let me see who you are. His Byakugan, claiming to be able to see through a person's fate, even Naruto, the son of the original Naruto, was predicted by him. But when he saw Yang Ming, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes suddenly hurt, as if pricked by a needle, and he quickly closed his eyes, leaving a trace of blood and tears in the corners of his eyes. Why? Why can't I see this person's fate? Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked and angry, opened his hazy eyes, and stared at Yang Ming. Who are you? Facing the aggressive Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Yang Ming smiled lightly, with a calm look on his face. I am Yang Ming, what can I do for you? Chapter 735 Don't Pretend. Why? Why can't I see this person's fate? Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked and angry, opened his hazy eyes, and stared at Yang Ming. Who are you? Facing the aggressive Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Yang Ming smiled lightly with a calm expression on his face. I am Yang Ming, what can I do for you? Yang Ming. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes were wide open, with snake-like blue veins at the corners of his eyes, and the bloodstains made him look extremely hideous and terrifying. Are you the owner of that small shop? Yes, it's me. Yang Ming said calmly, not affected by the other party's momentum at all. Hat. So that's it. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised the corner of his mouth. The things you make in your small shop are very good, I have to admit that you are special, completely different from those lowly and inferior creatures. As he said, Otsutsuki Momoshiki stretched out his hand to Yang Ming from a distance and invited. As a member of the great Otsutsuki clan, I will now give you the most honorable opportunity in this life. Come on, come and be my chef. Silence. Silence. Silence of death. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki finished speaking, the whole scene fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop clearly. All the shop employees looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki from a distance, almost as if they were seeing him for the first time. Zabuza grinned, pulling the wound, grimacing in pain, but he was unforgiving and said, Is this guy stupid? Is there something wrong with his brain? He probably didn't take his medicine. Raya nodded and said seriously. Jiraiya silently took out a book of intimacy. It seems that this child is lacking love. He needs a book of intimacy to make up for his empty, lonely, and cold heart. He needs to be educated. Itachi Uchiha finished the attack seriously. The shop employees kept rubbing salt into the wound of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, which immediately made this arrogant and conceited guy tremble with anger. You. And you guys. Otsutsuki Momoshiki pointed at Yang Ming with one hand, and then pointed at other employees one by one. His face was ashen, and the whole finger was even trembling slightly because of excessive emotion. I'm really mad at you. I want you to know what the consequences of offending me are. As he finished speaking, he took out a fist-sized chakra pill from his hand. Fortunately, before I came to this world, I already felt that this journey would not be smooth sailing. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, your chakra will be with me and become the god of this world. Otsutsuki Kinshiki is a character that appears in Naruto, and is also a subordinate of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Obviously, the red chakra pill in his hand is the treasure that was exchanged for the death of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Momoshiki swallowed it into his stomach, and suddenly, his originally fair skin turned red, horns grew on his forehead, and a suffocating huge chakra suddenly flowed out of his body. What is this? Seeing this, the employees of the small shop were speechless. What a powerful chakra! Ah Fei withdrew from the state of soy sauce, with a look of shock on his face. How is this possible? The chakra in his body is even more huge than the 10 tails. Is this still a human? No, with such a terrifying chakra, it's not too much to call him a god, right? The chakra of Otsutsuki Momoshiki is so huge that even the entire night sky is affected by him, reflecting a piece of bizarre light. Even people more than 10 kilometers away can see the strange light from afar, as if it were coming. Stupid, lowly creatures. After absorbing the chakra of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, a new samsara eye suddenly opened on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's forehead, like a god, staring down at Yang Ming and others. I will give you the ultimate judgment. With the sound of falling, the whole sky trembled, and the thunderous sound resounded through the sky, reaching Konoha village from afar, as if it were a natural disaster. Ha! The 3 Rinnegan of Otsutsuki Momoshiki burst into an extremely dazzling light. Hurricane. Magma. Thunder. Fire. These 4 different things all gathered together to form a terrifying humanoid creature that was thousands of feet tall. Its head had already penetrated deeply into the high-altitude clouds, majestic and spectacular, and one could only look up to see it. With magma and fire as its body, it could withstand the attacks of most ninjutsu in the world, leaving most ninjas helpless. It used hurricanes and thunder as armor, affecting hundreds of meters around, turning this area into a ghost domain, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Even if it was a cage-level strongman, such as Zabuza and others, if they asked themselves, they would not have the confidence to break in unscathed and come within 50 meters of this giant. When it stepped on the ground, the whole land could not bear its weight, and it made a creaking sound, which immediately caused a tremor that stretched for who knows how many kilometers and collapsed many houses. Then, it raised its huge fist, which was as big as a basketball court, and suddenly punched down. It seemed to travel through time and space, across the other side of life and death, with a great terror between life and death, as if even the sky was shattered by a punch. This punch, whether in terms of strength or speed, has reached the extreme of the human world. The entire atmosphere was violently ignited by friction, and a harsh and unpleasant sound of breaking wind broke out, as if 2 pieces of rusty iron were rubbing against each other. The terrifying strong wind blasted out from its hand, turning into an incomparable wind blade, which spread to the bottom, and even the roof of the skyscraper was cut into cracks, and the floor below could be clearly seen. Even the space around the fist was turbulent, rippling like water waves, and then it was like glass shattering, revealing dark snake-shaped space cracks. This punch was so terrifying. Suddenly, the store employees, including Uchiha Itachi, gasped and were stunned. Can we survive such an attack? It's really terrible. However, just when all the employees were in despair, Yang Ming stood at the forefront, facing the wind blades that were coming towards them, and the terrifying giant fists that were whizzing and about to crush everything. Under such a terrifying attack, Yang Ming's figure seemed so thin, like an ant trying to shake a tree, but he had an infinite momentum, standing tall and majestic, as if with him, all miracles could happen. Chapter 736, Pretending to be struck by lightning. Some people are destined to be ordinary all their lives. No matter how hard they try, they can't achieve the world's remarkable achievements. But some people are born to be different. They are the bright stars in the night. Even if they are thousands of light years away, it is difficult to cover up the light they emit. Yang Ming, who is now called a legendary figure in the Naruto world, has not made a move for a long time, but everyone present cannot ignore his legendary experience in the past. Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara, Pain, which one is not a famous strong man in the ninja world? But when Yang Ming made a move, these strong men, without exception, all fell to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming stood there, he was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, quickly stabilizing the emotions of everyone. This is a very wonderful change. Even the strongest store employee Uchiha Itachi could not give other employees this feeling. After all, most of them were unruly and it was difficult for them to be convinced by others. There was only one exception, and that was the boss Yang Ming who gathered these unruly people in the store. Facing the magnificent might and the huge fist that came down with the power of the sky, Yang Ming just said calmly, "Stop." This voice was not loud, so only the people on the rooftop could hear it clearly. But strangely, this voice seemed to have a magical power. When the voice fell, the world-destroying monster punched and really stopped his forward steps, as if he was forced to stop by a time machine, or like a frame of a photo taken by a camera. It looked very weird. What's going on? The natural disaster monster incarnated by Otsutsuki Momoshiki made a sound like thunder and drums, and the whole sky was filled with thunder and thunder. But for the first time, this powerful man who was comparable to a true god showed panic in his tone. Yes, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was panicking. Since coming to the world of Naruto, Otsutsuki Momoshiki has never been defeated. Whether it is the Mizukage or the Tsuchikage, they are all powerful in their own way. In the ninja world, they are also among the strongest. But in the eyes of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, they are all scum, and they can be strangled to death with just a finger. This also caused Otsutsuki Momoshiki's unprecedented arrogance. He thought that he was the strongest in this world, so he could be arrogant and call others inferior creatures. But now, Otsutsuki Momoshiki knew that he was wrong. And he was very wrong. Looking into Yang Ming's calm eyes from afar, Otsutsuki Momoshiki gritted his teeth and tried his best. His body made of magma shook slightly, and pieces of gravel rolled to the ground. It was obvious that he had tried his best. But what made Otsutsuki Momoshiki despair was, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make his motionless arm recover. Yang Ming stood on the edge of the roof, looking at the behemoth in front of him, and said calmly, "Submit or die, you make a choice." As mentioned earlier, the system props Yang Ming used before only turned the skyscraper under his feet into his absolute domain, and it would only work if the other party approached here. Since most of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body was outside this absolute domain, Yang Ming made this statement. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was furious, opened his big black mouth, and roared. "Don't even think about it." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Along with this furious roar, a fiery hurricane roared out, mixed with flames and thunder, and shot towards Yang Ming. Seeing this, Yang Ming frowned. "You are really stubborn. Disperse." As Yang Ming fell, any breath of Otsutsuki Momoshiki was comparable to the hurricane of S-level ninjutsu, and it was quelled silently. Yang Ming's move once again suppressed Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Compared with the previous time, this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw clearly that Yang Ming did not make any moves at all, just talking, and his attack became invisible. Who is this person? Otsutsuki Momoshiki panicked, and his invincible state of mind was broken by Yang Ming. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was also a very intelligent person, and soon found that Yang Ming did not make any moves after this. Thinking about the fact that Yang Ming could only attack after his attack entered the range of the skyscraper, Otsutsuki Momoshiki seemed to have thought of something. I see. Yang Ming, I have found your weakness." Otsutsuki Momoshiki stared down at Yang Ming, his eyes regaining their original arrogance. "Your invincible power can't surpass this skyscraper, right?" Seeing this, Yang Ming sighed in his heart. If he had the system props, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. However, the system has been silent since he returned to the Naruto world from the One Piece world. If Yang Ming hadn't seen the system's things, he would probably have thought it disappeared. "Since you know this," Yang Ming waved his hand, "your arm will stay." "What?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked, and then he let out a miserable scream. His arm that was stopped was broken at the root. After breaking away from Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the arm quickly recovered and fell into Yang Ming's hands. "You!" Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only roar, "Damn it!" And the balance in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body was disrupted by the loss of one hand's samsara eye. He could no longer maintain his current form and returned to human form, appearing in the sky in a mess. No. Because he lost one samsara eye, his samsara eye, which was not originally an authentic one, lost half of its ability and fell from the sky. This is just like a monkey and a cat cannot lose their tails, otherwise the body will lose balance. It's the same reason. Boom! Otsutsuki Momoshiki fell from the sky and left a deep pit on the ground. If it weren't for his special body, he would have died long ago. But after he lost one samsara eye, his strength was only half, which is an indisputable fact. Otsutsuki Momoshiki hugged his arms and crawled up from the mess in a panic. Feeling the emptiness in his body, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Yang Ming. "You wait for me." Put down this harsh word. Without waiting for the store employees to come and kill him, Otsutsuki Momoshiki turned around and ran away at an amazing speed without looking back. It is difficult to overlap the figure that fled in a panic with the figure that was the only one in the world just now. Chapter 737 Little Brother Feijuan is missing. Otsutsuki Momoshiki hugged his miserable arms and climbed up from the mess in a panic. Feeling the emptiness in his body, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Yang Ming with hatred. "You wait for me." Put down this harsh word. Without waiting for the store employees to come and kill him, Otsutsuki Momoshiki turned around and ran away at an amazing speed without looking back. It is difficult to overlap the figure that fled in a panic with the figure that was the only one in the world just now. In just a blink of an eye, as if greased, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's figure disappeared on the horizon, completely disappearing without a trace. After he left, from the wreckage of the pumpkin cinema, accompanied by a clattering sound, Kakuzu climbed up from inside with difficulty. "Pfft! I just watched half of the movie due west. What a big loss." Just as Kakuzu was patting the dust off his body, a voice that was obviously still very energetic came from under the wreckage. "If you are in the mood to complain, please help me find my little brother." Hearing this, Kakuzu's mouth twitched fiercely, and he said impatiently. "Why, your little brother fell off again. Ever since a long time ago, when Feijuan faced Yang Ming, he cut off his little brother. Although he relied on Kakuzu's ability to sew it up, it was like a shoddy project, easily affected by external forces, and it would fall off easily. This is not." The two of them were watching the movie due west in the pumpkin cinema. They were enjoying the movie, but they didn't expect that a disaster would strike. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's every move had a wide impact. It was really a fight between gods and mortals. The pumpkin cinema where they were collapsed. What a trouble! Kakuzu sighed helplessly, but for the sake of his old partner, he suppressed his irritability and bent down to grope on the ground. In this boring process, Kakuzu and Haiden started chatting. "Who was that person who used the samsara eye just now? It's so scary. Isn't he much stronger than Pain?" "I don't know. Fortunately, I have several hearts. Otherwise, I would have died just now." "Kakuzu, then tell me, if I sacrifice that person to the evil god, will he give me a special reward?" "You can try it. Anyway, you can't die." The two guys who are not easy to die discussed heartlessly, as if they didn't take Otsutsuki Momoshiki seriously. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki knew that the guy who they always regarded as an inferior creature actually talked about him behind his back, he would probably be so angry. However, because this area was severely affected, large buildings collapsed, and there were debris and waste everywhere. Kakuzu searched for a long time, but couldn't find Haiden's little brother. "I don't know where he was hidden." Haiden was a little impatient, and said in another place. "Did you find it there?" "Not yet." Kakuzu suppressed his annoyance and said. Just as they finished speaking, something shocking happened. "I saw a beam of light that shot out from the skyscraper, like an infinite light, transcending the world, with a power that rivals all things, radiating in all directions, illuminating the entire food capital." Under the shining of this light, Kakuzu and Haiden were shocked to see that the land that had been razed to the ground was restored to its original state, and the ground was covered with kelp again. The ruins of the buildings that were originally in a mess, under this magical power, seemed to go back in time and became neat and intact at the beginning. And those candy people living in small shops everywhere, and the candy soldiers patrolling everywhere, who were previously destroyed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki's moves, are now born again, and there is no difference, and they continue to perform their duties faithfully. It's a long story, but all this happened in just a moment. The war ruins that originally seemed lifeless and hated by gods and ghosts were affected by this magical power and suddenly turned from decay to magic and became full of life again. This is a miracle. Seeing this scene, Feijuan, who always claimed to be the most loyal and pious believer of the evil god, suddenly had tears and snot running down his face. He suddenly knelt on the ground and knelt down to worship the skyscraper. "Evil god, I actually saw a miracle. Great, there really are gods in this world." Feiduan was crying and talking excitedly. He was already incoherent and said some things that ordinary people could hardly understand. The evil god's doctrine that he understood. Although Feiduan has always been devout to the evil god, in the past, whether it was Kakuzu or others, they all questioned his faith. After a long time, although Feiduan did not say it on the surface, he had also been a little shaken in his heart. And now, seeing such a magical scene, this kind of power to restore a city in a blink of an eye, in Feiduan's view, only God can do it. The excitement is like the surging Yangtze River, endless. Compared with Feiduan's excited incoherent speech, Kakuzu obviously seemed much quieter. No. Rather than saying that he was quiet, it is better to say that he was stunned by the shock and couldn't speak at all. What did I just see? Kakuzu looked around blankly, confused and bewildered. Could it be that I just had a dream? But this is too real. Thinking of this, Kakuzu came to Feiduan to confirm his thoughts, supported himself with one foot, and suddenly exerted force with the other foot, kicking Feiduan's crotch. Feiduan was in a frenzy of worship at this time. How could he have any defense? As a result, he was kicked right in the face. It hurts. A ball of sadness suddenly came to his mind, and Feiduan immediately reacted from the frenzy of worshipping the evil god. He was in so much pain that tears fell out of his eyes. He covered his crotch with both hands and stared at Kakuzu with a face full of resentment. Fuck. What are you doing? Yet. Seeing Feiduan in such pain, Kakuzu nodded. Since you feel pain, it means that all this is not a dream, but real. Feiduan. There is only one sentence in my heart, I don't know whether I should say it or not. But before Feiduan could go forward to retaliate, Kakuzu suddenly said. By the way, have you found your little brother? Hey? Yes. Feiduan suddenly remembered this matter, and he had no time to look for Kakuzu desperately, so he naturally looked around. However, 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Suddenly, a scream of ghosts and wolves suddenly broke the tranquility of the night sky. Oh my god! My little brother is gone. Chapter 738 Feiduan, are you still a man? Outside Yang Ming's shop. The time for Yang Ming's world's first martial arts competition is getting closer and closer. Most of the strong people from all over the world, or tourists who just come to watch the competition, gather in the food capital, making the empty food capital very crowded. And some people come to Yang Ming's shop to taste the dishes cooked by the legendary boss Yang Ming. A horse-drawn carriage came from outside the village, with a clear goal along the way, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves, and the speed was so fast that it startled a lot of people and the curses of pedestrians on both sides of the road. When this slightly arrogant carriage approached Yang Ming's shop, it restrained its bad behavior, like a gangster turned into a gentleman in the upper class, tied up the horse pulling the carriage, and slowly came to the outside of Yang Ming's shop. The customers queuing at the door of the shop were not surprised at all. Because those carriages that had once committed suicide had been severely punished countless times by Zabuza, the gatekeeper, along with their owners. With so many bloody lessons from the predecessors, no one would take their own life for a fool. When the carriage stopped, a smooth calf was exposed from the carriage, with strong muscles and smooth lines, but without the burden of exercise, but more symmetrical. At a glance, it was obvious that this was a leg that was often exercised in dancing. Looking up, the beautiful figure of the big star Fuji Fuyuki was revealed to everyone. She was wearing a white gauze dress with off-shoulder design, which made her look like a little princess of a country, dignified, beautiful, and milk-white skin that could be blown away, as if it was not stained by the dust of the world, making people want to touch it. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and the face that made every man intoxicated was reflected in everyone's eyes. Accompanied by the fragrance of red roses, the kind of charm that made people's blood boil was radiant, making the male guests around her blush and breathe rapidly, like innocent little boys who had never seen the world. The big star Fuji Fuyuki was a beautiful woman with a handsome face. She put on some light makeup on her beautiful face, but it was difficult to hide her natural beauty. There was always a kind of fascinating charm between her frowns and frowns, which made the guests queuing around her almost stare out of their eyes. She is the focus of the crowd. Since the last time Fujiki Yuki came to Yang Ming's shop and filmed a food album Live for a While, her fame is no longer limited to movie stars, but has become a household name. Female anchor. Fuji Fuyuki was fiddling with a small and exquisite instrument in her hand, which was a miniature camera. Her sexy red lips curled up slightly, revealing a soul-stirring smile. I haven't come here to shoot a video for a long time. This time I come here at public expense, so I must eat well. Okay, please forgive Fuji Fuyuki for her complaints about the prices in Yang Ming's store. Fuji Fuyuki picked up a white long skirt with one hand, and her crystal high heels stepped on the ground, making crisp sounds, and walked to the store to line up. Seeing this, the customers in line were not allowed to cut in line due to the rules of the store, but in front of this charming star, they completely retreated, and simply left the queue one by one to give way to Fuji Fuyuki. Seeing this, Fuji Fuyuki was also a polite person. Her plump red lips curled up, revealing a charming dimple, and she smiled very charmingly, saying, "Thank you." Just this sentence made many guests who gave up their seats feel that their trip was worthwhile. They held their faces one by one, as if they had met their first love, showing a satisfied look. Even though she had seen such a scene many times, Fuji Fuyuki was still a woman. She was a little proud in her heart, and her lips were as red as flames, revealing a charming arc, which made men's hearts beat and women feel ashamed. Fuji Fuyuki walked forward with a cat step, twisting her waist that could be held in her hand, and most of the guests left and took the initiative to give up their seats. Due to the rules of the small shop, these guests gave up their seats that they had been waiting for a long time, and then left directly, causing Zabuza to shake his head with a depressed look on his face. He didn't know what to say, so he simply turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. However, in this world, there are people who give Fuji Fuyuki face, and there are also people who don't. As Fuji Fuyuki walked forward, she finally met two guests who didn't let her go. They were wearing black robes with black background and red clouds, one with a mask and the other looked very handsome. They were Kakuzu and Haiden. What surprised Fuji Fuyuki was that when other guests saw her, even women, there was a moment of surprise in their eyes. But the two strangely dressed guys just glanced back at her, with calm eyes, without causing any waves at all. Beautiful women always have a strange problem. When others feel envious and jealous of her beauty, she will feel very normal and enjoy the gaze from others, but when someone ignores her beauty like a blind person, she will feel very surprised, which is almost driving her obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Looking at the figures of Kakuzu and Haiden, Fuji Fuyuki could not help but guess. They are two people. Could they be Brokeback Mountain? Fuji Fuyuki shook her head and quickly got rid of this absurd idea in her mind. But who knew, at this moment, she heard the handsome Haiden talking to Kakuzu in a sharp voice. "Kakuzu, do you have enough money? I'm really afraid that I won't have money to pay when the time comes." Under Kakuzu's mask, a slightly impatient voice came, "Enough. I guarantee that I can cure your illness. You are sick. Your whole family is sick." Who knew that when he heard Kakuzu's words, Haiden immediately jumped in anxiety. "How many times have I told you not to mention this to me?" In response, Kakuzu just rolled his eyes silently. After hearing their conversation, and thinking of Haiden's strange voice that sounded like a woman's, Fuji Fuyuki suddenly showed a strange expression on her face. She couldn't help but glance at Haiden's lower body, thinking to herself, "I was wondering why he could ignore my beauty. It turns out that he has a problem here." Thinking of this, Fuji Fuyuki looked at Haiden with deep pity. It's so pitiful that he is bent at such a young age. One problem was solved, and another problem came to Fuji Fuyuki's mind. Fuji Fuyuki secretly glanced at Kakuzu and thought to herself, what about him? Could it be that he is not functioning well in that aspect? Chapter 739 The most terrifying thing is not Yang Ming but the naughty child. The waiting time in line was long and short. Fuji Fuyuki felt that she had arrived at the door of Yang Ming's shop in the blink of an eye. "I'm really looking forward to seeing what new dishes are out now." Thinking of this, she followed Kakuzu and Haiden and walked in. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The whole hall was still the same as when she came before, with a strong antique flavor. The lotus lanterns on each table emitted a hazy yellow light, exuding a warm atmosphere. The sound of gurgling water came to her ears, and there were green plants scattered in the hall, making people feel like they were in nature, creating a refreshing feeling. When they walked into the shop, a petite figure appeared in front of her and Kakuzu and Haiden, and said crisply, "3 guests, there are exactly 3 empty seats, I'll take you there." At this time, Hanabi was wearing a black maid outfit with white lace, pink stockings wrapped tightly around her delicate legs, and red leather boots. Just one glance at her made people want to hold her in their hands and play with her. Hanabi's eyes lit up when she saw the big star Fuji Fuyuki, and she threw herself into her arms like a little swallow, saying in a coquettish tone. Sister Fuji, I haven't seen you for a long time. Hanabi's voice was so cute that Fuji Fuyuki's heart melted. She felt sweet and touched Hanabi's little head in love. Hanabi, I miss you too. As she said this, Fuji Fuyuki looked around and found that there were some employees she didn't know, but she didn't see the boss Yang Ming she wanted to find. Hanabi, where is your boss? The boss is cooking in the kitchen. Hanabi said crisply. Is that so? Fuji Fuyuki shook her head. Forget it, I won't look for him, I'll just have a meal first. Then I'll take you there, there's a seat there. As he said that, Hanabi walked in front and led the three of them to sit down. It was the first time for Haiden and Kakuzu to come to Yang Ming's shop. They felt that everything was new and they were amazed. After sitting down, Haiden looked at Hanabi's petite figure, and his eyes suddenly flashed with evil. He was thinking in his heart, if he sacrificed Hanabi to the evil god, he didn't know what reward he would get. Being stared at by the handsome guy Haiden, Hanabi was not happy at all. Instead, she frowned, raised her handsome eyebrows, pinched her waist with a pair of small hands, and looked unhappy. Uncle, do you know that if you stare at others like this, they will be shy? After Hanabi finished speaking, Fuji Fuyuki realized this and immediately looked at Haiden with a disgusted look. This man is really disgusting. It's okay that he is gay, but he actually has such a wretched hobby. Haiden didn't know that he had left a bad impression on Fuji Fuyuki, and he said in a sharp voice like a eunuch. Little girl, how can you be so shy? Hearing Haiden's words, Hanabi immediately tilted her head and looked at Haiden strangely. Hey? Are you really an uncle? Why is your voice so strange? Hanabi was really talking about something else, and suddenly, Haiden's face darkened. This uncle is so weird, he obviously has an Adam's apple, why does he speak in a weird way, are you overdrawn in the kidneys? I heard that men with overdrawn kidneys are not good at that. Puff. Hearing the serious look on the face of the little girl Hanabi saying such words, Fuji Fuyuki immediately spit out the water she had just drunk. Due to her preconceived notions, Fuji Fuyuki had some disgust towards Haiden. She touched Hanabi's little head and added. What nonsense are you talking about? Encouraged by her, Hanabi stared at Haiden fearlessly and told the cruel truth in a cute voice. Uncle, can you do it? This brat. Feijuan clenched his fists and looked at Hanabi with gritted teeth. If it weren't for Kakuzu holding his shoulders tightly, he might have taken Hanabi's blood on impulse and used her as a sacrifice to the evil god. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Feijuan's chest was violently up and down, like a broken bellows pulling, and he gasped heavily. Seeing this, Hanabi blinked her eyes, looking fearless, and just changed the subject, saying. Customer, as a waiter in a small shop, I am not surprised by customers like you. Customers like you who have overdrawn kidneys should eat the deer penis soup in the Manhan banquet, which will definitely help you. For your own good and your girlfriend's good, you should make a decision early. Seeing that Hanabi was so young but knew so much, Fujiki Fengxui touched her little head lovingly and said with emotion. You are really amazing, you know so much. Hanabi raised her head proudly, like a proud white swan. Of course, I am determined to become a waiter like Bai. However, compared to them, Feijuan's face was not much better. Anyone who said can you do it in the first sentence and you have kidney deficiency in the second sentence would make people collapse. What's more, Hanabi's big mouth didn't know how to restrain her voice at all. Her voice was so loud that the guests at several tables nearby could hear it clearly. Even Feijuan found that Kisame, who was sweeping the floor by here, also raised his head suddenly and looked at Feijuan with a weird look. This is simply going to drive people crazy. It's a pity. In this situation, Kakuzu not only did not help him, but became a complete pig teammate, actually towards Hanabi asked. If your penis is broken, eating the healing food here should be able to cure it, right? Hearing this, Hanabi immediately opened her mouth wide, revealing a cute O shape, so big that she could even fit a salted duck egg. Then, she looked down for a while, with a surprised expression on her face. So, you don't have kidney deficiency, but you don't have a penis. I'm sorry, I wronged you. So you don't have kidney overdraft, but you don't have the ability to do it. I'm really sorry. Hanabi was so excited that her voice was so excited that half of the customers and employees in the small shop could hear it clearly. In this way, Feijuan was in a tragedy. In a moment, Feijuan could feel the eyes from all directions, full of curiosity, pity, and peeping. Under the mixture of shame and anger, Feijuan had a hideous face, veins on his forehead, and stood up suddenly like a ghost killing Shura. Kakuzu, don't stop me, I must kill this brat. Chapter 740 Deer Whip Soup. In a flash, Feijuan could feel the eyes from all directions, full of curiosity, pity, and peeping. With shame and anger, Feijuan's face was ferocious, veins on his forehead bulged, and he stood up suddenly like a ghost killing Shura. Kakuzu, don't stop me, I must kill this brat. Feijuan was furious, and one hand was about to touch Hanabi, causing the big star Fuyuki to scream. But at this moment, a strong hand suddenly came from the side and firmly grasped Feijuan's wrist, as if it was made of steel. Even if Feijuan used all his strength, he could not break free from the other party's hand. Who is it? Feijuan turned his head suddenly, only to see that Kisame was wearing an Ultraman costume, staring at him with his bulging eyes like salted eggs, and said in a deep voice. Faden, this is not the place for you to make trouble. If there is a next time, I will use force to drive you out of here. Kisame's tone was flat, but there was a strong threat hidden in it. At the same time, Feijuan clearly felt that the sights from other parts of the store were as sharp as a blade, and they were obviously top-notch players. For a moment, Feijuan stood there awkwardly, neither advancing nor retreating. Seeing this, Hanabi hid behind Kisame proudly, and said. Wivu, Uncle Kisame, you have to give me justice. Just now, this weird brother actually bullied me. Who bullied who is still unknown. Kisame's mouth twitched fiercely, and a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. He silently moved a few steps and distanced himself from Hanabi. It was obvious that he didn't want to step into this muddy water. As Haiden's partner, Kakuzu obviously knew his limits and quickly came out to change the subject, saying. We are just here to eat, and we don't mean to make trouble. Waiter, just serve the deer penis soup you just mentioned. Oh. Hanabi pouted her lips, with an obviously unhappy expression on her face, but when she thought that she was an employee of Yang Ming's shop, she had to suppress it. Hanabi let go of Xiaoa and ran to the kitchen like a woman like the wind. Coincidentally, at this time, Ah Fei took out a large stack of plates from the kitchen and prepared to put them in the buffet restaurant on the second floor to replace the dirty plates. Hanabi ran too fast and too anxiously, and was about to be loaded with Ah Fei. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Ah Fei immediately used the power of the Mangeki Sharingan to make himself virtual. Hanabi was caught off guard and fell down, with a big bump on her forehead, like a small horn. Wivu, brother Ah Fei, you even bully me. Hanabi sat on the ground and cried like a 200-pound fat man, with tears in her eyes, which made people feel pity. Ah Fei looked embarrassed, put down the plate, and took out a lollipop from his arms for Hanabi. Be good, don't cry. Hanabi grabbed the lollipop and ate it up in a few seconds. The tears that had stopped fell again. Wivu. Wivu. The crying was sad, which made people think that Ah Fei was bullying the weak. This naughty child, really skin. Ah Fei had no choice but to take out all the lollipops on him. Auntie, I've given you all these, please stop crying. Humph. Huahuo turned her head away proudly, swung her ponytail, leaving only the back of her head to Ah Fei, and walked towards the kitchen, saying proudly. This time, I will be merciful and spare you. After sending this plague god away, Ah Fei was relieved. It feels like dealing with this naughty kid like Huahuo is more of a headache than dealing with a cage-level warrior. Ah Fei shook his head, picked up the plate on the ground and left. Boss! Boss! As soon as Huahuo entered the kitchen, he shouted, a bowl of deer penis soup, hurry up. Seeing Huahuo's urgency, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Hanahuo, don't be so aggressive, how can you be a lady like this? Huahuo lowered her hands and mixed her fingers, lowered her head and pouted, and said disdainfully. Who wants to be a lady? Yang Ming shook his head and laughed, and began to concentrate on preparing the deer penis soup. As a very famous dish in the Manchuhan banquet, the preparation method of deer penis soup is very particular. Whether the deer penis is good or not has its own unique judgment criteria, and the thick, long strips, and no residual meat and fat are better. At the same time, the growth environment of the selected deer must also meet the specific environment. Choose a dry, south or southeast facing, sandy or less stony soil site with a 5-degree slope. In the mountainous area, choose a place that is not threatened by mountains and water, sheltered from the wind, and has good wind direction and drainage. When taking the deer whip, Yang Ming lifted the deer whip skin with one hand and held a sharp blade with the other hand to peel the deer whip from the abdominal wall to the ischium and cut it off. After removing the deer whip from the deer, Yang Ming quickly began to peel the skin, leaving only a little skin on the deer whip. The deer whip is long and strip-shaped. It is 45 to 60 centimeters long and 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter. The surface is brown with longitudinal wrinkles. There is a tuft of brown hair on the top. There are two small balls in the middle. They are oval, slightly flat, tough, and slightly fishy. Then, Yang Ming put the cut deer whip into a basin of warm water and soaked it thoroughly with warm water. Then he scraped off the rough skin impurities on the deer whip and split it with a kitchen knife. After washing, Yang Ming used his skillful knife skills to cut the deer penis into 3 centimeters long segments, about the length of a fingernail, and cut the hen meat into strips, washed the pork elbow, softened the yam and cut it into thin melon seed slices, and put the wolfberry into clean water to remove impurities. After finishing all these, Yang Ming poured clean water into the pot, added ginger, green onion, cooking wine, and deer penis, boiled it over high heat, and took out the deer penis. Then, Yang Ming used another pot to put the yam, gaoba, salt, pepper, and message into the pot, and stewed it over high heat until the yam was soft, then poured the previously prepared ingredients into the pot one by one, and slowly simmered it over low heat. Looking at the deer whip cut by Yang Ming, Hua Huo couldn't help showing a trace of disgust on her face. She waved her hands suddenly, covered her nose, and said, "So disgusting, so smelly." Yang Ming said with a smile, "I, the chef, haven't said it's smelly yet." Hua Huo hit the snake with a stick, smiled sweetly, and flattered Yang Ming by the way, saying, "That's why, you are the boss and I am the employee." Yang Ming was speechless. "Oh, your mouth is so sweet today, did you eat candy?" Hua Huo licked her lips, grinned, revealing a pair of cute little tiger teeth. "That's right. Brother A Fei is a good man, he gave me a big bag of lollipops." In the distance, A Fei sneezed suddenly and almost broke the plate in his hand. A Fei couldn't help looking around. "Who is talking about me behind my back?" Chapter 741 Shocked. Hua Huo was abused by a naughty kid. Hua Huo licked her lips and grinned, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth. "That's right. Brother A Fei is a good man, he gave me a big bag of lollipops." In the distance, A Fei sneezed suddenly and almost broke the plate in his hand. A Fei couldn't help but look around. "Who is talking about me behind my back?" Hua Huo is different from Bai. While waiting for Yang Ming to cook, she often looks for new topics and often makes Yang Ming laugh, so that he can have a lot of fun in the unchanging cooking. When you are happy, time always flies fast. After a while, the deer penis soup cooked in Wanbao purple sand pot is ready. The deer penis soup is mixed with chicken and various condiments. The dark yellow soup ripples, and the ingredients at the bottom cannot be seen clearly, but it has a sweet and rich taste, which arouses people's inner desire. In the lingering aroma, the deer penis and chicken rise and fall in the soup, which makes people feel like they are old friends at first sight and feel appetizing immediately. Hanabi's nose twitched, her eyebrows furrowed, and she looked thoughtful. How strange! When the boss made it just now, these deer penises were disgusting and smelly, but now they are so fragrant. I really don't understand. Hanabi sighed like a little adult. Maybe, this is the boss. We are different. Hanabi's two little hands seemed to be reluctant to hold the bowl of deer penis soup, and she stepped out of the little girl, swaying like Donald Duck, but her face was serious, trying to balance her body to avoid spilling the soup on the ground. On the road, the passing customers or employees, no matter how busy they were, would always kindly make way for Hanabi to move forward unimpeded. However, not everyone would give Hanabi this face. Konohamaru and his group of naughty children also came to Yang Ming's shop to eat. He and Hanabi are now in the same ninja school reading, but they don't like each other. Seeing Hanabi approaching their table, Konohamaru raised his mouth, revealing a nasty smile, and suddenly stretched out a leg to block Hanabi's path. If it were an ordinary person, facing the sudden obstruction, there would be no reaction, and the person would fall, and look embarrassed. But it is obvious that Hanabi is not an ordinary person, but a member of the Hyuga clan, who is regarded as a gifted ninja. At the critical moment, Hanabi stopped moving forward abruptly, looked at Konohamaru provocatively, and showed a cunning look in her eyes, as if saying, "Oh, your little tricks, I have seen through it a long time ago." Then, as if in revenge, Hanabi stepped heavily with her other foot and landed on the leg that Konohamaru stretched out. "It hurts." It hurts. Sudden and severe, Konohamaru was in so much pain that tears almost came out, as if he was electrocuted, and quickly retracted his outstretched leg. Seeing Konohamaru's strange expression, his friends immediately said with concern. Konohamaru, what's wrong with you? You don't look very well. Yes, did you stay up all night to finish your winter vacation homework yesterday, which caused you not to sleep well? Konohamaru smiled awkwardly and glanced at Hanabi, but saw that she turned around and gave him a look that said, you take care of yourself. Ahem. Konohamaru rubbed his nose, it's okay. Humph. Seeing this, Hanabi snorted arrogantly, and the ponytail on the back of her head swung proudly, looking extremely proud. Hanabi came to the table of Haiden and Kakuzu, carefully placed the deer penis soup on the table, and said crisply. Guest, your deer penis soup is ready. Haiden's mouth twitched fiercely, and he just uttered ahem and sent Hanabi away. Beside him, Kakuzu looked at the bowl of soup curiously, pulled down his mask, and said. Haiden, I'll taste it for you. Whatever. Haiden was obviously still sulking, blaming Kakuzu for cheating him. Moreover, Haiden never thought that this dish was delicious, and his attitude seemed very perfunctory. Kakuzu couldn't wait to pick up the spoon, scoop some soup, put it in front of his mouth, and blew it gently to cool it. The food cooked by Yang Ming seemed to have a magical power. Kakuzu twitched his nose. The sweet and rich fragrance was like the small bridge and flowing water flowing past the house, with an indescribable artistic conception. Seeing this, Kakuzu finally put down the heavy stone in his heart and poured the deer penis soup into his mouth. When the warm deer penis soup entered his mouth, Kakuzu was immediately stunned. It was like a 3-year silence, and then a sudden surprise. At first, Kakuzu didn't think the deer penis soup was so good, but when he held the soup and tasted it slowly with his tongue, a stream of rich chicken flavor, the strangeness of the deer penis, the bitterness of the medicinal materials, accompanied by the pungent aroma, came like a tide, making people overwhelmed. At this moment, Kakuzu felt like he was in a vast desert, and also like he was in a big oven, with steam all over his body, and a stream of heat all over his body, which was very comfortable. This feeling makes you feel comfortable and refreshed. Even though Kakuzu had never drunk deer penis soup, he felt unprecedentedly refreshed at this moment. When he finished a spoonful of soup, Kakuzu felt that his tongue was as if it had been burned by a torch, numb, as if he had lost consciousness. At the same time, a warm current spread along the meridians in his body and the limbs, slowly moving forward, making him feel as comfortable as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Seeing that Kakuzu, the old man, had a rare blush on his originally dark face, as his partner and bad friend, Feijuan suddenly laughed strangely. Kakuzu, you are experiencing a second spring in your old age. Kakuzu rolled his eyes silently, but his hands were very honest, continuing to taste the soup, too lazy to pay attention to Feijuan. Seeing this, Feijuan suddenly felt curious and tasted a bite of the deer penis. When the tip of the tongue touched the soft deer penis, it rolled, shrank, pulled it into the mouth, and the teeth grinned, and it was all chewed up. The refreshing taste suddenly burst out, making people refreshed. Chewing between the teeth, large pieces of deer penis meat were crushed, and wisps of sweetness flowed out, just like a winding path leading to a secluded place, a zen room with flowers and trees, and constant chewing, constant surprises. The bitter and sweet aromas of various medicinal materials, after settling for a while, are like a glass of old wine, becoming more fragrant. After opening it suddenly, it lingers on the tongue, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Due to the rich life energy in the deer penis soup, and the fact that it is cooked in a Wanbao purple sand pot, a magical scene happened. Feijuan only felt a wave of itching coming from below, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Then he reached out and felt that something new had grown out. Seeing that Yang Ming's cooking was indeed effective, Feijuan breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the pressure on his shoulders was suddenly reduced. I am finally a man again. Chapter 742, Mountain Treasures Dragon Bud. Due to the rich life energy in the deer penis soup, and the fact that it is cooked in a Wanbao purple sand pot, a magical scene happened. Feijuan only felt a wave of itching coming from below, and it was uncomfortable all over. Then he reached out and felt that something new had grown out. Seeing that Yang Ming's cooking was indeed effective, Feijuan breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the pressure on his shoulders was suddenly reduced. I am finally a man again. Only after losing, you know how precious what you once had is. God knows how Feijuan spent these days. It's okay to be laughed at by Kakuzu all day long for not being a man. Life without a little brother, even going to the toilet can't stand up, and can only squat like a girl. How shameful! In particular, whenever Feijuan saw those beautiful women wearing revealing clothes on the road, there was no ripple in his heart, as if he saw a stranger, and he could no longer put up a small tent like before. Now thinking about it, it's really terrible. Feijuan patted his chest, looking scared. Then, Feijuan sniffed, following the faint smell of perfume. The smell of jasmine attracted his eyes. When Feijuan looked at Fuji Fuyuki's charming face, sexy and thick lips slightly raised, with a slight gap between her lips, revealing her white and neat teeth, Feijuan felt that he was hard. Perhaps she noticed Feijuan's obscene eyes. Fuji Fuyuki looked at him with disgust, and waved her hand with disgust. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? Hearing this, Feijuan turned his head away awkwardly, but his heart was abnormally restless. His eyes were always turning, and his eyes were patrolling Fuji Fuyuki back and forth, making the other person feel uncomfortable. In order to divert attention, Fuji Fuyuki raised her hand, called over Hanabi, and asked. Is the dish I ordered not ready yet? Oh. Hanabi slapped her head suddenly, looking embarrassed. Sister Fuji, sorry. I forgot to tell the boss just now, I'll go over and take a look now. As she said that, Hanabi, who is as fast as the wind, ran to the kitchen in a hurry. Boss, a serving of mountain delicacies, dragon buds, hurry up. Run slower, you're so anxious, be careful not to fall. Seeing Hanabi's anxious look, Yang Ming couldn't help but remind her, with your impatient temper, be careful that no one will marry you in the future. Hearing this, Ah Fei and other employees in the kitchen rolled their eyes silently. Who would marry such a naughty child? Unless he is blind. Hua Huo lowered her head in embarrassment, stuck out her pink tongue, and made a face, Loyalu. Seeing this, Yang Ming didn't want to continue to talk to her, lest this naughty child would come to punish him out of rebellious psychology. This wild delicacy, thorny dragon sprouts, is actually bean sprouts, but the head and tail are removed, leaving only the white and smooth body. Yang Ming washed the green pepper and cut it into strips. With his superb knife skills, accompanied by the sound of the knife colliding with the chopping board, one by one, the thin green pepper strips slid out, each one was made as long and thin as the bean sprouts. Then, Yang Ming poured water into the pot, added a spoonful of salt, and used this pot of water to blanch the water. When the hot water in the pot boils, Yang Ming pours some butter into it, letting the butter evaporate and melt, turning into light yellow oil floating on the hot water. Then, Yang Ming pours the washed bean sprouts into it. Under the salt water and butter, the bean sprouts will become shiny and glossy. After absorbing the taste of butter, the bean sprouts will become more refreshing and refreshing. Yang Ming quickly pours the washed bean sprouts into the boiling water, picks them up immediately after cooking, puts them into another pot filled with cold water, and quickly cools them down. Because the nutrients of bean sprouts are still lost after the high temperature of blanching, cooling them down immediately can reduce the loss of nutrients, and at the same time can add a refreshing taste, so that they will not be too soft and deflated. Before it is time to stir-fry the bean sprouts, there is a little trick here, and this little trick is the critical point that distinguishes chefs from ordinary chefs. Yang Ming first beat a few eggs, leaving only the egg whites in a bowl, then poured in half a bowl of cornstarch and added some raw water to mix. Then, Yang Ming heated the oil pan to 40% hot, and put the bean sprouts that had just been fished out and were emitting hot steam, along with garlic and other spices into the pan. Crackling! Crackling! Like moths to a flame, or going through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, they stirred up waves in the oil pan, and even some hot oil would splash out if they were more intense. At this moment, Yang Ming poured the mixed cornstarch juice in at a lightning speed. After the mixed water fell, it would wrap a layer of white transparent film on the surface of the bean sprouts, which could not only lock the nutrients in the bean sprouts to prevent them from being fried dry, but also make the bean sprouts taste very juicy, with a feeling of splashing juice when you bite them. When frying, be careful not to high heat, because it is easy to overcook. Even with cornstarch water, it will burn, seriously affecting the taste. Thick white smoke came out, accompanied by a light fragrance of bean sprouts, lingering at the tip of the nose, very comfortable. When the bean sprouts were half cooked, Yang Ming quickly poured the chopped green pepper into it, then turned on the high heat, cooked them thoroughly, and the pot was fragrant to the point of explosion. In order to allow the bean sprouts to better enjoy the flames, Yang Ming held the handle of the pot with one hand and suddenly exerted force to stir-fry them. In the boiling pot, the flames were burning and the bean sprouts were flying. Like elves in the flames, at the cost of their lives, they danced a mouth-watering dance. A mellow green pepper flavor floated out, and it was time to take them out and put them on a plate. At this point in time, the bean sprouts were fried to be smooth on the outside and tender on the inside, and they tasted crunchy. When the hot bean sprouts were served, they were placed in front of Fuyuki. I saw that the bean sprouts were as white as jade, and their tight bodies were not soft at all. In the steaming heat, they were like a forest in the mountain fog, emitting an attractive fragrance. This time, Fuyuki could not move her eyes away, staring at the plate of bean sprouts, her beautiful eyebrows curved, and she showed a beautiful smile. She picked up the chopsticks and gently put a bean sprout into her mouth. Suddenly, Fuyuki's eyes widened. Delicious! It was so delicious! At this moment, Fuyuki felt that he was standing in front of a vast bean sprout field, passing through a winding path, feeling the spring breeze blowing in his face. When the bean sprouts entered his mouth, the refreshing taste exploded instantly. Chapter 743 Are you okay? Yang Ming's shop's business hours for the day passed quickly in the busy work. The originally busy shop, the customers have gone, leaving only an empty shop. After the dead of night, Yang Ming stretched his waist, and his waist bones made crackling sounds like frying beans. Oh, I've been standing for too long, my waist is tired. Yang Ming looked at the other employees, who also looked very tired, sitting upside down on the stools, as if it was very difficult to even lift a finger. Beyond, Zabuza leaned against the wall, Kisame lay on the table and took a nap, Uchiha Itachi was looking outside in a daze. Seeing this, Yang Ming suddenly had an idea and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to sing." Coincidentally, there is a KTV in the skyscraper of the food capital. Everyone has a day off tomorrow, no one has to go to work. The originally lifeless scene was suddenly shocked. Sing. Take a holiday. Boss, you are so kind. Upon hearing this, the employees immediately became energetic and cheered. Ah Fei looked at his hands that looked much more vicissitudes because of frequent dishwashing, and felt like crying but had no tears. The unscrupulous boss Yang Ming finally agreed to take a holiday. Today the sun must be rising from the west. But who knew, Ah Fei didn't expect that Yang Ming walked behind him and just heard this sentence. Yang Ming's throat moved, and he said in a deep voice, "Well, Ah Fei, I see that you have just joined the shop not long ago, you should make use of our shop's long-standing fine traditions. How about this, you don't have a holiday tomorrow, stay and check the hygiene." What? Ah Fei was confused, and immediately reacted, and screamed like a pig, "Don't! Boss, I know I was wrong." Yang Ming patted Ah Fei's shoulder and looked at him with a look of "I am optimistic about you, work hard, promotion and salary increase are not a dream." Ah Fei. I don't want a promotion. I don't want a salary increase. I just want a holiday. Ah Fei looked vicissitudes and confusion, Geu lying on the stool, under the mask, a look of being played. The group of people restrained the fatigue on their faces and followed Yang Ming. Yang Ming and his group took the elevator and stepped on the solid floor. When they approached the KTV room, they suddenly heard loud noises coming from the soundproof door. Hey? Someone is already singing. I don't know who is singing inside. The singing is so earth-shattering that even the solid floor outside is shaking slightly. Even through the thick soundproof door, Yang Ming can still hear the singing faintly. Are you okay? Are you all gay? I'm very okay. Who ordered this divine song? Are you okay? Damn it! Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and there were only 10,000 creatures named Nima running in his heart. In this KTV room on the inside, there are most of the songs from Yang Ming's original world. He never thought that someone would like to sing divine songs. With a hint of curiosity, Yang Ming strode forward. But when he opened the door, an extremely luxurious box came into view, and a noisy sound came into his ears, almost deafening. Then, Yang Ming found that Pain and his group, and the Rakage and his group, all sat on the sofa with a painful look on their faces, looking at the center of the stage. Under the focus of the spotlight, Kirabi was singing with a loud voice, howling like a ghost. When seeing Yang Ming coming in, Kirabi's eyes suddenly lit up and he said loudly, "Boss Yang Ming, this KTV room is simply amazing, it feels like it was tailor-made for me. To thank Boss Yang Ming, I just found a very soulful piece of music." Music? Kirabi ignored Yang Ming's extremely painful look and sang without saying anything. Kirabi suddenly pointed at the microphone and made a sound without any warning. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, at this moment, the whole box seemed to be shaken by the sound. Come on! Have fun! Anyway, there is plenty of time. Come on! Love! Anyway, there is plenty of foolishness. Come on! Wander! Anyway, there are plenty of directions. Come on! Pretend! Anyway, there is plenty of scenery. When singing passionately, Kirabi actually twisted his waist, made a orchid finger gesture with his fingers, and threw a wink at Yang Ming. That's it. But the next moment, Kirabi said loudly with deep affection. Ah! Itchy! Kirabi was not singing at all. He was shouting directly into the microphone with a sonic boom-like explosion sound, as if to shock the whole world. Buzz buzz buzz! Buzz buzz buzz! As Kirabi sang passionately, the others only felt a buzzing in their ears, and then they all became temporarily deaf. Until Kirabi put down the microphone, they could still hear the sound of bees flying by their ears, and there were stars in their eyes. They were almost stunned. Kirabi had no self-awareness at all, but felt good about himself. He said to Yang Ming. Boss Yang Ming, how about it, are you satisfied with the song I gave you? This is a song specially selected to thank Boss Yang Ming. I don't need your thanks. I just ask you to shut your bird mouth. Yang Ming just complained about these words in his heart, and didn't say them out loud. Originally, Yang Ming was planning to recruit Kirabi as a shop employee. But now, sorry, even if Kirabi offered to pay for it, Yang Ming still didn't want him. Who can stand an employee who likes to sing divine songs? Yang Ming felt that there were countless creatures with the last name of Grass and the last name of Nima running in his mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and he was about to say something. Unexpectedly, Kirabi rushed in front and said. Boss Yang Ming, if you are not satisfied, how about I sing another song majestic for you? Majestic? You, a 9-foot-tall man, sing this song? Damn it! Nima! Please don't sing! When Yang Ming thought of Kirabi, a big man, twisting his orchid fingers, twisting his big waist, and singing this divine song coquettishly, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and he felt sick all over. In order to stop Kirabi from making such a decision that would destroy his worldview, Yang Ming waved his hands and said against his will. You've sung well, you really don't need to sing anymore, really. I'm so touched to be recognized by Boss Yang Ming. Kirabi felt that he had finally found a confidant. Even his elder brother Lei Ying never thought that he sang well, but he didn't expect Boss Yang Ming to give him such high praise. I'm so touched. No, I must sing a song for this. Are you okay? Are you all gay? I'm very okay. Chapter 744 Prince of Love Song. I'm so touched to be recognized by Boss Yang Ming. Kirabi felt that he had finally found a confidant. Even his elder brother Lei Ying never thought that he sang well, but he didn't expect Boss Yang Ming to give him such high praise. I'm so touched. No, I must sing a song for this. Are you okay? Are you all gay? I'm very okay. After enduring Kirabi's round of divine songs, Yang Ming's head was aching and he lay on the sofa swaying. When Pain and his companions saw Yang Ming, they were a little reserved, but when they saw that Yang Ming was very easygoing, they felt relieved. Yang Ming raising his hand, he said to all the employees. Go and sing any song you like. Inspired by the holiday, all the employees happily gathered at the KTV song selection table, pointing and talking. Although these songs came from Yang Ming's original world, as employees of the small shop, they are now very familiar with them. Compared with them, Fei, who still has to work tomorrow, is obviously in a bad mood and randomly chooses a random song. When the low and slightly sad tune sounded, Fei and Yang Ming were stunned. It turned out to be the song 10 years. If those two words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't find that I was uncomfortable. As the song started, Fei couldn't help but clench his hand holding the microphone, and a trace of distant memories appeared in his eyes. That year, he witnessed Kakashi stabbing Lin to death. It is still vivid in his mind. If Lin is still alive in this world, it seems that he has no chance to become her other half, right? With a lost heart, Fei's low voice came out through the mask. No matter how you say it, it's just a breakup. If there is no requirement for tomorrow, holding hands is like traveling. There is always one person who has to go first at thousands of doors. Ah Fei's eyes were dim, as if he had penetrated the distance of infinite time and returned to the past. At that time, he was still a teenager. When Ah Fei saw Lin for the first time, he was already shocked by her beauty and longed to be someone by her side. No matter how Lin disliked him, Ah Fei always worked hard and served her, hoping to please Lin. Unfortunately, in Lin's eyes, Ah Fei never had the figure of Ah Fei, and there was only Kakashi forever. Everything Ah Fei did seemed to be a joke as it should be. Since the embrace cannot stay, why not leave when you are gone? Enjoy it while crying. With a trace of lingering love and a trace of timelessness, Ah Fei restrained his usual cynicism and sang the song slowly in a low and magnetic voice, as if telling a story, slowly and beautifully, stirring people's hearts. The KTV room, which was originally noisy, shut up all of them just because Ah Fei sang this song, and indulged in this song of faint longing. 10 years ago. I don't know you and you don't belong to me. We are still with a stranger. Walking through the streets that are gradually becoming familiar. The power of the song is universal. This penetrating tune, combined with Ah Fei's moving performance, immediately stirred people's hearts. Even Pain and Xionan couldn't help but stagnate, their eyes flickered, and a trace of memories appeared in the depths of their eyes. Xionan silently lowered her head. The emotional her thought of her own life experience, isn't it just like this song? The Yahiko she loved in the past is no longer by her side, while she herself is staying by Nagato's side. 10 years later. We are friends and can still greet each other. It's just that kind of tenderness can no longer find a reason to hug. In the room that seemed silent, I don't know who started clapping along with the music, and the rhythmic beats sounded, accompanying Ah Fei's song. Most people's expressions were slightly moved, as if they had put themselves into the protagonist of this song. Lovers will inevitably become friends in the end. Until I have been friends with you for many years. I understand my tears. Not for you, but for others. When a song ended, Ah Fei suddenly fell into silence. His thoughts were still immersed in the artistic conception of the song, and he was savoring it for a long time. Under the mask, he had already burst into tears, obviously moved by the scene. After the song ended, the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone savored the song sung by Ah Fei and tasted the emotions in it. At some point, someone started to applaud, which immediately awakened the others, and they all gave Ah Fei the greatest affirmation with warm applause. On Kirabi's rough face, a trace of emotion appeared, and his tiger eyes were filled with tears, and he said affectionately. Woo woo woo. It's really so beautiful, so touching. Brother, I have studied music for so long, and only now I realize that compared to you, my singing is simply a piece of shit. Kirabi held Ah Fei's hands with both hands and stared at Ah Fei. Brother, how do you sing so well? Please teach me. Seeing Kirabi, a big man, holding his hand tightly, Ah Fei looked embarrassed. Ahem. Ah Fei moistened his throat. Well, let go of your hand first. No. Who knew that Kirabi was really a fool, with an obsession and persistence for music that ordinary people could hardly imagine, and he held Ah Fei even tighter. If you don't teach me today I won't let you go. Damn it. Seeing this, Ah Fei's face was full of pain. Well. Ah Fei's mouth twitched fiercely, and he said with great pain, can I tell you that I just happened to sing so well just now? Hearing this, Kirabi was stunned at first, and then showed an expression of you are teasing me. Brother, you are too modest. Ah Fei looked at Kirabi's uncle face approaching, and suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and hurriedly clarified. No, no, no. This is really just a coincidence. I don't believe it. Kirabi looked at Ah Fei seriously, unless you sing a majestic song for me to listen to, let me identify it. Majestic? What song is that? Ah Fei was confused and at a loss. Until Ah Fei saw that Kirabi had chosen this song, a line of lyrics appeared on the subtitles, and an ambiguous prelude sounded. Ah Fei was so ashamed that he almost vomited blood. Ah Fei stared at Kirabi with a resentful look on his face, and there was only one word in his heart, I don't know if I should say it or not. It's fine if you like the divine song alone, but why bother me? Seeing that Ah Fei was indifferent, Kirabi thought he was shy, and quickly put his arm around his shoulders and sang majestic loudly. Suddenly, Ah Fei felt creepy. What is it like for a rough guy to sing such an ambiguous song? It's so dirty. Chapter 745 Orochimaru's Daughter. Just when Yang Ming's group of people were having fun in the KTV room, In a nameless town in the distance, there is a remote manor. This is where Orochimaru and Scorpion are currently staying. Originally, the night stars were sparse, magpies flew south, there were insects chirping, birds singing, and the manor was full of peach blossoms, making it look like a place where a hermit lives. Unfortunately, today, an uninvited guest arrived here. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind came, and a figure was seen approaching from afar, with an extremely fast speed. It was originally on the distant horizon, but it arrived at the door of this manor in just a cup of tea. This person had no intention of concealing his whereabouts at all, he was so domineering and straightforward. So much so that before he arrived, Orochimaru and Scorpion in the manor were alarmed first and arrived at the door of the manor one step ahead. Under the bright moonlight of a full moon in the night sky, Orochimaru and Scorpion could see a man with one arm missing, holding a baby in his hand. He looked very strange, and there was a strong aura surging on him, which made them feel nervous. When did such a strong man appear in the ninja world? Orochimaru and Scorpion looked at each other, and they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. But when this man came closer, Orochimaru couldn't help but stare. Because, in this man's hand, he was holding Orochimaru's daughter, Komiyo. Who are you? Orochimaru's weakness was in the hands of others, so he didn't dare to be careless and looked at the man intently. When the moonlight fell on the man's face, a perverse face could be seen. This person was Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Since Momoshiki Otsutsuki lost an arm and a samsara eye, because the samsara eye can only be used in pairs to exert its full power, his strength has declined greatly, only half of the period of full victory. In order to recover his arm, Momoshiki Otsutsuki inquired about the information in the ninja world and locked his sights on Orochimaru, the ninja world's genius. Momoshiki Otsutsuki threw the little Mia in his hand to Orochimaru and said directly, "I want you to help me recover my arm in the shortest time. This is my reward for you." Orochimaru was very alert at first, thinking that there was a trick, but when he took over Xiaomi, he found that she was sleeping soundly, and the other party's request was very simple, just to restore his arm. Seeing this, Orochimaru thought for a moment and made a plan. The other party was very sincere and paid first. Obviously, he was not worried that Orochimaru would run away. His strength must be very strong. In addition, the other party's request was not difficult, so Orochimaru said, "No problem, please follow me." When Otsutsuki Momoshiki passed by Scorpion, he found that Scorpion's eyes had been staying on him. This feeling of being stared at by an ant made Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who always regarded himself as a god, feel extremely uncomfortable. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, as cold as the winter wind. "What are you looking at?" Although Scorpion was surprised at why the other party was angry, he couldn't help but say in a tone of amazement when he saw the perfect body structure of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. "As a puppeteer, I have been in contact with puppets since I was born, and even transformed myself into a puppet. Booty have never seen someone as perfect as you in such a long time. Whether it is the shape of your bones, your bloodline, or the potential of this body itself, they are all so fascinating. I can't imagine what kind of art it would be if I made you into a human puppet." Originally, Scorpion's words were simply a simple admiration for Otsutsuki Momoshiki, without any other meaning. But in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's ears, it completely changed its meaning. "Make me a human puppet." Otsutsuki Momoshiki snorted coldly. As a person who thinks highly of himself, how could he allow others to say that to him? Even if the other party has no ill intentions at all. What a courage! After saying that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki stretched out his hand to Scorpion, and the samsara eye in his palm opened wide. Shinra Tensei. Compared to the past, the power of this move released by Otsutsuki Momoshiki is not as strong as before. An invisible repulsive force, with the front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki as a fan, spreads out to the front, turning into ripples of wavy lines. Whether it is Orochimaru or Scorpion, they never thought that Otsutsuki Momoshiki would hit someone if they disagreed with him. Caught off guard, Scorpion was hit by lightning, and his whole body stiffened. The strong squeezing force even made the more fragile parts of his body creak. Then, like a kite with a broken string, he flew backwards, drew a sad arc in the sky, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Orochimaru, as Scorpion's ally, immediately rebuked. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki seemed to swat away a fly, without any remorse, but said with confidence. A mere low-level creature actually wanted to transform me into that kind of lowly puppet. He is guilty. Orochimaru. What a weird train of thought. Could this guy have come out of a mental hospital? There were only countless creatures with the last name of Grass and the last name of Nima running in Orochimaru's mind. Perhaps he noticed Orochimaru's gaze. Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at him and said indifferently. Don't forget, who brought your daughter back? I can bring your daughter back, so I can naturally let her go back. Are you threatening me? Orochimaru's tone suddenly turned cold. Every strong man has his pride, how can he allow others to threaten him so nakedly? Listen. Otsutsuki Momoshiki waved his hand domineeringly, as if pointing out the world, and said, I am not threatening you, but telling the truth. Just as they were talking, Scorpion climbed up from a half-meter deep pit in a panic, his eyes became cold, and he patted the dust off his body as if nothing had happened. I have changed my mind now. I want to make you my puppet. While saying this, Scorpion took out a scroll from his arms and made a seal. With a bang, in the green smoke, puppets with different characteristics came out from inside, some with sickles, some with sharp blades, and some with hidden weapons. All kinds of weapons were complicated and dense, like a storm, and madly covered Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki just raised his eyebrows and said proudly. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs, how can they shine with the sun and the moon? Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his hand with disdain. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 746, Eat fried rice noodles for midnight snack. Let's not talk about Orochimaru and Scorpion for now, because these things can't affect Yang Ming for the time being. When the clock hands on the wall passed midnight, it made a clanging sound. In the KTV room, most people have already sung around, and they had dinner early, so they are already hungry. Gurgle. Gurgle. I don't know who started it first, but my stomach made a drum-like sound, and others followed suit. The sound came one after another, and it was unusually prominent after the music stopped. Uchiha Itachi turned his eyes to Yang Ming. Boss, how about you make some midnight snacks for us? These words just hit the nail on the head in everyone's mind, and were instantly recognized by everyone. Yang Ming touched his shriveled stomach, looked at the expectant expressions on the faces of others, and could only sigh. It seems that I can only make some midnight snacks. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, everyone cheered. Great! I knew the boss was the best. You guys! Seeing this, Yang Ming was really angry and amused. Walking out of the KTV room that had become noisy again, Yang Ming came alone to the slightly quiet kitchen. At this moment, Yang Ming was preparing to make a simple beef fried rice noodles. The beef was not ordinary beef, but beef tendon, because this part is the most chewy and very tasty. At the same time, Yang Ming removed the bean sprouts and began to prepare fried rice noodles. Unlike ordinary fried rice noodles, Yang Ming used butter, so the fried rice noodles would have a stronger fragrance. The butter was placed in the heated pot and gradually melted into oil. Yang Ming held the handle with one hand and exerted force suddenly. The butter rippled in the pot, and hot bubbles appeared on the surface. Then he put in the beef tendon and stir-fried it. The fire snake licked angrily, and the pot was stir-fried, and sparks flew everywhere. As the condiments were added one by one, the hot aroma rose, turning into a delicious dish with color, fragrance, and taste. When Yang Ming returned to the KTV room with a large plate of fried rice noodles, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Kirabi, who had been singing as a microphone master, reluctantly put down the microphone and came towards Yang Ming. It looks delicious. Kirabi almost drooled. The white surface of the rice noodles was dyed with soy sauce, dyed brown-red, and thin and long, crystal-clear bean sprouts were sandwiched in between, and thin and red beef slices were scattered, with a little green onion on top, bringing a pleasant aroma. Everyone, including Kirabi, picked up a rice noodle dyed with soy sauce. Among them, Uchiha Itachi just wanted to try the taste, closed his eyes, and took a big bite of the rice noodles when they entered his mouth. However, Uchiha Itachi was not in a hurry. As an employee of Yang Ming's shop, he would slowly observe and taste the new delicacies. After all, as an employee of the shop, he could choose his own employee meals every day, so he naturally had to choose his favorite delicacies. Uchiha Itachi's eyes condensed, and then he swallowed the rice noodles that had just entered his mouth with a gulp. He picked up another one without thinking. Among the others, someone immediately said to Yang Ming, "Boss Yang Ming, it seems that this is not enough, and another big plate is needed. I want a big plate too. Kirabi also said immediately. Yang Ming, give me a plate too. Xionan also bit through the skin of a rice noodle, she swallowed it in 2 or 3 times, and hurriedly said to Yang Ming. I hadn't eaten yet, and was stunned. What happened to these customers? Is this really so delicious? However, as a small store employee, or a waiter, how could he watch Yang Ming do such a thing? So, Bai stood up enthusiastically and said. I'll get it. However, he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly walked into the kitchen to get the rice noodles. Is it so delicious? Feijuan and Keiku were very surprised. They saw the performance of Xionan and Kirabi. If they didn't know them, Kakuzu and Feijuan couldn't help but think that these people were sent by others. No, he also wanted to try it first. With this in mind, Haiden and Kakuzu also picked up their chopsticks. Unlike the bullwhip soup during the day, when the rice noodles were intact, there would be no aroma of medicinal herbs, but after the two of them bit through the outer skin of the rice noodles, a strong aroma came over and floated into the noses of Kakuzu and Haiden, making them unable to bear it. Haiden decided to wait and see later, and this time he chose beef and put it into his mouth, and he bit it gently. Tisk! The beef was cut very thin, and when it entered the mouth, it melted instantly like cotton candy, and the juice contained in it burst out with a bang, just like the moment a balloon burst. Haiden felt the sound of juice splashing from his mouth into his mind, and a delicious and hot juice instantly filled his mouth. It was the same juice, but it was a completely different feeling from the bullwhip during the day. Delicious. Hot. But full of the freshness of beef. It's so delicious. Such delicious food is just a midnight snack. It's unbelievable. Gurgle. Feiduan couldn't help swallowing it in one gulp. He immediately felt as if his whole body had been baptized. The fatigue from not getting enough rest before was instantly dissipated, and he became energetic. Then, Feiduan raised his hand to Bai, who came in and said loudly. Give me a big plate too. One plate was not enough, Feiduan shouted immediately. Yes, it's coming right away. Bai Cai brought out a few plates for the other guests. Seeing this, he immediately went back to the kitchen to get more. Everyone in the KTV room began to wolf down the delicious midnight snacks they had never tasted before. The ingredients are rice noodles, bean sprouts and fresh beef. They are not very special ingredients, and there are no special ingredients added to the ingredients. But why is the taste of the mixed stir-fried meat and juice so delicious? And besides being delicious, the original taste of the ingredients is not destroyed and is completely preserved. It is really amazing. The more Feijuan eats, the more surprised and impressed he is. It is not easy to make delicious food with ordinary ingredients. Otherwise, the world would be full of delicious food. And making the ingredients more delicious can also keep the original flavor of the ingredients, which is even more amazing. As long as the ingredients can be cooked deliciously, they can be called delicacies. However, the original flavor is a very important test of the chef's skills. The reason why a certain ingredient can be remembered by people is the taste, style, and characteristics of the ingredient itself. Destroying the characteristics of food and making it delicious can certainly be praised, but in the eyes of a true master, this is a heresy. A true master will strive to maintain the original taste of the ingredients and make the food more delicious. And Yang Ming in front of him has undoubtedly done this, and in Feiduan's memory, not many people can compare with him. Chapter 747 Grilled Squid. The reason why a certain ingredient can be remembered by people is the taste, style, and characteristics of the ingredient itself. Destroying the characteristics of food and making it delicious can certainly be praised, but in the eyes of a true master, this is a heresy. A true master will strive to maintain the original taste of the ingredients and make the food more delicious. And Yang Ming in front of him has undoubtedly done this, and in Feiduan's memory, not many people can compare with him. After eating Yang Ming's fried rice noodles, everyone no longer wanted to sing, they were really greedy. I don't know who said. Boss Yang Ming, let's have some more midnight snacks, your food is really delicious. Yang Ming looked over there and found that it was Ah Fei who spoke. This guy was very sneaky. He hid behind everyone and thought that Yang Ming couldn't see him. Yang Ming smiled, then if I cook some more midnight snacks, will you pay for it? Ah Fei. Ah Fei's mouth twitched fiercely. It really hurts to talk about money, so he shut up immediately. But Ah Fei has no money, which does not mean that Rakage and Pain have no money. The two local tyrants said, Yang Ming, just go ahead and do it, I have plenty of money. Seeing that everyone was so excited, Yang Ming couldn't refuse, so he took everyone away and went to a kitchen bar. This is a fan-shaped bar with an iron plate on the table for Yang Ming to grill. Yang Ming took out a small squid and brushed the iron plate with a layer of crystal oil. After the iron plate was heated, Yang Ming poured the clean small squid on it. Crackling! Crackling! Because it was stained with water, it made a low crisp sound when it fell on the iron plate. After a while, everyone sat on the chairs and saw that the small squid was roasted red. It seemed that it would be ready to eat soon. Grilled squid, this is Yang Ming, preparing a midnight snack for everyone. It smells so good. Smelling the unique fragrance of the squid, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The fragrance was too strong. Although it didn't live in the sea, it still had the unique fragrance of seafood. In addition, everyone could vaguely smell the faint aroma of sauce, which made everyone look forward to the taste of the squid even more. Their stomachs had been growling several times. The stomachs that were already very hungry were even hungrier at this time. A few minutes later, the tempting red squid was completely cooked. It was very appetizing. The crowd did not add any spices, but only asked Boss Yang Ming to add some sea salt and honey to taste the most original fragrance. Even though it was cooked, the oily sheen on the squid did not disappear, but became more crystal clear, looking like a piece of red agate. After a while, everyone couldn't wait to take the squid out of the iron plate. At this time, the whole squid was completely cooked. Although the skin of the squid was very soft and tough when it was alive, after being cooked on the iron plate, the squid skin became very fragile. As the body shrank, the small squid curled up and looked cute. Looking at the exquisite squid in their hands, everyone's eyes lit up. It was the first time to eat squid on the iron plate. Even if they went to other places and had other chefs cook according to Yang Ming's method, it would be impossible to make the same delicious squid on the iron plate. It was really incomparable with Boss Yang Ming. This taste. This mouth feel. After taking a bite, everyone's eyes lit up. They doubted whether they were eating the best squid. The meat was very tight and plump, and there was a lot of gravy inside. It was very elastic when chewed. It was completely unlike the squid in their impression. Moreover, when chewing, a faint sweet fragrance continued to emanate from the squid, bringing a hint of fresh fragrance to the mouth. The more you eat, the more you want to eat. There is no greasy feeling at all. The secret is naturally that Yang Ming dripped some green lemon juice during the roasting process. After taking a bite, it was really unstoppable. Large chunks of squid kept disappearing in everyone's mouths. The scene was really wolfing down. At this time, there was only one word in everyone's mind: eat. Ran Wan's eyes lit up, and he quickly took a squid each. Regardless of the still hot squid, he opened his mouth wide and bit off a piece. After taking a bite, Ranmara sighed in his heart. This meat is so delicious. The squid has a tender texture, fresh meat, rich gravy, and no fishy smell of squid at all. It tastes so good. The fire of the grilled squid was evenly distributed, and every chew was a kind of enjoyment. Before you know it, the tender squid went directly into your stomach along your esophagus, leaving a mouthful of rich fragrance to savor. After this bite, Lan Wang couldn't stop at all. He just picked up a lot of squid on the plate, and Lan Wang ate it in a few bites. After eating, he didn't forget to lick his fingers. It was really delicious. This was definitely the best grilled squid Lan Wang had ever eaten. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lan Wang holding his fingers cutely, Leia couldn't help laughing. It felt really good to eat with close people. Lan Wang shyly put down his fingers, and watching everyone laugh with Leia, he couldn't help laughing, but his big eyes were still staring at the squid that Yang Ming continued to grill. It seemed that he hadn't had enough. Here you go. Leia smiled and picked up a small squid for Lan Wang. Lan Wang took the barbecue, but did not eat it first. Instead, he passed it to Leia's mouth and said, Leia, you eat too. Leia was not polite and took a bite. In his eyes, Lan Wang was just a child and there was nothing to be shy about. The two of them ate and laughed, and the squid in their hands was quickly finished. Seeing the two of them, Leia and Lan Wang, this big and small combination was so warm, and they couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, in just over a minute, the grilled squid cooked by Yang Ming was completely finished, leaving only a pile of paper balls for wiping mouths piled messily on the table. Everyone touched their stomachs and burped. The feeling of hunger finally disappeared. Now they were really satisfied. They lay on the ground and looked at the sky leisurely. After a long time, they were surprised and thought, "No way, we ate so many squids in one meal." It was incredible. Everyone looked at their stomachs. They didn't expect that they could eat so much and not be stuffed to death. Although they knew that ninjas eat a lot, they didn't suddenly increase their appetite so much. Before, this body was still a normal appetite. However, when they thought of the grilled squid cooked by Boss Yang Ming just now, everyone's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It's all because Yang Ming cooked it so delicious. It makes us eat even if we are full. Chapter 748 Spring Outing Fishing and Grilled Fish. One night passed. On the second day, in order to better experience the joy of vacation, Yang Ming and a group of small shop employees walked out of Konoha village early in the morning and came to the Death Forest for a spring outing. The Death Forest is a forbidden area in Konoha village, where many dangerous animals live. These animals are more ferocious than the creatures in Yang Ming's original world, and even if a genin encounters them, it will be very dangerous. However, in front of the luxurious lineup of Yang Ming's shop, these beasts that are usually majestic retreated like mice encountering cats, and did not dare to approach at all. Yang Ming walked along the stream in the forest. The sun was hanging in the sky. Now he could not walk anymore, and the employees took out the tent to set up. I saw that the sunlight shone on the stream, shining with crystal light, beautiful, the river water rippled, sparkling and beautiful, and there were fish patrolling below, and bubbles popped up on the river surface from time to time. Yang Ming and some employees who were interested in fishing came to the river bank, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to prepare for fishing. Before fishing, Yang Ming sprinkled some fish food into the river. Fish food is used to attract fish to gather in the water. Universal fish food is a very common thing. It is made of pork mixed with other common things. There are quite a lot of this stuff. These fish foods are rich in protein and have a smell that attracts fish. They can attract fish from far away to gather near Yang Ming and increase the chance of catching fish. As for the bait, it is natural to use local materials and choose earthworms as traditional bait. Earthworms are usually hidden in the soil under the big tree. Those soils that look lighter than the surrounding soil and are also looser usually contain earthworms. Of course, Yang Ming does not need to do the work of digging earthworms himself. In order to get a chance to be promoted, Ningkai and Dinkai have already prepared a basin of fresh earthworms for Yang Ming. With sticky soil all over their bodies, they are squirming wildly in the basin, trying to escape. However, since they are already in the basin, Yang Ming will not let them escape. Yang Ming picked up an earthworm and hooked the tail of the earthworm with a hook. The earthworm subconsciously shrank and curled up, wrapping the hook into a ball. Sprinkle the fish food, bait the hook, and adjust the float. Yang Ming gently swung the fishing rod, and then waited for the fish to bite. Half an hour, not long, not short. During this process, Yang Ming and Ningkai and Chuji enjoyed this rare tranquility and sunbathing, feeling warm and comfortable. At this time, Yang Ming saw a huge black shadow swimming in the water, and the float moved, but Yang Ming did not immediately pick up the rod. Because at this time, it was actually a small test by the fish. Don't underestimate the instincts of animals. Although they don't have brains, they are very good at animal evolution. In the process, this innate instinct has long been accumulated. After touching the bait several times, it was found that there was still no movement. The fish began to get a little agitated and began to touch the bait more frequently. At the same time, ripples began to appear on the river surface, which was obviously caused by the fish swinging its tail excitedly. Just when the float moved again, Yang Ming held the fishing rod with a calm look in his eyes. His hand holding the fishing rod was strong and powerful. He suddenly exerted force to catch the hooked fish. Ha! Yang Ming shouted and pulled the fishing rod hard. It can be clearly seen that the float suddenly sank. The fish obviously noticed something was wrong and was ready to leave, but the fish mouth had been pierced by the hook. It was too late to escape. Crash! Amid the sound of water splashing, a black shadow drew a graceful arc. Even after leaving the water, the figure was still very lively, swinging its body constantly, trying to break free from the shackles of the hook. Unfortunately, he was facing Yang Ming. No matter how hard the fish tried, it still couldn't escape its fate. Finally, it was caught by Yang Ming. This is a very common and rampant fish, the carp. Not only is the name the same, but except for its teeth flashing with cold light, there is no difference in other aspects. It is about 1.2 meters long and weighs about 30 kilograms. The scales are black and the belly is white. Now that it has been caught by Yang Ming, it is still jumping there, as if it is still insisting and unwilling to give up. Carp is one of the fish that is rampant in freshwater areas and is also the easiest fish to catch. Like grass carp, it is a fish species that is often encountered when fishing. At this time, the carp stopped struggling, as if it had run out of strength. Yang Ming took out the fish basket from the fishing gear bag and put it in. No matter what kind of fish it is, once it is caught, it will fall into a dizziness as if it is lacking water after a certain period of time. The fish basket is made of special bamboo. It looks small, but it actually has a lot of secrets inside. It contains water. Putting fish in it can keep the fish alive and not easily die. Another hour or two passed. Beside the river, a bonfire was already burning, and the grill was already roasted red. Yang Ming cut a piece of thick raw meat and strung it directly. Suddenly, a sizzle sound was heard. This sound sounded very delicious. After a few minutes, the grilled fish was done. Several huge pieces of carp meat were strung on a grill, each of which was the size of a palm. At this time, it was already roasted to a golden brown. The fat on the meat was shining like snowflakes, just like the shining stars in the night sky. A special fragrance kept wafting, making Ding Kai's eyes emit hungry light. As expected of boss Yang Ming, the quality and aroma of this roasted meat are truly unique. As he said this, Ding Xi sucked back the saliva that flowed to his mouth. Under Ding Xi's hungry eyes, Yang Ming took the roasted meat, cut a thick slice, and put it into his mouth. Yang Ming pondered for a while. It seems a little over-roasted. Seeing Yang Ming's comments, Ding Xi felt anxious for him. So, Ding Xi followed Yang Ming's example, took the roasted meat from the grill, and bit into it without caring about the heat. This taste is really irresistible. This tight meat, as long as you take a bite, the gravy will continue to flow out. It's so delicious. It's like a flood of gravy, and it melts in your mouth. The meat is so tight that it's like the delicious meat of king crab meat combined with fatty pork belly and beef. It's so delicious. After taking a bite, Shikamaru felt that the carp meat was fragrant on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside. The taste and texture were simply top-notch, making Shikamaru more and more hungry and wanting to eat more. The speed of roasting couldn't keep up with Shikamaru's eating speed, which really made Shikamaru anxious. Chapter 749, Dinkai also fishes. Seeing Dinkai's impatient look, Ninkai, as an employee who entered the store at the same time as him, couldn't help but tease. Sinkai, since you like to eat so much, why don't you catch a fish you like and cook it for the boss? Originally, Ninkai just wanted to tease Dinkai, but unexpectedly, this sentence made Dinkai's eyes light up. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Dinkai put his palms together and patted Ninkai's shoulders vigorously. Ninkai, thanks to your reminder this time. After saying that, Dinkai left Ninkai, who was confused, picked up a fishing rod, and walked towards the river. Compared with Yang Ming, Dinkai was going to catch carnivorous fish, because this kind of fish is particularly exciting to grill. Generally speaking, fishing nets are needed to hunt carnivorous fish. If you can only use fishing rods to catch carnivorous fish, you need specific fish hooks to catch them. It's no wonder that the fish hook that Dinkai specially prepared is really different. It is many times bigger and thicker. The bait for catching this carnivorous fish is a mixture of various nutrients. The powder ball of material is much more nutritious than dog food. After getting ready, it is natural to start fishing. Dinkai looked around. After Yang Ming threw the fish food, it attracted a large number of herbivorous fish. At the same time, Dinkai also found the direction of the carnivorous fish and ran towards it. Then, he threw the fishing rod hard. Unfortunately, Dinkai threw the fish hook too hard. After Dinkai threw it out, it not only failed to attract the carnivorous fish, but also scared it away. The fish hook was still shaking. Dinkai looked at the other people around him and found that they didn't notice Dinkai's embarrassment, so they quickly put away the rod. However, perhaps because of his lack of experience, Dinkai continued to try several times and failed. In desperation, Dinkai had to ask Yang Ming for advice. It's just such a simple question. Yang Ming smiled and stopped what he was doing. He took over Dinkai's fishing rod and demonstrated the movements while saying, "You slowly approach the carnivorous fish without any extra movements. Just slowly extend the fishing rod and the hook will swing gently. When it is a certain distance away from the carnivorous fish, do not move and wait for the carnivorous fish to take the bait. You just scare them by moving too much." After listening to Yang Ming's explanation and watching his demonstration, Ding Kai was like being enlightened and opening up his meridians. It's so simple. Ding Kai looked very grateful. Knowing his own stupidity, he naturally couldn't make such a low-level mistake again. Things can't happen again. Ding Kai immediately did what Yang Ming said. Ding Kai searched in his bag and took out a fish hook. This is a special fish hook called a fly fishing hook. It can be thrown very far. There is a hook under it for bait. Fish hook like this is usually used to catch large water beasts, but Ding Kai used it to catch this carnivorous fish today. Ding Kai seemed to see one. It was very fast. It disappeared in front of Ding Kai's eyes. Is this a unique carnivorous fish? Ding Kai couldn't believe it. It was so easy to find. This time, Ding Kai stood in place and observed the surroundings. He unconsciously used the observation technique of water flow. Ding Kai's mind became more focused and his eyes became brighter. No in front, no on the left, no on the right. Yes, I saw it. This is a dark carnivorous fish, much larger than ordinary carnivorous fish. When Ding Kai saw it, every time it went out, someone's bait would be eaten. This shows that it is very smart and knows that it is a bait. It is also very fast. When people see it, the bait has been eaten. Ding Kai has to think of a way to catch it. After hanging more bait on the hook, Ding Kai looked at the position of the dark carnivorous fish. He didn't dare to get too close. He was farther away than ordinary carnivorous fish. He gently put it down and shook it. The fragrance of the bait and its delicious taste were floating everywhere. Ding Kai saw that the dark carnivorous fish began to move. It shook its head, as if it smelled this inexplicable fragrance. Swoosh! It appeared 1 meter in front of the fly fishing hook. It just stared at it and didn't dare to move forward. Hurry up and eat. As a fish, is it really okay for you to be so cautious? Oh, it's about to eat. I have to be more patient. At this time, Ding Kai was also very nervous. Seeing that the fish was spinning around the hook in front of him, but it just didn't take the bait, it was impossible to say that he was not anxious. Time passed slowly, and sweat flowed down Ding Kai's cheeks, but Ding Kai didn't care. He didn't dare to move. According to boss Yang Ming, Ding Kai was afraid that if he moved like this, he would scare it away. The fish observed for a long time and saw that the fly fishing hook had no reaction. Or maybe it was more confident in its speed. In short, this dark fish was finally ready. Seeing this, Ding Kai's hand holding the fishing rod was sweaty. Now it was time to see if boss Yang Ming's method was reliable. Shua! A figure passed by. Hey! What is this? The speed of this fish was beyond Ding Kai's expectation. It bit the bait and wanted to escape. Koji doesn't have the Sharingan, and doesn't have such good dynamic vision, so he can't keep up with the speed of the fish. Just when Koji thought he had no chance this time, who knew that there was a sudden turn. After the mountains and rivers were so dense that there seemed to be no way out, there was another village with willows and flowers. Koji felt the fish hook sink heavily. It was obvious that the unique shape of Koji's fly fishing hook had firmly caught the dark fish. Ha ha ha! Got it, got it! It was very big. After he was hooked, Koji pulled it hard, as if he had gone through a tug-of-war game, and finally Koji caught the fish with difficulty. This is a gar. This gar is 1 meter long and cylindrical, with a protruding mouth, bone plates on the upper and lower jaws, and teeth, just like a crocodile's mouth. It is blue-gray in color, and has a scaly body. The surface has dark patterns, the skin is covered with hard scales, the skin is hard and thick, the skin is rough, the mouth is deep, and there are sharp teeth. The diamond-shaped scales on the gar look as hard as the armor worn by the samurai. In fact, it is composed of inorganic salts. It is hard and cold to the touch with fingers, like crocodile scales. Many extinct ancient fish also have this kind of scales. Similar to other ancient fish, the gar also has a swim bladder connected to the esophagus, which can be used for breathing. Although these carnivorous fish seem to be easy to catch, in fact, if Ding Kai provokes one of them, it will run away immediately. If there are its kind nearby, it will call friends. If you provoke a group of them, just wait for them to come up together. Chapter 750 Bai and Ding Kai's wedding night. When Ding Kai returned to the camp with this fat gar, Bai's face showed a smile like a blooming flower. Chisai, you are so good. You caught such a big fish. Chisai was very tired from fishing, but when he heard Bai's praise, he felt sweeter than eating peaches. His waist and legs were no longer sore. He straightened his back and held his chest high. No, no, it's just luck. Chisai said honestly while handing the eel to Bai's hands. He accidentally touched Bai's tender hands like a lamb. It was like an electric shock, and even his soul trembled slightly. This feeling is really wonderful. For Chisai, who is still a virgin, this kind of contact with the hand of a beloved girl is really exciting. Seeing Chisai standing there stupidly with a strange look on his face, Bai approached him with concern. Chisai, are you okay? Because the two were too close, Bai Lanfang's breath made Chisai feel lightheaded, as if he was in a dream. If only the two of us could live like this for the rest of our lives. Koji thought so extravagantly in his heart, and said honestly. It's okay, maybe I was tired just now. Koji, don't force yourself too much. Bai looked at Koji with concern. If you really can't stand it, come and rest with me. What? Don't force yourself? Rest with Bai? Koji's throat moved up and down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gurgle. Koji looked at Bai's blushing face, and his eyes seemed to float in the spring water, as if a trace of mist floated out, with a trace of emotion in the blur, and a trace of desire in the smoke. Okay. In fact, Koji was thinking wrongly. Bai just stayed by the bonfire for a long time, and his face was slightly reddened by the flames, and his eyes were a little tearful due to the smoke from the fireworks. But in this situation, Koji felt that it must be Cupid's arrow that shot them both, so he created such a good occasion for them on purpose. Dinkai felt that he was in love and had successfully captured Bai's heart. Should I go? Or not? At the critical moment, Dinkai was also a person who could make up his mind. He silently clenched his fists and encouraged himself in his heart, I can do it, I will definitely do it. So, Dinkai said honestly. Then I'd better go back to the tent to rest. Then wait a moment. Bai hurriedly handed the eel to Yang Ming, and then took Dinkai's arm with one hand and said. I'll help you over. It seems that Bai really fell in love with me. Seeing this, Dinkai's misunderstanding deepened. He thought that Bai had already identified him in his heart and regarded him as his boyfriend. At this moment, Dinkai recalled what Bai had said just now. What if you really can't stand it, just go and rest with him, so this is what it means. Just thinking about it, I'm so excited. Seeing that Koji came back, he and Bai walked into the tent in pairs. Niji sat next to the campfire, looking confused. Damn! What's going on? This is developing too fast. Niji felt so depressed that even eating barbecue became boring. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Niji was full of regret and silently hit the ground with his fist. If I had known this, I would not have encouraged Koji to go fishing, and he would not have gone back to the tent with Bai and done those things. Niji was so regretful. And the protagonist that Niji regretted so much, Koji, had already returned to the tent with Bai's support. Bai looked at Koji's clothes, which were splashed with a lot of mud. That was all during the fishing process. The eel struggled to beat the waves, and the splashed water was filled with mud. Koji was covered in mud and looked dirty. So, seeing that Koji was so fat and not very mobile, Bai took the initiative to say. Koji, let me help you take off your clothes. When Koji heard Bai's words, he was immediately shocked. If I say that what Shikamaru had just guessed in his mind, now I feel that it is a done deal, there is no escape. I must stay calm, and not act too impatient, so that Bai will look down on me. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I must act manly. Shikamaru's face turned red, his ears turned red, and he pretended to be calm, opened his arms, and let Bai loosen his clothes. Accompanied by a rustling sound, Bai carefully and delicately took off Shikamaru's dirty clothes like a lovely wife, and frowned slightly. Shikamaru, your clothes are so dirty, I'll wash them for you later. Seeing Bai so close, like a wife, Shikamaru's heart was filled with incomparable feelings. Bai, let's not rush to the dirty clothes, we have something more important to do. Bai blinked his bright and moving big eyes, not understanding what Shikamaru meant. Bai raised the clothes of Dinkai in his hand and said in confusion, but your clothes are so dirty, you should wash them. Bai must be testing me. Bai must want to see if I am manly enough and responsible. Yes, girls are usually very shy in this regard. Dinkai thought about it in his mind, stepped forward, and moved closer to Bai. Seeing this, Bai's eyes flickered and he silently took a step back. Dinkai, what are you doing? Your eyes are so weird. After much anticipation, she finally came out, holding the lute and half covering her face, wanting to refuse but also welcoming, which can most arouse the hearts of boys. At this moment, seeing Bai like this, Dinkai's emotions were instantly raised a lot, and he could no longer suppress his feelings. He stretched out his hands and suddenly held Bai's white and tender hands. Koji, what are you doing? Seeing this, Bai's heart seemed to rush in with a little deer, beating rapidly, and he spoke hurriedly. Koji looked at Bai seriously, his eyes revealing infinite tenderness, as if he could melt everything in the world, and melt Bai's cold mountain, and said tenderly, Bai, I like you. As he said this, Koji, like the male protagonists in all TV dramas, after a confession, put his lips forward to imprint on Bai's lips, let the heaven and the earth witness their love, and let the sun and the moon be their best man and bridesmaid. However, just when Koji thought that he was the male protagonist of a romance novel and was about to win the beauty, he was suddenly pushed away by Bai. Koji, you are really too tired, rest early. Leaving such a sentence, Bai hurriedly ran out of the tent, leaving only Koji in the wind.